Gamer System has been activated. Hyoudou Issei was a normal 16-year-old boy who attended high school. The only thing special about him was his lust that made him considered one of the biggest perverts in the school and in the city as well. I want more tits, Issei. The boy was playing in a rogue in which he was a harem protagonist while trying to conquer all the women. The boy felt very excited to play such games, and when he finally managed to access the hentai scene. Shizuka-chan is so pretty, Issei. The teenager was fixated on the scene where he had managed to conquer a heroine from that rogue that was related to a female academy with only one male student, an old cliché. Gamer System has been activated. Hyoudou Issei has been chosen as the user and owner of the system. A screen appeared in front of him covering the television, and he felt strange about it, as he couldn't get it out of his sight until the screen molded itself into reality itself and gave him a big shock to the head. What is this, Issei? The young man had to restrain himself from screaming and alerting his parents, as he did not want them to catch him playing such indecent games, and it would be an embarrassment to others. What is this, Issei? The Gamer System quickly began to change the screen, and a new message had appeared showing a certain type of tutorial for the boy to be guided through. Gamer System. The Gamer System is one of the 8 systems that were created by the world itself to defend it in times of crisis. The user will embody the powers of video game characters known throughout the world. Characters can be obtained through gacha or from rewards after completing quests. The characters and the user must be close in level for their powers to be used. User status. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 1. X 150. Strength 3. Vitality 2. Magic 0.5. Speed 1. Luck 5. Agility 2. Dexterity 2. Skills none. Characters none. Roles: the user has 1 gacha point and can use the gacha gamer roulette. This sounds crazy. I think I've watched too much porn, Issei. The boy was blinking several times to see if the dream would end and he would return to reality, but none of it ended, and he found himself in the same place while having everything. User has actually seen a lot of porn, but I'm not a hallucination. System. That thing spoke, Issei. The teenager didn't know what to do anymore, but soon the system filled his head with a lot of information so that he could adapt to it and find everything more normal instead of having a panic attack. Thank you, I can think more clearly now, Issei. His mind had received all the basic information and had discovered a few more things so that he had some understanding of the situation. Could I access the gacha gamer roulette, Issei? The system quickly opened a roulette with various hidden information so he couldn't see the characters or items, which wasn't bad for him at all. The dot to roll, Issei. The roulette wheel was spinning at high speed, and the boy hoped that something good would come along, something that would help him. He discovered that the characters obtained now could only be human or slightly beyond the human limit, as his body was not prepared for powerful characters that broke the limit of the human body on a large scale. Congratulations! The character obtained was Naked Snake from the Metal Gear series, and the following abilities will be granted to the user. Mastery in melee combat was gifted to the user. Mastery with firearms has been granted to the user. Mastery in espionage has been granted to the user. Mastery of vehicles has been acquired. The user's senses have been enhanced. Several other abilities were also granted. I got a pretty good character for my current level, Issei. Hyoudou knew that when he evolved he could get more powerful characters, but for now this was one that would help him a lot to survive in the world with his abilities. Mind is a little weird, Issei. Issei was mixing his own senses with Snake's. His abilities had now evolved to a higher level, and everything seemed to be stranger now. I think I'll go to sleep, Issei. The boy hoped that sleeping would help him calm down and also merge more with Snake's senses. The synchronization should have calmed down by that point. His sleep was not as peaceful as he expected, as the figure of Snake was there to torment him by making him train several times in martial arts and also in armed combat. The dream was one in which neither of them spoke. It was one in which one ordered something to be done and the other did it without question. The young man understood that this was a way for the system to make him train even in his dreams so as not to be left unprotected. The dream ended as soon as his magical girl alarm had gone off. He was a little irritated to be woken up, but a little happy to open his eyes and not have to train for countless more hours in armed combat, hand-to-hand fighting, or espionage. What was that, Issei? That was a training ground for the system to synchronize Snake with the user. System. The boy tried not to think too much as he put on his clothes to go to school and met up with some friends, his only two friends at Kyo Academy. You play yesterday's game. You like it. The people who arrived were a man with black hair and glasses and another who looked like a monk with a shaved head. These two were Matsuda and Madohama. The bald one was Matsuda and the nerdy one was Madohama. Was really a good game, Issei. Matsuda. Izumi-sama is the best Madohama. Madohama was talking about another heroine while Matsuda was discussing one he was liking more. Issei Hyoudou just played a little less, not feeling like talking about that kind of thing. I discovered a new hiding place to spy on women, Madohama. You really find out, Matsuda? Issei. Issei was going to refuse because he didn't feel like doing those things now that he was mixed with Snake's senses and desires until he received a message in front of his eyes. Side Mission 1. The user must spy on the girls alongside his friends and cannot be caught. The way to act is according to his criteria. Reward 10 EXP. Penalty, you will lose access to Snake and gain a weaker character. Matsuda and Madohama thought that the boy wouldn't want to go because he had been beaten so badly the other time they used him as a scapegoat to escape, but the truth is that he accepted. Let's go, Issei. Let's do this during the break, Madohama. Classes went on as usual, but the boy's enhanced senses made him more perceptive and thus learned more without diverting his attention from the class. The break had arrived and his two friends were here. The young man was thinking about how to escape and camouflage himself so as not to be caught on the spot. The two perverts quickly took their other friend from the perverted trio to a place near the changing room and also a certain hole where you could see certain people changing. I can escape from here by doing parkour to climb the windows and thus access the upper floor. I can camouflage myself using only bushes, and I can also hide in the trees if I climb at high speed. The place is an open field, so escaping in a run is the same as being caught. Issei. Look how hot these girls are, Madohama. That one has big breasts, Matsuda. That one has a big ass, Aaziel. Issei saw that the two were talking too much and probably attracted some attention from the women who were suspicious of the perverted trio. His senses sharpened to see if anyone was coming. These two idiots are too emotional, Issei. What do you think about this, Issei, Madohama? Haven't seen your opinion yet, Issei, Matsuda. The two just found air as several girls were surrounding both of them and cursed their other friend for sneaking out and not warning any of them. This is going to be fun, Issei. Hyoudou was on top of a tree and perfectly camouflaged with the leaves and also by the height as he watched his friends running and getting beaten by the women who practiced kendo. I didn't tell them to betray me that time, Issei. Secondary mission completed and user gained 10 EXP points. System. The boy just smiled as he returned to the classroom before the break ended smiling. His stealth had been improved a bit with the mission as well, and so he learned how to use it. Issei, Matsuda/Madohama. The two quickly tried to punch their brown-haired friend, who quickly dodged and tripped them both. It's not my fault you guys are slow, ha. Issei. Damn you, Matsuda. Us know next time, Madohama. The three of them soon started laughing when this happened, and all the girls in the room found it disgusting because they saw both of them as perverted orcs. Where had you gone, Matsuda? I hid in a tree when I heard the women's footsteps, Issei. That big tree that's over 5 meters tall, Madohama. That's right, Issei. The two thought that it was a really nice hiding place to hide, and were surprised that the boy had hidden at such high speed in that huge and dangerous tree. The day had passed and Hyoudou had not returned home. He had to get something he really needed and he would not rest until he got it. The system even activated a mission for that. Main Mission 1. Rewards 30 EXP. Description: the user must obtain a firearm in 3 days to have a minimum of self-defense. The weapon can vary from pistols, shotguns, rifles, or anything else that fits the firearm mastery. Penalty: death. Fucking cool system, Issei. He was cursing while thinking about how to get a firearm and soon had an idea of acquiring one. A way to farm X points was also possible like that. Dusk was approaching while he had sent a message to his parents that it would take a while to arrive, as he didn't want to make them worried. The place he went to was a spot where several delinquents gathered at the same time to talk and also to smoke cigarettes, and some even used drugs. Is the supplier, Issei? What's Delinquent 1? The teenager was hooded and hiding his face with a cloth as he asked the person who had a marijuana cigarette. I want to know who the supplier is, Issei. You're the conv Delinquent 2. Delinquent 2 placed his hand on Issei Hyoudou's shoulder and was quickly thrown to the ground at that moment with a throwing strike which belonged to Judo. Beat this little shit, Delinquent 1. Does he think he is to arrive like that, Delinquent 3? 6 delinquents quickly approached to surround him, and there was no fight when he grabbed one and broke his arm or leg. The 6th delinquent even pulled out a knife, but it was stuck in his own arm. You think mere druggies can beat me? Recognize your skills, you trash, Issei. Hyoudou used Snake's torture skills to get information from the drug supplier, who also had the weapons he needed. He operates out of a building that looks abandoned near here, a building that's near the outskirts of town, Delinquent 1. The boy quickly passed out after he said this, and the teenager set his destination to the drug sales point. He did not doubt this because of the fingers and bones he broke from such delinquents. Let's see if I can X by killing some people, Issei. The place of sale appeared to be an abandoned and dilapidated building, a place that wasn't really suspicious, and there were several of those in queue. Area seems to be active now, Issei. He just smiled as he thought about where he would use to access the drug sales point. I can try to access it through the roof. I can climb onto the roofs and jump, but it will be very noisy. I think I will try to take advantage of the darkness and some blind spots in other residences to do some reconnaissance and thus find the best route. Issei. The teenager spent 2 hours scouting the area to find the best spot, the best route, by breaking into several homes without anyone noticing, and thus discovered the best place to go. I just need to jump over this wall and I'll reach the location, Issei. The boy was armed only with a pocket knife that he had taken from the other delinquent, and he thought it was more than enough for this situation. He didn't think that such a place would pose any risks to him. A guard was holding some sort of iron pipe while guarding a certain area that Issei Hyoudou needed to access. The young man quickly approached him and placed his right hand on his mouth, and his left hand slit his throat. I may have killed someone, but I can't feel anything, Issei. User gained 1 EXP for eliminating a drug dealer. The emptiness of killing someone and not feeling anything was something he didn't understand, but he was very grateful for it because he didn't have to deal with unnecessary emotions. Secondary Mission 2. Prize 10 EXP. Description: destroy the drug factory after getting the firearm. The method can be any. Penalty: none. I'll level up to level 2 if I can complete this quest and the main quest, Issei. The young man quickly smiled when he saw this mission and decided that he would destroy the drug factory and all the people who worked there. Hyoudou quickly entered the factory and found some people nearby. His eyes and senses were glazed over at the place where there were fewer people and the number of people. There are 10 people in the place. 5 are the guys who work on drugs and 5 are security guards, Issei. The isolated person was too far away for the boy to hit, so his option was to grab 2 guards who were talking near him without noticing his presence. The knife was quickly thrown like a throwing weapon at the guard's throat so that he could not say anything, and the other was unable to scream as his mouth was covered with one hand and his neck was broken with the other. Won't say anything, Issei. User gained 3 EXP points by eliminating 2 drug dealers. Issei quickly searched the 2 and found a pistol on one of them and some ammunition in his pocket and smiled. Seems like the main quest has already been completed, but the other one is still missing, Issei. He didn't want to alarm anyone and thus give someone an opening to escape, so the method he used to eliminate a guard who was at a distance from him and isolated when he approached was to slowly suffocate him. User gained 2 EXP points by eliminating one drug dealer. The drug dealer had a gun, so the EXP given by him was 2 points and not just 1. The other 2 missing security guards were the next to be eliminated before the drug manufacturers. The 2 were eliminated in the same way as the first, one by breaking his neck and the other by having a knife in his neck that prevented him from screaming. User gained 4 EXP points by eliminating 2 drug dealers. The 2 eliminated had weapons, and that's why more EXP points were granted to the boy who just remained empty when killing them. The feeling of it was a little satisfying to see his EXP rising. It's time to put an end to this, Issei. The guys who worked in the drugs business didn't even have a reaction or a chance to pull their guns when they were quickly killed by a young man with brown hair who was holding 2 automatic pistols that were being unloaded with incredible precision into each of their heads. User gained 7 EXP points by eliminating 5 drug dealers. The method he used to get rid of the factory was simply setting the place on fire with certain chemicals he had before leaving. He was careful not to create an explosion that would drag him in. User completes main and submission at the same time. User gets a bonus of 1 gacha point. System. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 2. X 1760. Strength 5. Vitality 3. Magic 0.5. Speed 3. Luck 7. Agility 5. Dexterity 7. Skills: firearms expertise, vehicles, espionage, martial arts. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear. Roles: the user has 1 gacha point and can use the gacha gamer roulette. A cult of honorable assassins. Issei was resting at his house while thinking about everything that had happened. After a while, he decided to ask the system some questions to find out about many things that bothered him. Can I get a character like Dante, Dragonborn 2, Issei? Characters like Dante and Dragonborn are available once the user approaches the status levels where their body does not explode upon receiving their powers. System. Hyoudou found this quite interesting, as gaining a power that he couldn't use or that could kill him was something he didn't want even if it was omnipotence. Can I increase my levels with some mission? Issei. You can increase your level with quests with certain attributes obtained in the world as well and after leveling up. System. The boy was thinking about saving his gacha point to use when he reached his highest level, but he soon thought that he could get a skill that would greatly help him become rich and obtain more resources. Spin the wheel, Issei. The gacha point was placed on the roulette wheel that had no visible names so that the system user would not guess anything until a figure with white clothes was revealed, blades hidden in his wrists and his face hidden by shadows. Congratulations, the character obtained was Ezio Auditore from Assassin's Creed, and the skills granted are: Melee Weapon Mastery, user can wield all types of melee weapons efficiently. Assassination Mastery, user is now adept in the art of assassination, and not just hiding. Parkour and Climbing Mastery, user is now a master in the art of climbing and also doing parkour. Eagle Eye, user can now distinguish the world by different colors. Transparent is people who have no opinion or intention about you. Red is people who want to harm you. Yellow is for attention and green for allies. Eagle Eye improves the senses to another level. The hidden blades of an assassin have been granted to the user, 2x. That helped me a lot, Issei. Hyoudou thought he was now at a new level to be an assassin and fighter, but it wouldn't help him get rich or get women. These beauties will be of great help, Issei. The boy was admiring the hidden blades in his hands that came out as he made the gesture to do so. Both were very deadly. School time had finally arrived, and he decided to test it out with his new parkour skills. People couldn't even see the crazy guy who was jumping over everything in front of him, and many even called the police thinking he was some kind of thief running around the city. I shouldn't have done that, Issei. The teenager could only lament as he returned to normal and met his 2 friends from the perverted trio. The 3 of them were smiling when they saw each other. How was your night, Issei? I jerked off until I was finished, Matsuda. The monk-like guy had done something a monk would never do, while Madohama and Issei found it a bit unnecessary. I played Emil Furoge, Madohama. The Eroge-addicted nerd was just being proud of something he shouldn't be proud of, and Issei thought about what he was going to say. I spend the night playing Counter-Strike, Issei. Call us next time, Matsuda. Call us Madohama. The three had a healthy conversation as they went to the classroom, and Hyoudou promised that he would call his friends to call Counter-Strike. Too bad I wasn't playing Counter-Strike, I was killing drug dealers and blowing up a drug factory. Issei. The class had been something of a surprise for the teacher when he saw a young man with brown hair paying attention once again and actively participating. What did you eat to be like this, Matsuda? He must be sick, Madohama. I know how to study and I'm listening to you, Issei. Issei just didn't tell his friends to go fuck themselves out of pure politeness of the environment he was in, or it would be certain that he would do that. You want to spy again, Issei? So we can catch you while you escape. I don't want to, Matsuda. Issei. The class ended with the boy returning home alone again until he was interrupted by a black-haired woman. This person caused his eagle eyes ability to be activated instantly. I'll kill her, Issei. The color of the black-haired woman who was dressed as a schoolgirl was red, a clear threat to his life, and he was tempted to take the pistol from his waist and also use the hidden blades to kill her. Main Mission 2. Rewards 40x points. Description: the user must discover the true intentions of the black-haired woman and why she tried to kill him. Penalty: death. I'm Amano Yuuma. I'd like to go out with Hyoudou Issei from Kyoto High School. Yuuma. Issei was looking at the woman with a smile and feigning embarrassment when he saw that the red color had not yet gone away and that he still could not kill her before completing the mission. I'm happy to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Let's exchange numbers, Issei. That's great, I was reciprocated, Yuuma. Hyoudou was pretending to be a virgin who had never spoken to a woman before and was very nervous. This was his act while his heart remained cold and he controlled himself from flying into the woman's throat. Let's walk hand in hand, Yuuma. Let's go, Issei. The two were walking hand in hand towards a certain environment, which was Hyoudou's house, who remained calm, but his hand was shaking as the two talked. Seemed to be very nervous, Yuuma. Yes, it's the first time I've held hands with a girl, Issei. The woman didn't know that the boy's hands weren't shaking because of nervousness, they were shaking because of his incredible desire to kill her and not being able to do it at that moment. The two quickly separated when they arrived at Hyoudou's house before exchanging a passionate kiss at the initiative of the brown-haired young man who continued to act. She has to give me good exp or this won't be worth anything, Issei. Those were Issei's last thoughts before he began studying about firearms, the different types of firearms, and other things to increase synchronization with Snake and Ezio. The dream the boy had at night was that he was being ordered by the figure of Ezio Auditore to assassinate someone without being noticed. He failed many times and was brutally beaten by an angry crowd. The dream lasted 8 hours with him making 4 successful assassinations and failing dozens of times in another. The synchronization with Ezio Auditore was going very well, and he now seemed to understand what it was like to be an assassin. I'll be able to kill that bitch with these skills, Issei. Issei was very happy when he thought that he had a date with the woman today and that he could kill her soon, so that he would no longer fear for his life or those who were close to him. Amano Yuuma was dressed very well in a light lilac t-shirt and a black skirt. She looked very beautiful while the brown-haired teenager wore a red short-sleeved shirt and black pants. Are we going to the movies, Issei? Come on, darling, Yuuma. The two were hugging each other while pretending to be a loving couple, but the truth is that they both wanted to kill each other and were hiding masks so that this would not happen yet. Amano Yuuma and Issei had a healthy meeting like cinema. The two laughed a lot while doing it, and even the brown-haired young man doubted that that red color was real, but he didn't see any hesitation. That person is a professional killer to hide so well, Issei. His senses were very heightened, and that's why he wanted to hurry to a certain place. The two of them were going to the park after the movie ended. Issei-kun, Yuuma. Yuuma seemed to be speaking with a mysterious tone that was not seen by Issei, and his instincts were screaming at that moment when she was about to say some more words. She's going to kill me, Issei. Hyoudou felt the woman's murderous intent being released and felt suffocated at that moment. He instinctively put his hand on his pistol and fired 5 shots in the time of 1 second towards the woman who smiled. She was surprised that he didn't take out a knife but a pistol, and felt that she had underestimated him when one of the bullets managed to graze her stomach and the others were dodged with great skill and agility. Seems like you really were an assassin, Issei. Bastard Yuuma. Black wings were growing on the woman's back and the boy quickly began shooting again, but the bullets were skillfully deflected as she approached him with a sadistic and angry expression. I'm going to kill you, Yuuma. I loved your serial killer cosplay, dear, Issei. Issei quickly ran into the trees as he tried to get away from the woman who was manifesting a type of pinkish light spear in her hands. She quickly launched this projectile that seemed to be magical and devastating in his direction. This is no joke, Issei. The young man saw how that spear of light had destroyed 2 trees at the same time when it was thrown. He had seen how it would probably kill him if it hit his body full on. You scared Yuuma. And a lot, Issei. The teenager chose to hide in one of the trees while using his parkour skills to climb them. He was hiding his breathing and heartbeat so as not to be detected while exchanging bullets. Angels' senses are more powerful than a human's even if they are enhanced, Yuuma. What the hell do you want with me, Issei? That which is inside you and which God gave you, Yuuma. So she's wanting the system, Issei. The mission was basically completed at that instant and the 2 of them could seriously kill each other at that moment with both of them putting out their killing intent. The problem was that the light spear was really very destructive and ended up destroying the tree he was in without him being able to react. Damn, Issei. The boy had to jump with some injuries to another tree as he fell to the ground, almost being impaled by the black-haired woman. I got you, Yuuma. Here's the present, Issei. The hidden blades made their debut when he rolled on the ground to avoid being hit by the spear of light and showed himself to stab the woman's legs while she was still on the ground. The intention was to cut the tendon or heel, but he failed and only caused considerable damage. The boy thought he couldn't stop and quickly used his other hand as he stood up to stab the woman's stomach, who quickly grabbed his hand and broke it at the same time. A human cannot pose a threat to a fallen angel, not the great Rainier. The other hand was quickly used to stab the woman, even though the young man felt a lot of pain and screamed because of it, and managed to graze the woman's stomach, who delivered a sharp kick to his stomach to send him flying towards a tree. Bitch from hell, Issei. Several of his ribs had broken at that moment while blood splattered on the ground as he tried to retreat. The black-haired sadist quickly threw a spear of light that grazed his belly and another that almost blinded him. Seems you're not as brave as you think, Rainier. Issei was quickly hit by a spear in his belly and spat out a lot of blood as he kept running. He was shouting some things several times. The hell do you want to kill me, Issei? I need to take away this gift that makes you so strong. A human does not deserve this sacred gear given to you by God, Rainier. Then it seems it's the sinner's duty to take it away, Issei. Yes, Rainier. Hyoudou quickly disappeared after this was said, and a trail of blood was left behind, which the woman did not want to follow as she thought he would die from the bleeding. He's going to die anyway, Rainier. Issei was sitting in a tree while thinking about many things that had happened. The spear that hit him was on purpose to give the illusion that it had been at a vital point, and there was also the fact that he needed to look desperate so as not to draw the attention of the black-haired girl. I get into all sorts of trouble, but the mission was a success, Issei. The young man was breathing heavily as he thought about the injuries he had suffered at that moment, injuries that could lead to his death if he was careless. It's a good thing I prepared myself a little, Issei. The boy took out a sewing kit to give himself first aid, as he knew he would get hurt in this battle, and so he prepared himself properly when he tore up some rags that he had also brought. I'll kill that bitch next time, Issei. He heard the sound of footsteps and quickly drew his pistol in his working hand while activating his eagle eye to see the intentions of the person who was approaching. A woman with crimson hair had approached. Her eyes were blue like the calm river, and her body was nothing more and nothing less than something that could be categorized as perfect. Seems like you managed to survive the fight with that woman, Riaz. Is he a fallen angel too, Issei? The boy simply didn't shoot because the woman's skin color was greenish, meaning she had no malicious intentions towards him. No, I'm just the master of this territory and a demon, Riaz. More trouble coming, Issei. Riaz was smiling when she saw that the man wasn't scared when he saw that she was a demon. He was calm and serene as he thought about what the two of them were going to talk about. Can I know the reasons why you came before me, Issei? Issei thought that this woman would want something from him, and it wasn't just a simple introduction where the two talked and got along well. Aren't you interested in becoming a devil, Riaz? Hyoudou was deep in thought when a system screen appeared. At that exact moment, the option appeared to himself. Choice 1. Become a devil from Riaz Gremmary's group and raise your level to 3. The user will reach the status of a superhuman and low-class devil, but will have weaknesses such as sacred and celestial objects. Characters related to demonic beings can be obtained more easily in this route. 2. Refuse to be a devil in Riaz Gremmary's group. There are no benefits in this route. The boy found it very strange that being a demon had so many benefits at that moment. He thought that was almost a yes. There's some kind of demerit like having to devour souls or deceive others, Issei. The only downside is that you will be subordinate to me as a lesser devil, but you will still have all your freedom, Riaz. Issei was thinking that this was a 1 in a million chance of being able to deal with supernatural beings, as it would be very difficult to deal with beings like Rainier normally without the help of someone experienced. I accept, Issei. His consciousness had faded at that exact moment because of the continued bleeding and also because of the broken bones. The damage he had suffered was too great and Riaz had to act quickly to save his life. User has completed the main quest, System. The user changed his race to a low-class devil. The user's statuses evolved greatly. The user's lifespan has been increased by 10,000 life years. The user has gained an affinity with demonic characters or those with demonic blood. The user has broken through the limits of a normal human and has become a superhuman, an equivalent to a low-class devil. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 3. Exp 170. Strength 10. Vitality 8. Magic 2. Speed 9. Luck 12. Agility 9. Dexterity 11. Skills: firearms proficiency, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditor, Assassin's Creed. Roles: the user has no points in the gacha gamer roulette. Demon life. The brown-haired young man was drowsy in some place he didn't know, but he found it comfortable and familiar and soon recognized his bed. His thoughts were wavering because of the drowsiness, but he soon woke up fully when he thought about how he could have stopped at his bed in his room and see if there was anyone else in that place. He found himself looking at a woman with crimson hair who was lying next to him at that moment and was shocked to death. His scream was held back by his instincts, already trained by the battles and experiences of the collected characters. Looks like you woke up, laughs. The red-haired woman was getting up from the bed and putting on her clothes normally. She was wearing the black mature underwear right in front of the young man full of hormones. Should be a little embarrassed about dressing up in front of a man, Issei. There are only 2 of us here and I won't be ashamed in front of my servant, Riaz. I had forgotten about this subordinate demon thing, Issei. The young man was laughing as he thought that it was an embarrassment that he had become someone's servant, but now he could live for more than 10,000 years and also had other advantages that truly made up for it. Shall we go to school? Laughs. You want to go with me, Issei? And why wouldn't I? Laughs. Reputation as a pervert and your reputation as a noble lady, Issei. I don't care about those superficial things, laughs. The boy just laughed when he heard his teacher's answer and went to get dressed too so he could go to Kyo Academy. The two would have a nice reception when they went to that place. Our Aya-sama is going with that pervert, Murayama, can't be true, Cadri, the two girls who usually beat up the brown-haired boy, were in disbelief to see those two walking together, and the rest of the school was also of the same opinion. I don't like being looked at like that, Issei Hyoudou was having all the attention he was getting because his instincts were now similar to those of an assassin. He liked not being noticed and staying in the shadows. Snake and Ezio's characters were making him feel that way. Issei Madohama/Matsuda. The two arrived ready to punch their perverted friend in the face, and he quickly dodged both blows before tripping them with a simple movement of his leg. Two really need to train more, Issei. I liked it better when you were a fuck-up like us, Madohama. When you fucked up in our place and not now, Matsuda. The young man was just laughing at the sadness of his friends who were very envious of her situation, but would not try to do anything like use violence because of his martial superiority. I'll find a girlfriend for the three of us when I become popular, Issei. Promise, Matsuda. Can't go back on this, Madohama. The three of them started talking happily again as they headed towards the classroom. The lack of enthusiasm for studying was obvious among the rest of Kyo's perverted trio, and only one of them managed to hide it. What a boring business, Issei/Madohama/Matsuda. Issei's focus was so great that he couldn't leave the class behind and could only remain paying attention to the teacher because of this to train his senses. The curfew bell fueled the hope of the three perverts who were tired of listening to the physics teacher talking about formulas and anything else that bored them. There might be a formula for getting along with women, Matsuda. Wouldn't be able to use that formula with your stupidity, Madohama. True, Issei. Matsuda was extremely irritated while his two other friends were laughing until a certain blue-eyed blonde arrived in the room, causing the girls to blush and catching their attention. Issei Hyoudou is in this room, Kiba. Himself, Issei. President Ria's Gremory asked you to see, Kiba. Hyoudou did not refuse the invitation to meet Ria's Gremory. He had plans to meet her at the end of class, and this was just a postponement of his plans anyway. I'm going then, Issei. Matsuda and Madohama were grinding their teeth as they saw their brown-haired friend entering the popular phase of his life and them falling behind, and were content only when they heard that they would do well with women with his help. The occult club room was something that had a gothic decoration, an older style, but something that still had a certain beauty, and there were only two people in that place for now. An extremely beautiful black-haired woman, her body could be said to be extremely endowed, and exuded a mature and very attractive charm, while the other was a small white-haired girl who could be categorized as an extremely cute loli, who had certain similarities to a cat. Kiba and Hyoudou had arrived in the room and thus made four people in the fifth. The most important person seemed to be in the shower, and that's why they had to wait a moment. Looks like everyone is here, laughs. Ria's Gremory was drying her hair with a towel while her body was completely wet from the bath she had taken at that moment. Her scent was very sweet to the sense of smell of a certain pervert. First of all, I welcome Issei as my newest subordinate and want you to introduce yourself, Riaz. Issei quickly got up from the sofa he was sitting on and made a rather polite gesture to introduce himself to everyone in the classroom. I am Hyoudou Issei and I am a 17-year-old boy. I am not good with hand-to-hand combat, but I am confident in my espionage and assassination skills. Issei. The four people in the room were silent, and the silver-haired loli had dropped her candy on the floor with that performance. I think I have a pretty dangerous senpai, Kaneko. I don't think it was one of the best performances, Kiba. Ara Akino. The brown-haired boy sat on one of the sofas, while everyone had returned to their seats with some doubts. Can I get some weapons, Butchu? Issei. Want to increase your arsenal? Laughs. Yes, I was a normal person until recently when my sacred gear awakened and I wanted to adapt to my fighting style. Issei. Make a list of firearms that will be useful to you in combat and I will help you. Laughs. Thank you, Issei. Issei was getting very happy when he thought that he would get a sniper, a rifle and also a shotgun. He would be armed to the teeth to kill Rainer the next time they saw each other. The boy was smiling a lot as he took a pen and paper to write down the types of weapons he wanted, and also some other things like a factory to produce ammunition. Riaz was thinking about getting the boy's weapons, but that they would be from the demonic world, and that they would be improved with the technology and magic of her homeland. You have any other questions? Laughs. Yes, Issei. Then you can ask. Laughs. Hyoudou was attracting everyone's attention as they tried to understand what this mysterious kuhai they would have now was like, and who seemed to be quite dangerous knowing what he did. You watch my fight with Rainier, Issei. Yes, it laughs. So is there a reason you didn't help me, a poor defenseless human, Issei? Are not a helpless human nor a poor thing, but there is a reason why I didn't help you, laughs. Gremory had thought of a reason not to help that brown-haired man even if he was a classmate from the same school, a very convincing reason that would have no answers for it. First, I'm going to have to explain to you about the three biblical factions, demons, angels, and fallen ones. The three factions are in a kind of temporary truce that can be broken by any disagreement they have, and I need a reason to be able to act against anyone from another faction besides the demons. I couldn't just save you and kill Rainier. I need proof, evidence, and support to be able to act in this complicated moment we're in. Laughs. Issei thought that the world they were in was quite dangerous at the moment, and that a kind of cold war was happening between these three factions that seemed to have enormous power. So it wouldn't matter if I died so you could get the evidence and kill Rainier, right? Issei. Yes, you were an innocent person, but the risk of provoking those war fanatics for your life wasn't worth it. Laughs. It worth it, Issei. The brown-haired young man's eyebrow rose when he heard that word, as there was a change in the red-haired woman's behavior. Are now my precious subordinate, and I am willing to fight against the world for you. Our previous relationship was not enough to risk the demon's skin for you. Riaz. Issei was smiling as he listened to his master's words, while Riaz seemed to be a little nervous because of the situation the two found themselves in. I like you and your personality. Issei Hyoudou promises loyalty to Riaz Gremory from this moment on. Issei. The red-haired noble demon had passed Issei's test. The woman was neither 8 or 80 in being too cold or being too kind. She was a person who knew how to act as she should and thus gained his approval to be her master. Hyoudou knew that it was not an act because of his skills acquired with Snake to detect body gestures and thus discover lies through involuntary body movements. Thank you, laughs. The others were relieved that there was no fight, argument, or resentment towards Hyoudou for almost dying and not having Gremory's help to save his life. I'm Akino Himejima, I'm your senpai. Akino. I'm Kiba Yuyuro, Kiba. Kaneko. The three introduced themselves and the group was excited during the entire break they spent talking and having fun. The newbie was quickly welcomed, and almost everyone forgot how he had said he was an assassin and spy. You managed to get a kiss from Gremory, Motohama. Looks like you're the new housemate, Matsuda. Your ideas are ridiculous, Issei. The boy had to put up with the idiocy of his two perverted friends who were questioning him about Riaz Gremory, Akino Himejima, and also about the occult club he was going to start being a part of. The return to the occult club room happened after 2 hours of class. He was mentally exhausted from trying to be a great student this time and also wanting to know what demons did. Everyone is here and I would like to start our work day now, laughs. Riaz explained to Issei the proposal of pacts between humans and demons in modern times and that it did not require souls or eternal servitude. So the way to meet the client is through a teleportation circle? Issei. Riaz, the young man, looked at the teleportation symbol and saw if he could use it as instructed, but his magic power of only 2 points was not something that met that requirement. I think I'd better walk there, Issei. I hope you train your demonic power with Akino from today onwards so you can use it better and increase its total amount. Riaz. Leave it to me, Issei. Main quest 3 rewards 25 exp. Points, status points. Description: the user must form a successful pact with the client and thus establish his status as a successful demon. Penalty: status point debuff. The low-class demon took the job completely seriously when he saw that he could gain status points and exp. He could become even stronger and increase his chances against Rainier the moment he was given permission to kill her and her cronies without breaking the peace treaty. Does a pact do something with a devil? Issei. Demons are evaluated by how many pacts they have made. Their deeds are also taken into account, and this can end up making them evolve in strength. Their status also evolves from low-class to medium-class demon like that. Riaz. I understand, Issei. Hyoudou understood that with each pact a type of mysterious force similar to Exp would enter and thus make the demon even more powerful. This power would be very useful for him. Then I'll go out to complete my first pact. I hope Butchu gets the weapons I asked for. Issei. The boy quickly disappeared as if he were a shadow and the windows were open in that place. The demons in the room were able to see that movement because of the absurd difference in strength between the two sides, but it still surprised them. He wasn't kidding when he said he was an expert in assassination and espionage. Kiba. I think I found a very interesting person. Laughs. Very dangerous apparently. Kanik. It's still interesting. Akino. None of the 4 members of the occult club had any disgust or aversion towards Issei for being a murderer, and the truth is that they had already encountered people who could be worse than him. The trip to the location was very peaceful, and no one was able to keep up with the boy who moved like a shadow while doing parkour and certain movements that could be dangerous for an untrained person. The attributes increased by a demon's status greatly helped his body in its movement, and he already felt very confident because of it. A devil's power is truly something astonishing, there's no comparison. Issei. The low-level demon quickly arrived at the scene and chose not to enter in the conventional way. He chose to discreetly enter the house of his employer, who seemed to be a hardcore otaku. Seems that the one who summoned me is someone quite addicted to anime. What a remarkable guy. Issei. The person who had summoned a demon was a man with black hair tied in a ponytail. The person wore glasses and was quite thin. His face was not very handsome and even a little ugly. Seems I summoned a thief demon. I'm a newbie who can't teleport through magic circles, so I arrived this way. Issei. Don't you knock on the door. I would be a fake demon with no imposing presence if I did that. Issei. True. The man quickly introduced himself later as Morisawa and was a hardcore otaku who asked for pacts with demons to liven up his life a little. He was looking for entertainment. I already know how to do it. Issei. What, Morisawa? Issei quickly talked about Dragon Ball after realizing that the two were quite otakus, and a friendship quickly formed between demon and human. A heated discussion had also started, and the contract seemed to be completed. User has completed the main mission and the rewards have already been distributed. The status increase will be carried out once his body and mind rest to synchronize his new powers. System. The demon was very happy when he saw that the mission had been completed and returned home very happy. The return was by a normal path until some strange things happened due to his special ability activating. There's a hostile presence here. Issei. Hyoudou quickly looked for the hostile presence that was emanating a murderous intent in his direction. A man in an overcoat and black hat. This person seemed to be middle-aged, and his power was something much more powerful than a poor low-class demon would currently have. Seems you have discovered the great Donaseek. That person was glowing with a reddish glow according to his eagle-eye ability. His reaction was to quickly take out a knife from his foot and a pistol from his waist. The fallen angel laughed when he saw this and manifested a spear of light at that very instant. The black-haired fallen angel sought to approach at high speed with the spear of light in his hands, while the demon quickly did the same while firing bullets from his pistol. Donaseek's reflexes were impressive as he dodged bullets that could reach a speed greater than that of sound and attacked as soon as he got close to Issei with a swift thrust. Hyoudou did not disappoint as he quickly dodged the spear and tried to stab his enemy quickly with his knife and mortal towards his wrist, and thus disable him from using that part of his body. He's not someone ordinary like Rainier said, Donaseek. The fallen man flapped his wings and managed to get a boost to retreat and not be stabbed in his wrist and have his arm disabled by that extremely young and capable assassin. His evaluation of me is high enough to not have underestimated me and not get stabbed. His intention to retreat is already something that makes him have basic notions of combat. Issei. Seems you're quite capable for a Gremory dog, Donaseek. Issei was laughing out loud when he heard someone call him Ria's Gremory's dog. He found it all funny as he looked at his enemy. What's funny, Donaseek? Sad that you're going to die for her puppy, what a shame. Issei. Damn brat, Donaseek. The boy and the fallen angel quickly went into another direct clash in which both were heading towards each other at high speed. Their speeds seemed to be equal until the one wearing the overcoat propelled himself with the flapping of his wings and gained more strength and speed. Your mind, don't seek. The spear of light was quickly thrown towards the boy, who dodged it just barely due to his strength and speed being greater than before and his body not being very well trained. Now there's no escape, don't seek. That black-haired man's true attack was another spear of light that appeared in his opposite hand and was ready to stab the boy, who just smiled as he let that dangerous energy weapon tear apart part of his ribs to create an opening. Your mind, Issei. The spear pierced a point carefully planned by the assassin and spy who completely understood the human body and its vital points. The knife had already been dropped to grab that weapon that penetrated him, and the other hand was not using the pistol to shoot his enemy. It was trying to get closer to him to grab his neck. The assassin's hidden blade had manifested at high speed to quickly rip apart their enemy's neck and leave him bleeding to death on the ground as he lost his strength. The user gained 15 points for killing Donasik. The user gained 15 points for killing a fallen angel for the first time. System. I'll just burn this body and go back home. Issei Hyoudou didn't pay much attention when he started to get rid of Donasik's body to go back home. He already had the basic knowledge for this after researching on the internet to increase synchronization with the styles of Naked Snake and Ezio Auditore. The boy couldn't wait to sleep in his comfortable bed and get rid of the bad smell and also the blood on his clothes. He had to be stealthy so as not to be caught by his parents. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 3. X57D. Strength 13. Vitality 10. Magic 3. Speed 12. Luck 15. Agility 12. Dexterity 13. Skills: firearms proficiency, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio Auditore, Assassin's Creed. Roles: the user has no points in the gacha gamer roulette. Meeting with a nun. The brown-haired youth had the same dream again, the dream of being trained by Snake and Ezio to become accustomed to the skills he had gained. Today is Saturday and there is no class. I think I'll read some stuff. Issei Hyoudou wasn't reading anything perverted. He was reading some articles about firearms, ancient and classic torture methods, and also bladed weapons that could be useful in combat. I'm going to buy some clothes. I have to buy a detective-like overcoat because I can hide my weapons in there. Issei. The reason he also bought an overcoat and similar clothes was because of the style that such clothing had. He really liked it, and its practicality in combat was also great. Rias told me that my weapons and equipment should arrive in 3 days. I'm looking forward to it. Issei. His face emanated great joy when he thought of touching weapons from the demonic world that could be useful in ending the race of various enemies like Rainier. The hatred he had for that fallen angel was something difficult to explain in words. The clothes he chose to leave the house were a black shirt and a white coat that could hide the pistol and knife he always carried in case he needed to fight. I wanted to order online, but it's not good to do that. Issei Hyoudou received an allowance from his parents and saved enough money to buy eroges or perverted materials, but now that money would go to things he found more useful, and he also had extra income that he earned by killing drug dealers and selling excess weapons. The store he chose was one recommended for clothes with good fabric, but which were also not too expensive to buy something. The attendant was very respectful to Hyoudou, and for that he received a tip equivalent to $30. I am a very humble person. Issei. The user is poor. System. Issei felt like cursing the system at that moment, but he held himself back from doing so out of fear of what might happen and just chose 4 overcoats and some pants and shoes that were comfortable to wear in combat. Black shirts were also chosen. The clothes he chose emphasized his skills as an assassin and spy to help him in combat, so he could fight to the fullest of his abilities. I guess I have to eat too. Issei. The system user had spent a few hours in the store to choose the best clothes that would help him in combat and ended up spending a lot of time, as he could not buy just anything due to his financial situation and also because of his combat style that required good things. What is that thing, Issei? The boy blushed when he saw a pair of white panties swaying in the middle of the square. A woman with blonde hair was lying on the ground and seemed to be quite awkward to get up. Need help, Issei? Thanks. The woman quickly stood up and accepted the hand to stand up. The person seemed to be dressed like a nun and was very beautiful. Her breasts weren't as big as Ria's or Akino, but she wasn't a lowly like Kaneko either. Can I ask for your help? My name is Asia Argento. Asia. I'm Hyoudou Issei. Nice to meet you, Issei-san. Asia. Hyoudou saw this woman's color with eagle vision and realized that her coloring was green, so the next step he wanted to take was to ask her out on a date and see if he could hit the jackpot. You want to have lunch with me? I think you're hungry, Is. It's not too much, Asia. The boy really liked this when he quickly guided the nun to a fast food place where they could both eat. His reaction as he got to know her was that this girl was naive, country, and also quite cute. I feel filthy to be in a relationship with her, Is. Issei-san is so good, I bet he's a kind person, Asia. Hyoudou felt a sense of inferiority at that moment when he saw such a pure person and thought of himself, a person so filthy and already stained with sins. He had an unusual lust, had killed people and even tortured some others. What are you doing in town, Is? I was invited to preach at a certain church, Asia. Which church, Issei? That church that looks abandoned, Asia. Issei didn't want to go near a church because of his demonic nature and also because of the risks he would have in getting involved with sacred things and people who could manipulate his weakness. I can guide you to that place, but let's go to a meeting first, Is. Are you okay going out with someone like me, Asia? I'm fine leaving because it's you, Is. The woman blushed when she heard the brown-haired man's flirting and accepted the invitation. The two quickly left that place and went to a gaming center with various ways to entertain themselves. The hours passed and the smile on both of their faces was more stagnant on each of their faces. One was happy to be able to see the world and enjoy the pleasures of life that he had. The other was happy to feel that his darkened and darkness-filled heart was illuminated by someone who seemed to be like a son to himself. Issei might not have inherited Ezio or Snake's memories or personality, but he still inherited part of their instincts and also part of their feelings, causing darkness to fill his heart when he began to commit murders in a cold-blooded manner. Thank you, Asia, Is. I'm the one who has to thank Issei-san, Asia. The two were in the city park when they felt a great closeness between them, one that made both of them blush as they tried to bring their lips closer to each other until something strange happened. A barrier was erected and the real world was isolated to another dimension while there were only two people now. The boy's instincts quickly rose to the maximum and his eagle vision was activated. The pistol and knife were quickly drawn as he felt danger and a killing intent coming towards him. Two spears of light came towards him to try to pierce his legs. The boy quickly dodged this by jumping to the side and looking at the person who had summoned the barrier and also the person who was going to try to fight him. Seems like you've already forgotten about your ex-girlfriend, Rainier. I think he's jealous, Is. So let me teach my ex-boyfriend a lesson, Rainier. The woman materialized another spear of light and quickly threw it towards the boy as she approached. The young man moved away to dodge the spear of light as it shot towards the fallen angel. The shots were quite accurate and aimed at the heart and vital areas. The pistol had a rapid and automatic fire to make several shots per second. Rainier dodged quite easily while throwing the spears of light that exploded and generated some smaller craters. Those craters generated by those annoying projectiles are capable of destabilizing me. I have to be careful not to engage in close combat with her as well. Is. He's stronger than before and it seems like his sacred gear is making rapid growth, Rainier. Asia sat confused when she saw those two fighting at the same time. The woman felt a little hope when she saw Issei fighting on equal terms with her captor and the person who would probably kill her. Argento was also afraid that this fallen angel would kill the person who had given him a beautiful encounter, the person he had met today and asked to enter his heart even though they had never met before. I hope you survive, Issei-san, Asia. Main Mission 4. Rewards 10 exp. Description: the user must survive a duel against the fallen angel Rainier, who has superior status and techniques. Penalty: death. Side mission 3. Rewards 10 exp. Description: the user must rescue Asia Argento from Rainier's hands and thus have their own romance. Penalty: loss of status. Issei smiled when he saw that 2 missions were triggered at that moment. Both of them didn't talk about defeating Rainier, and he was happy about that, as he felt like he wouldn't be able to do that now. I have to make this damn thing go back, Issei. The boy understood his limits as not being someone so strong in hand-to-hand combat. He was someone more capable in assassination and in the shadows than fighting in the light where he could be attacked from all sides. The young man continued to think as he changed the magazine of the pistol he was using and reloaded his weapon. The black-haired fallen angel sought to approach him for direct combat and thus use his superior status as an advantage. Continuing to fight with firearms is useless for now. I can't hurt her with the speed these bullets have, and my only chance is to risk everything in hand-to-hand combat. The firearm was quickly tucked into his waistband as he ran towards the woman with the short knife in his hand, ready to rip out her vitals and anything else. I may be physically stronger and my skills are superior, but I cannot underestimate this bastard who probably killed Donosik. His attacks are aimed at my vital points and I must not let even one hit me. Rainier. The two quickly clashed with it, using one of their hands normally and the other trying to thrust with the spear of light. The boy responded by dodging and avoiding the clash between the spear and the knife, because his weapon would probably break. The small combat knife tried to cut the woman's wrists in quick cuts, or at least cut a vein. His cuts were deadly or close to it because of the mastery he had. The spear of light was very threatening when one remembered the raw power it had, and also because of the evil nature a demon had and the holy and heavenly power such a spear had. Dozens of thrusts happened in more than 5 seconds, and the result was that the boy was covered in wounds as the spear had grazed his body because of the difference in strength between the two sides. Issei-san, Asia. Asia was very worried about the boy, who was heavily injured at that moment in trying to fight the fallen angel who was clearly superior in almost every aspect. I need a strategy, Issei. I'll win as long as the pace of the battle continues like this. This guy will get tired and I'll be ready to deliver the final blow. Rainier. I have an idea, Issei. Hyoudou noticed that the two of them were moving around a lot while fighting and wanted to use a risky idea he had in mind while guiding the battle to a certain location that could be the key point of the battle. The plan began when some of the thrusts began to be more deadly on his body. He wanted to blind this fallen angel with confidence and arrogance so that he could not see where the battle was going. The next step began when they arrived near a lake in the park, and the boy quickly went to the place while the woman thought she could not let this person escape as she threw several spears of light at that moment. I think he's going to run away, Rainier. Idiot, Issei. Several explosions happened in the water, and that was the moment he activated Eagle Vision to have an improved view. The murderer drew his pistol to quickly shoot several vital points in the moment of a second to try to kill this evil being in front of him. The fallen man's vision could see nothing but water rising upwards because of the explosion of the spears in the lake. Her surprise was enormous when she saw several coming towards her, and she almost couldn't dodge them. Damn Rainier. The bullets failed to kill her, but they managed to leave her badly injured and caused her power to drop due to the bleeding. Hyoudou quickly advanced towards her in hand-to-hand combat. Damn brat, Rainier. I think my ex is mad. Is she going to cry? Issei wanted to provoke her so that she would lose herself in her anger and thus generate a movement that would have an opening to stab her in her belly. A large cut was generated at that moment with a danger to her life. You'll see what happens next time, Rainier. The black wings flapped so he could fly, and so he left with a teleportation spell that had the symbol of something related to it. He didn't know it because he was someone quite unfamiliar with the supernatural. The main and sub-missions were completed at the same time. The user rose to level 4. System. Issei-san, Asia. Asia approached her savior at that moment. The blonde-haired girl was afraid of what could happen if the fight continued at that pace where she saw him badly injured. I'm glad you're okay, Issei. Hyoudu's body felt his body getting better and his wounds closing as a green glow enveloped his body and thus recognized that Rainier was not behind him, she was behind Asia. Asia, do you have a sacred gear? Issei. Yes, I was born with this power, Asia. The boy was a little furious when he thought that someone else had suffered at the hands of those fallen angels for having a sacred gear. He thought of the people who would have died because of this. Let's go to a certain place, Asia, Issei. The brown-haired boy quickly made a few calls to Ria's Gremory asking for the Gremory group to join, as he had a request for her, his master and also a noble devil. It took him 2 hours to arrive at the occult club room at that time because of his wounds being healed, and also to not reveal Asia to the outside world as having a healing ability. So this girl was targeted by Rainier, Ria's. Yes, I wanted to leave her under your protection or even add her to your nobility if both sides agree. Issei. Join the nobility, Asia. Would be a demon subordinate to me like Issei and everyone else would be, Ria's. So could you stay with Issei-san, Asia? Yes, it laughs. I accept then, Asia. Ria's thought she had hit the jackpot by finding a human who had healing abilities. This person would be very useful for her dream of rising in the underworld as a great competitor in the raiding games. Issei laughs. Ria's was emanating a very powerful aura at that moment. She was very serious when she thought about the problems created by the fallen and when she dared to touch her pawn. What are your chances of completing the hunt and destroy mission, Ria's? Minus 70%, Issei. With Kiba and Kaneko by your side, Ria's. Minus 100%, Issei. So you have an order to hunt down and destroy those damned fallen ones for entering my territory, hurting my dear subordinates and thinking they can do whatever they want. Laughs. She was very serious when she said this. Hyoudou quickly smiled when he heard his master's words. Kiba was also doing the same thing and Kaneko just kept her stoic face when she placed her plows. Understood, Kaneko/Issei/K Iba. Main Mission 5. Rewards 50x Gacha Gamer Roulette Points. Description: follow your master's orders and destroy Rainier's group as she says, a mission of annihilation where no mercy is allowed. Penalty: death. Name: Issei Hyoudou. Level 4. Exp 080. Strength 15. Vitality 11. Magic 3. Speed 14. Luck 17. Agility 14. Dexterity 15. Skills: firearms proficiency, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditor, Assassin's Creed. Roles: the user has no points in the Gacha Gamer Roulette. A mass murder in the Cathedral and revenge. Issei was carrying a backpack that had some weapons as he went to a certain hideout of the fallen angels. He was calm as he was accompanied by Kiba and Kaneko. What's the plan going to be, Kiba? I think the assassin senpai should come up with it since he is more used to killing and fighting, Kaneko. I'll do the reconnaissance and then we'll see the best way to act, Issei. The brown-haired boy quickly moved like a shadow as he activated his eagle eyes to sense everyone's presence through walls and auras. He was controlling his breathing and heartbeat so as not to be detected. The reconnaissance would be to know how many humans there were in that place, how many fallen angels, and also if there was any threat that could threaten the lives of the 3 demons of the Gremory clan. Ezio and Snake's skills were being very useful in recognizing the followers who were in those places, the fallen angels, and thus he was able to see that there were some beings who deserved recognition. A crazy priest who emanated an aura of insanity and seemed to be extremely disturbed. He had a very foul mouth. 3 fallen angels were also present, and Rainier seemed to be cured. I got the best route, Issei. Hyoudou quickly returned to Kaneko and Kiba while having a confident smile on his face. His next step was to take out a sniper rifle that had been added to his arsenal by Ria's Gremory. Take these headphones so we can communicate while I clear the way. The primary elimination targets will be the fallen angels and a crazy priest. The rest and Rainier can leave it to me, Issei. Kiba and K-Wunko were getting extremely serious when they thought they were working with a professional killer. the boy seemed to be used to eliminating lives as if he was crushing insects. Senpai seems to be too used to killing. Kaneko. I am Issei. It's good that we have someone so trustworthy on our team. Kiba. Kiba saw the good side of having someone who was from the underworld of the human world on the Gremory team, the chance of them evolving even further by having someone with this vision and surviving was greater. The assassin quickly positioned himself in a place where he could shoot most targets and would change as the situation required. The first target that was eliminated were two cultists who were talking. The sound of the bullet was muffled by the silencer as the sniper managed to fire multiple times in a row because of the underworld technology and the magic it had to automatically reload. I love the underworld. Issei. User gained 6 EXP points by eliminating 2 cultists. System. Can continue forward. Issei Hyoudou was eliminating cultist by cultist until he could not have any evidence. Ibo was making the bodies disappear by creating a sword that made the shadows swallow the corpses. The weapon was absolutely effective, and those who were in blind spots were easily eliminated by Kiba and Wunko. The blonde swordsman used his sword to apply lethal blows to the neck, and thus not let the cultists scream while Kaneko grabbed their heads and broke their necks. The trio looked like a team of extremely trained mercenaries at the moment when a pile of more than 20 people had been killed, and no one had noticed the absence of these people. The boy quickly moved closer to the location to begin invading with full force alongside his companions. He didn't want to be noticed by anyone, and that's why he wasn't going to appear in the sight of any of the fallen or cultists. He was just going to do his job of pulling the trigger and killing. It's impressive how cold-hearted Issei-kun is when he eliminates his enemies. Kiba felt that he could easily kill someone, but he couldn't lose himself in the carnage and kill one again, kill another, and thus continue a cycle of killing without going a little insane or doubting life. Are different types of people. Senpai could burn down the entire Japan and wouldn't feel a thing. Kaneko thought that her brown-haired companion was someone apathetic to feelings and put on a mask of having some. The young man seemed to be able to eliminate anyone as long as he was interested in doing so, and the order was given for the elimination to be carried out. I'm not that cold. Issei Hyoudou thought that killing a city of tens of thousands of people was his psychological limit. He couldn't kill more than that amount without seriously damaging his head. How many did each of us kill? Kiba. I must have killed less than Kiba and Issei-senpai. Kaneko. Number of bodies is 11 people killed by me, 6 killed by Iba, and 3 by Kaneko-chan. Issei Hyoudou was happy when he thought that these 11 people had turned into 33 EXP points. Level 5 was close, and he would complete this mission soon to earn a point in the Gacha Gamer and also to become stronger. The firearm was put away, and the option he had now taken was a submachine gun that could be carried in his hand, a semi-automatic pistol with a very powerful bullet and also some throwing knives, a short sword that could be used for combat as well, the light and fragmentation grenades part of his arsenal. His overcoat and black clothes helped him to store his weapons and also to camouflage himself in the darkness. The trio was reunited again while the bodies were already cleaned outside. Fallen Angel's familiars must have probably taken something, so we can end the stealth. Issei. Can you fight properly in the lights? Kiba. I have a little confidence. Issei. The white-haired loli didn't pay much attention to what the two were talking about as she punched the large wooden door with great force and was thrown towards several followers at the same time. The brown-haired youth quickly threw a flash grenade at that moment, and thus the vision of several people in that cathedral was damaged. The terrorists' moment of terror began again. Kiba and Issei were accurate when it came to taking the lives of their enemies. The blonde-haired swordsman used his sword with incredible cutting and absurd speed to rip off heads and slit throats. The brown-haired assassin used his machine gun to shoot several in the head or other vital points while they were blinded and disoriented by what had happened. The little girl was also not far behind, as she killed several by throwing rocks with her monstrous strength. These short seconds felt like an infinity to those who were losing their lives. The number of lives continued to increase until almost everyone was dead, and only a few units remained who ran in great fear. The number of bodies in that place was 20 cultists. The state of the bodies was horrible when any of them had killed. I killed 8 of those guys. Issei. I think I killed about 5. Kaneko. I killed 7. I almost reached Issei-kun. Iba. Hyoudu's 2 companions were starting to get used to the deaths by doing this continuously in the cathedral. The 3 felt that this was not a proper warm-up, as there were still fallen angels and a crazy priest left. I gained 24x points in this massacre. The 33 previously was quite a lot, and I should have 57. Issei Hyoudou really wanted to use the quest reward to get him to at least 50% of level 50, so he would probably try to kill more people in the meantime, and his goal would primarily be to raise himself to level 5 without using the reward. Not everything can be perfect, Issei. His thoughts ceased at that instant as he thought about what he was going to do. His eagle eyes quickly detected the presence of the 3 fallen angels and also the crazy priest who were hiding to ambush them. I want to face the 2 fallen angels, Kaneko. I want to face the crazy priest to refine my sword, Kiba. I only intend to face Rainier, Issei. The 3 quickly split up to ambush those who intended to do so with the brown-haired boy's instructions. The opponents were quickly separated with a fragmentation grenade, and each fell to face those who wished to fight. Issei was fighting a black-haired fallen angel he knew very well as his ex-girlfriend and the woman who tried to kill him, the first risk to his life. Kaneko was in front of 2 women, a lowly with blonde hair and pigtails. The girl was wearing cute gothic clothes. The other woman was a beautiful mature lady with water blue hair. Kiba was clashing his sword with a very powerful and fast man. This person used defenses at every moment to see if he could get the calm knight angry and thus create an opening. Freed was a very handsome person with his red eyes, silver hair, and exorcist clothes. Seems like I'll fight my ex to the death once again, Issei. Seems that once again I will have to listen to your poisonous tongue, Rainier. Rainier didn't want to hear the voice of that brown-haired man anymore. She quickly advanced with a spear of light in her right hand to deliver a cut that would tear his chest. Issei just smiled as he used a sword that Rias had bought him to effectively use his abilities. The blade had managed to clash with the weapon created by the fallen man's energy and didn't even crack. Now I have proper weaponry, bitch, Issei. His other hand quickly moved to point towards the woman's head, who became extremely nervous upon seeing that weapon and the energy it emanated. The bullet was much faster than the speed of sound and the ones he had used previously. That's that kid, Rainier. The bullet had grazed her cheek. The bullet was originally supposed to pierce her brain and not leave her alive, but the plans were not carried out when she showed she had the reaction to dodge. The black wings beat to generate a backward momentum, and the spear of light was thrown with enormous force. The assassin did not choose to defend or try to parry the blow, as he knew his physical limitations. The option in his mind was to clearly dodge and advance towards his enemy to end everything quickly. Don't come any closer, Rainier. The black-haired girl's desperation was evident as she continued to throw spears of light desperately and at high speed while retreating, as her advantage had been broken at that moment when a certain boy's weapons were improved, thus putting them on equal terms. The blade quickly moved towards her throat with the intention of delivering a simple and deadly cut. The speed was a little higher than Mach 1, but much lower than Mach 5 and was varying between Mach 2 and 3. He is managing to extract the most of his skills with air but appropriate for his power. I have no chance of killing him like before. The only thing I must look for now is how to escape from here to tell a story. Rainier. Rainier materialized a spear of light in her hand to intercept the sword and then exploded so that both were injured at the same time. The woman was counting on the physical status of her body being superior to that of her opponent and also the damage from sacred objects. This holy damage really sucks, Issei Hyoudou felt that the holy damage really hurt him a lot and even caused some internal damage that affected him in combat because of the intense explosion. His status as a low-level demon gave him a very low resistance to holy things and also a very high weakness to such objects. I can only take 2 or 3 more of those attacks, a fourth of that, and I'll be rendered useless and dead. Issei. The blade was removed from his hand and held in his mouth as he opened his overcoat and grabbed a few fragmentation grenades to throw towards the woman who was his opponent at that moment. I will destroy everything, Rainier. Her light spears were already ready to destroy every grenade that was thrown towards her. The strategy of opening a smokescreen also failed when the throwing knives were defended by using the power of the black wings. That was already in my calculations, Issei. The boy was already in front of the woman at that moment and used a knife in his hand to tear her wings, which failed when a light weapon defended it, and the other hand tried to do the same with another wing. It won't work, Rainier. The hidden assassin blades did their job by tearing certain nerves from the black wings and thus generating enormous pain in the woman, who could not even scream as her head was pierced by a shot from a gun, the pistol that had been previously kept to use the two knives. User earned 15 points for killing Rainier. User earned 50 points and 1 gacha gamer point for completing the main quest. System. Kiba and Kaneko had quickly finished their work. Freed had escaped from Hyoudou, but the other fallen angels were not as lucky because of a small white-haired girl who was much stronger than them and a blonde-haired knight who was angry for letting the exorcist escape. Looks like it's time to go home, Issei. I can't stand being here anymore, Kiba. Neither Kaneko. The three quickly left the place while setting fire to the abandoned church that had several bodies, a place that would only have ashes and no story to tell. A woman with crimson-red hair was looking at everything from afar as she sat and sipped a cup of tea. She was ready to intervene at any time that was necessary to help those in charge of this mission. Issei is indeed a remarkable assassin, but he is not a very good fighter if we talk about raw power criteria. He depends a lot on his intelligence and environment to get on top of the opponent. Riaz. A black-haired woman was observing everything and had some notes to talk about the rest of the Gremory group. This person was Ria's queen. Kaneko and Kiba seemed to have found a barrier to become stronger. I think they lost their innocence and awakened to a new world. Akino. Her sadistic instincts were telling her that Kiba Hyoudou and Kaneko Taoju were becoming mature people. They were improving as devils of Ria's Gremory's peerage by participating in this bloodbath in the abandoned church against Rainier. Hyoudou was oblivious to the conversation about his respect and also the performance of his companions. He was thinking about some things that had happened in that fight. I hope the next character is someone who doesn't make me depend on external equipment. I could have eliminated that bitch more easily if I had some power that made me stand out other than my mastery of assassination and intelligence. Issei. The boy didn't consider Rainier to be very intelligent, and that's why he thought it was bad when she lasted until what he considered to be quite a lot in a fight between the two sides. His hand-to-hand combat shouldn't be that good to reach that level, and needed to be improved urgently to face beings stronger than him. Beings with unique abilities or powerful bloodlines. I feel that a moment of crisis is very close. Issei. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 5. X 4290. Strength 18. Vitality 14. Magic 5. Speed 17. Luck 20. Agility 17. Dexterity 18. Skills: firearms proficiency, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditore, Assassin's Creed. Roles: the user has a gacha gamer point to use on the roulette. Scorpion, the ninja who lost his humanity. Hyoudou Issei didn't want to sleep before spending the point he had earned. He felt that his status was on another level and he had a chance to get a character that escaped the limits of humanity, and so he hoped. You sure you want to spend your gacha gamer point? System. I have Issei. The roulette wheel shone once more and was spinning while the names were no longer distinguishable. It was only possible to notice that it was emanating a stronger energy with more powerful beings contained within it. The user acquired the Shinobi Spectre named Scorpion from the Mortal Kombat game series. The following benefits were given. Hellfire Manipulation. Mastery of Shinobi Weapons. Teleport. Summoning Infernal Beings. The character's basic equipment has been granted to the user so that they can use their skills to the fullest. Hyoudou was very happy when he saw that he could put hellfire on his hands or legs, when he could teleport at will, and also when he could add this to his bullets or bladed weapons. Now I'm much stronger than before, Issei. The boy couldn't stop smiling when he realized that he could now kill Rainier in just a few seconds. 1 second would be more than necessary in his view to be able to kill her. The dream he had after so much excitement was the worst, because the character of Scorpion appeared and took him to the hell of Mortal Kombat so that the two could train. The time in the underworld was very different from that on Earth. The 8 hours of sleep seemed like months in his mind. The yellow-robed specter was a good teacher who maintained his strictness even without saying anything. The student had to know what to do when fighting different infernal beings and had to survive all the trials to be worthy of his power. I finally woke up, Issei. The young man thought that all his first dreams with the characters were horrible. This dream that lasted months in bed was something that made him shiver with the feeling of being trapped forever in the underworld. Issei wanted to check to see how much time had passed since he had been in the underworld, and only 8 hours had passed. No more than that had passed, and he was now resigned to some things. I can be trapped in the dream world for years or hundreds of years with some characters who can take me to train in alternate dimensions where time doesn't pass so quickly. Issei. Scorpion's powers were now firmly established in his body, and he could extract the maximum of his abilities, or at least 60% of them, after he trained for months in that place where the Spectre was born and Hanzo died. Let's just go to school, Issei. Getting ready was very easy, and in a few seconds it was more than enough to put your clothes on your body. The next step you would take was to go down the stairs to go to school. Careful at school, Mickey. Town seems to be getting violent, as an abandoned house and now a church have been burned down. These vandals are causing trouble, Goro. Goro was talking about the drug house that Issei destroyed and also the base of the fallen angels. The boy got a little nervous when his deeds were noticed in the public world and then ignored it. The young man quickly met up with his friends after a few minutes to go to school. The three were smiling at the moment they met to discuss some things they considered important. I found a very good VA, Matsuda. Lend it to me, Motohama. Have to see if this is good, Issei. I'll lend it to you later, Matsuda. Matsuda kept talking about how good the sex DVD he had bought was and made both Issei and Motohama want to consume that media article right now. Issei, don't break into Matsuda's house to steal whores, your skills aren't for that, Issei. The boy felt very tempted to break into his perverted friend's house to get that grandfather and use him for his research on the human body and also the act of making love, something he studied a lot. I played a really good Eroge the other day too, Motohama. What's up, Issei? Eroge where you have to conquer several older women, I love that thing, Motohama. Tell me more, Issei. People were getting disgusted when they heard the perverted trio coming and talking about all kinds of dirty stuff, but they didn't care about that. Now there's something I'm really curious about, Matsuda. To Motohama. What is it, Issei? The two quickly pointed out the boy's hair, which had changed a lot since some events like the system happened, and he changed his haircut style to suit the fights. Did you change your haircut, Matsuda? Strange to see you looking like an Eichmann, Motohama. I'm still the same as before, and I changed because of the training I'm doing. My old cut ends up getting in my way too much. Issei was taken aback when a woman with brown hair and glasses quickly lifted his shirt and showed his chest, muscles, and other things that were hidden. Kuryo Issei. Have a very nice body for a pervert, Kuryo. The rest of the room agreed with this while the boy blushed, but the truth is that the girls were also blushing with that body, and some men were envious of the physical shape he had. The discussion quickly ended when the sound of the bell rang and everyone had to focus on the classroom. Hyoudou was one of those who focused the most on his studies now that he was a demon, and also because of his abilities. The boy quickly went to the occult club room after he had finished the first part of the classes and was calm until he thought of something magnificent for everyone. I'll use my teleportation abilities to surprise everyone, Issei. Hellfire began to envelop at that moment and teleported into the occult club room, which caused everyone to jump out of their chairs and be on guard to attack. Kaneko was ready to advance upwards as soon as the order was given. Akino had lightning manifested in her hands. Kiba wielded a sword with both hands and Ria's ready to attack by showing her aura of destruction. That you laughs. It's me, Issei. The boy quickly jumped onto one of the sofas and sat down to make himself comfortable while everyone in the club was smiling with a bit of surprise at this. Only Kaneko continued with her stoic face. Where's Asia, Issei? She's here, laughs. Asia quickly appeared in her school uniform at that moment and also with a suitcase of clothes. The young man wondered where she was moving to. Asia will live here, Issei. Will live in your house, laughs. Perfect, I'll be able to attack her at home, Issei. The blonde with blonde hair blushed extremely when this was said, and Riaz was thinking at that moment if it was really a good idea to leave the two lovebirds together. What a cheeky kuhai this is, Akino. Pervert Kaneko. Hyoudou just laughed when he felt that it really was a good idea to leave the two together so that the love nest could form, a plan that would satisfy both his empty heart and his libido that was full. Yesterday's mission was completed successfully. Do you have any requests, Riaz? Issei quickly went to Riaz Gremori's ears and said a few things that the woman soon understood as necessary for her servant to grow stronger, even if she continued to dirty her hands with blood. Your request will be granted, Riaz. Thank you, Issei. The remaining time in the occult club was quite fun, with Issei trying to flirt with Asia and also giving some minor flirtations to the other three girls, the result of which is that Kaneko almost hit him and also made the blonde jealous. What kind of things did he ask for? Did he ask for a kiss or a date? Akino. Akino was making a little joke that made Riaz a little angry for being associated with that person on a date, but it kind of fit when you thought that the two of them were assassins. He wants to carry out contracts based on assassinations and also information from supernatural terrorist groups. Riaz. This person seems to not value his own life when he goes after danger. Akino. Akino became a little serious when she thought that her kuhai didn't love life and didn't value it until she thought of an absurd idea. Could it be what I'm thinking, Akino? I thought it was a hypothesis, but I think it's closer to the truth. Laughs. Then he probably has one of the 8 systems, Akino. Yes, the 8 systems are categorized as weapons that surpass the gods. If the Longinus has the capabilities to match the gods, then the systems have the ability to surpass them. Laughs. Riaz thought that Issei had one of the systems because a person he knew also had one. This person had a behavior very similar to his of seeking to kill the highest number of people to increase his strength. Hey. Hyoudou was returning home with Asia. The boy was carrying her suitcase of clothes with great ease since she seemed to have difficulty carrying it. Her physical strength was very low even after becoming a demon. The door to the house had been opened when the two parents just welcomed him, but soon blinked their eyes very quickly to try to see what was happening in front of them. Is that girl, Mickey? My future girlfriend, Issei. Yeah, I'm Asia Argento, Asia. She quickly greeted Goro and Mickey, who were surprised by that. Issei's mother quickly went to talk to his father, Goro. Son will not die as a virgin, Mickey. I thought he would be masturbating his whole life without finding anyone, Goro. Issei was extremely embarrassed by the show his parents were putting on at the moment they found Asia. Mickey soon turned his attention to the blonde once again. Me show you your room, Mickey. Lady Hyoudou quickly pulled the former nun into a guest room where she would live now that she would be her son's girlfriend and could also learn some important things from her. How did you find such a good girl, Goro? Had a meeting at the park and there were some things going on, Issei. Goro understood almost nothing of what his son had said and preferred not to want to understand the minds of young people nowadays. He would be happy as long as he didn't smoke drugs or do anything like that. Dinner was happening while Goro and Mickey were even happier with the new person in the house. Asia looked like the daughter they never had and would now join the family. I'm happy to be with you, Okasan and Odo-san, Asia. The two gave permission to be called that because they felt that the girl would soon become part of the family, because she would join as the future Lady Hyoudou by marrying their son. I'm really enjoying this atmosphere, Issei. Issei felt like everything was going in a direction that would make his head healthier, that would make his thoughts more fluid as he thought about the future and something that could be better. His life as a demon and as a student was going very well at that moment. His new powers further amplified his combat options and did not make him so dependent on weapons. Weapons were now just a complement and not the main combat force. The analysis he also had is that his fighting style would still have to be focused on assassination and not direct combat, as Scorpion's capabilities were really good. Butchu said that powerful devils like her and other high-level ones can easily make a city disappear from the map. A huge mountain would also disappear for the most powerful of the upper class. Issei. The boy didn't feel very happy when he thought that there was still a gap in strength between him and the high-class demons, as he thought that it was only a matter of time until an enemy like that appeared to try to make his life hell. Issei-san, Asia. The blonde-haired woman quickly smiled at him as she tried to feed him, and he smiled when that happened. The happiness in having happy moments was something he enjoyed very much. Thank you, Asia, Issei. The rest of the dinner continued lively with a family conversation with Asia already feeling part of it. She felt that everything was very strange and good to have the warmth of a father and mother for the first time. Hyoudou didn't go to sleep after he had gone to his bed. The boy had put on a black kimono and a mask when this happened. The clothes were very similar to that of a ninja and also to Scorpion. Time to start work, Issei. The contract symbol in his hand was activated, and from now on he would begin his career as one of the few demons who accepted the job of assassinating, exterminating, and other things that involved death. He even placed some limitations on the contract he would enter into so that those who obtained his symbol would not think they could use it for evil. Rules for summoning the demon assassin. 1. The target must have already shed innocent blood. 2. The contractor cannot request kidnapping or anything related to sexual crimes. 3. The contractor may ask you to attack a specific organization or group, but they must be groups that commit activities that deserve such punishment. 4. Breaking any of the rules listed above or that may be added results in the contractor being charged. Hyoudou established these rules so that he could make sure he could kill someone every time he was summoned. His exp would increase as he made contracts and his power as a demon as well. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 5. Exp 4290. Strength 18. Vitality 14. Magic 5. Speed 17. Luck 20. Agility 17. Dexterity 18. Skills: firearms expertise, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye, hellfire manipulation, teleportation, shinobi weapon mastery, summoning hell beings. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditor, Assassin's Creed, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat. Roles: user has no points. A problem for Gremmeries. A very skinny man was running through a building while he was very nervous. His body was losing strength very quickly due to the injuries he had, and his blood was also falling to the ground. Damn. The person seemed to be running for his life while a sinister presence seemed to be following him from behind. This evil presence was burning the path he walked on and didn't even seem to be visible. Your destiny is to die today and pay for your sins. The mysterious figure quickly extended his hand forward and chains bathed in fire quickly shot out from them. These chains quickly pierced his victim's chest, opening a hole and then pulling back something that was still beating, something that had a lot of flesh and blood, his heart. Contract completed. The person dressed as an assassin ninja was Hyoudou Issei, a low-class demon who was acting as one of the world's top assassins. The boy made contracts for various races and organizations. The first contracts were just humans who called on him in the meantime, but later some demons obtained his seal and invoked him to get rid of various situations that seemed unfair. These contracts carried out in the supernatural earned him fame, but almost made him lose his life several times, and he had to be healed by Asia in these missions in which he participated and risked his own skin. Killing dangerous monsters that were plaguing many people, killing demons that were committing certain crimes and no one knew about them yet, and many other things that almost no one wanted to do. No one wanted to get their hands dirty for that. His name had to remain hidden, and that's why he presented himself only as a demonic shinobi who was willing to dirty his blade for the contract. He also did some investigation before accepting the request. Dozens of people who tried to use the contract for personal gain and kill some people who didn't deserve it were mowed down, but it wasn't for lack of warning. The contract in question this time was to kill a demon of the nobility who was using his status as a noble to persecute various others. This person was placing various types of people into his nobility without their consent, and the treatment was horrible. The person who requested the contract was a man who had a family member forcibly turned into one of the pawns. This person had almost been killed. The information had to be confirmed by several sources before carrying out the murder in discreet and non-discreet ways. Lucky for me, it wasn't a high-level devil. Issei Hyoudou thought that after more than 10 days of training like this, it was enough to level up a few levels. His level was at least 7 now and was probably close to 8. The power of high-class beings to destroy cities and mountains was what he thought was still far from that. He even remembers Ria's showing him a little of her power. You want to know the difference between a high-level demon and you, Ria's? Yes, Issei. Can your most powerful move destroy mountains or make this city turn into nothing? Lias. No, Issei. Well, I can do it, and the weakest of the upper class can sweep at least 40% of Q in one attack. I'm not talking about those fancy people who received the bloodline and power. I'm talking about those who are aware of their own strength and honor their status. Rias. Issei was understanding a few more things when Rias showed him a video of Sergeorg Bale, the heir to a great house and a high-level devil, a man with short black hair and who had nothing more than his own body. Look closely at a high-level devil at full power, Rias. Bale quickly energized his fist with a silver aura that the boy didn't quite understand and threw his punch towards a mountain that seemed to be even bigger than Kyo City. The relief form was quickly torn to pieces with nothing left with the crushing force that this person had, and he was smiling as he saw the result. Sergeorg Bale is my cousin and one of the most powerful high-class devils. He didn't inherit any genetic traits like the power of destruction or demonic power, but he made up for it with training to overcome his limits. A high-class devil usually has a demonic power capable of casting spells or strengthening his physical blows, or a power of destruction like me that can turn things into dust. Rias. The flashback had ended at that moment when Hyoudou quickly punched the ground after completing the assassination and empowered it with his hellish flames to see how far he could go. The power of that fist opened a huge crater capable of swallowing an entire village, but it was not what his master had shown. It was not what belonged to the power of a high-class demon. I still lack strength, Issei. His figure was slowly disappearing as if he was turning to ash. The fire was completely covering his body as he dematerialized from that region of the underworld he was in. Dusk had arrived and the boy was home again as he was welcomed by a woman with blonde hair and greenish eyes. His heart was very happy with this. Welcome, Asia. Thank you, Issei. Issei didn't seem to be injured and seemed to be very normal, and the mission hadn't left him in terrible conditions. The person wasn't that strong to make him feel danger or fight. It was a one-sided fight. Everyone home, Issei. Oka-san and Odo-san went out to dinner, Asia. Then let's watch a movie, Issei. I've already prepared the food for that, Asia. The two had popcorn in their hands as they smiled at the movie they were going to watch. The list of movies was extensive, and they decided to watch an animation that could be fun and also wouldn't be boring or heavy. Hyoudou didn't like seeing heavy things all the time, because he already worked with that and found it boring to have to deal with that kind of thing even in his own home. Have to sleep soon to go to school, Issei. Yes, we stayed up late, Asia. The two quickly got up to go to their respective beds at that moment, as they could not be late for school or they could miss an important day of school and their youth. Nightfall happened as usual, but the dreams had changed from the previous one to another. Scorpion took him to a place where time passed differently and trained 8 hours with him, 8 hours with Ezio and 8 with Snake before being fully released to wake up in the real world. Issei didn't have time to rest even when he was sleeping, because the time to sleep was when he started training to practice his skills. His brain almost didn't know what rest was. The boy was quickly woken up by his blonde-haired sister, who was trying to wake him up while he was trapped in the dream world. She was already ready to go. Ready or we'll be late, Asia. Okay, Issei. Getting ready for school was something that took very few seconds. Taking a shower was the thing that took the longest, but it was still quick compared to many others, and then they left. Looks like you were sleeping well, Asia. I don't know this concept of sleeping well, Issei. You're quite the sleepyhead, Issei-san, Asia. That may be so, but I still need more sleep, Issei. Hyoudou wasn't thinking about finding a way to turn off the post-sleep training, as it helped him a lot to synchronize his skills with the characters even if it made his mind get tired very quickly. Asia-chan, Matsuda/Madohama. Matsuda and Madohama seemed to really like Asia after they met her. They didn't hang out with her much, but they always treated her well on the way to school, and it was something that Issei was grateful for. Hello, Asia. Careful with them, Asia, Kuryu. Eika Kuryu seems to have formed a very nice friendship with the brown-haired girl and protected her from some perverts or people with bad intentions, which made a certain brown-haired man happy about it. Four-eyed busybody, Madohama. Four-eyed pervert, Eika. The two spent the entire trip to school fighting while the rest of them just laughed at the conversation and insults they exchanged until the classroom where they pretended to be more civilized and normal. The class was boring as usual and everyone was paying attention. The correct thing to say was that Matsuda and Madohama were playing with paper balls while the others were concentrating on the class. Mr. Matsuda and Madohama want to go outside, teacher. We'll change, Matsuda. Sorry, Madohama. Change it or I'll throw you out and even send a warning to your parents, teacher. The rest of the class was laughing at the situation the two had gotten themselves into while Issei hid the paper balls he was throwing at the two that had started this. It was difficult to notice the movements of a professional killer like him even if he was doing something as trivial as throwing paper balls, as he would have to have a lot of training or be constantly observing him. Break time, Issei. Hyoudou quickly left the classroom along with Asia as they walked to the occult club room where the two usually stayed to relax sometimes. I'll go ahead, Issei. I'll be there in a few minutes, Asia. The two were in a place where there was no one, and that's why the figure of the brown-haired student disappeared as if he was being burned and appeared directly in the room and sitting on the sofa. Strange presences, Issei. A person tried to attack him with a BO on his head, and his instincts quickly kicked in at that instant as he grabbed the bat and threw the woman outside. Two Nekamadas came towards him to attack him, and they seemed to be twins. The difference between them was that one had pink hair and the other was blue while they wore school clothes. The two's claw strike was dodged very easily, and he slapped both of their faces at the same time with a subtle movement of his two hands. He was clearly an experienced martial artist. This some kind of new training, Issei. A man with blonde hair and red clothes was coming towards him. His speed was very fast and it was something he couldn't follow with his eyes, and so he had to rely on his other instincts. That person's punch quickly sent him flying out of the occult club room, but not before his chains extended to wrap around that person's wrist and drag him along. Come here, Issei. The two were fighting in the air at that moment. The mysterious man with Lorizo hair quickly punched him in the face while reciprocating with another punch towards him. His punch was weaker than that man's and couldn't make him shed blood, while the blonde managed to draw some blood from him with his punch. Are you, and how dare you be so rude in front of me? I am Issei Hyoudou, a pawn of Ria's Gremory, Issei. A mere low-class devil dares to behave like this in front of me, Aaziel. The man seemed to be emanating fire from his own body, while the rest of the people watching this were looking at everything with great surprise. Better stop with this nonsense, Riaz. It's not my fault if you don't know how to properly discipline your servants, Riaz. Was your servants who attacked first, Riaz. Thought it was an intruder by the way he got in, Aaziel. Riaz was smiling while Riaz felt offended by that. The blonde was very proud and arrogant of his own strength and status, while the crimson-haired woman hated just looking at him. I'm going to the classroom again, Issei. Hyoudou quickly reappeared where he was with a short teleport to sit on a sofa that was in the occult club. He didn't like standing, and that's why he sat there. Riser's nobility just looked at him angrily, while a blonde who seemed to have some connection to the high-class devil looked at him with anger and disbelief at the way he acted. Issei quickly understood that it was an important conversation, and that was why he went to Kiba's side at that moment, as he had to properly fulfill his role as a servant, and it was nothing to stand for a few minutes until the other party left his sight. Gremory felt grateful for her servant's gesture of humility, and Riser returned to his seat while crossing his legs and speaking as if he was at home. "Your servants will need to be disciplined when I take over everything, Riser. I'm not going to marry you," laughs. "Has already been decided that it will go, and there is no freedom to change that, Riser. I'm not going to get married because others tell me to. I'm going to marry the one I like, and that's not you," laughs. The woman was looking at him with hostility while he gave an arrogant smile and then looked with hatred at the low-class demon who knocked out 3 of his servants and also dealt a blow to his face. "So let's do a one-on-one combat challenge, Riser." Aaziel understood that the one he wanted to face was Issei and not her, who thought it would be extremely unfair if he put a low-class devil to fight a high-class one. Marriage should be decided by her alone and not by her parents or anyone else outside. Issei. "Dare question a high-class devil, Riser." "I'm quite cheeky, Riser-chan, Issei." Riaz was surprised when she saw her new peer defending her and gained the courage to refuse it again as a message came into her head. "Riaz, accept this duel. I'm confident that I'll win it within 14 days. Just give me 14 days and I'll win. Issei." "Are you sure, Elias?" The two were speaking with magic and telepathy. The crimson-haired woman was still nervous when she thought about putting her precious subordinate at risk, and the truth was that she herself wanted to go fight. "Trust me, Butchu, ISSEI. Main Mission 6. Rewards 100x Gacha Gamer Roulette Points. Description: defeat Riser Phoenix in a fair duel in front of everyone 14 days from now. The opponent is a high-class devil with very powerful power and bloodline. Penalty: death. Hyoudou smiled when he saw the mission screen and thought that he would have a new weapon in his arsenal if he could complete this mission at the risk of death. "I accept your duel, but I want it to be in 14 days for my servant to prepare, as he is a mere low-class demon who entered this world less than 1 month ago. Riaz." Riser was very arrogant when he heard Aaziel's evaluation of Issei and gained much more confidence in crushing that brown-haired boy in 14 days. "I'll make him look good as you become mine, Riser." The blonde was slowly disappearing as he smiled with a certain malice and lust as he stared at the body of the Gremory heiress. "Issei-kun is pretty crazy in the head, Akino. I was surprised when he arrived and started fighting everyone, Kaneko. He's not the type to take it in silence, Kaiba." The group was laughing while Riaz had her head in a daze, and the brown-haired boy still remained confident in his own power and strength. "I missed something, Asia." Asia Argento had arrived after a few minutes and everything was already over. The only thing there was the remains of destruction caused by the small confrontation between Team Riser and Issei. "Lost a lot, Kaneko." The blonde was curious as she thought that some crazy event had happened to make the room a mess and thought that it was probably a certain man who had not so good habits. "It's a good thing I got some information on where to farm EXP pots and prepare for the fight, Issei." Hyoudou decided that he would exterminate several groups that he had put on hold for when a critical moment arrived, and would also train with Akino and Riaz to strengthen his demonic power. The young man thought that he could not leave his demonic power in deficit as it was, and it needed to be fortified so that it would not be a weak point like it was now. Name: Issei Hyoudou. Level 7. Exp 62 110. Strength 22. Vitality 18. Magic 8. Speed 22. Luck 24. Agility 17. Dexterity 22. Skills: firearms proficiency, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee weapon mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye, hellfire manipulation, teleportation, shinobi weapon mastery, summoning infernal beings. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditor, Assassin's Creed, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat. Roles: user has no points. Gamer vs. Phoenix. The place where the battle would take place after the 14 days would be in an arena in the underworld where everyone could see it on their televisions and could also watch it live if they bought tickets. Riser wanted to make this a public event where everyone would watch his fight, and he wanted to make them admire his power even more by defeating a person he considered to be arrogant and who didn't know his limits. This idiot even seems to want to hold an execution event. Riaz. He may appear dead the next day if Senpai loses in a direct fight but gets angry and uses his true abilities. Kaneko. I wouldn't doubt it, Akino. Everyone knew that Issei was an extremely good assassin in the area, and the only thing they didn't know was whether he would try to kill Riser in secret in case he managed to achieve the incredible feat of irritating him. Seems like you're not too worried about this duel, Riaz. A woman with short black hair and a somewhat defined body had arrived. She was very beautiful despite her apparent lack of large breasts, and her cold face was something that gave her enormous beauty. I have confidence in my subordinate Sona, Riaz. The air in the arena began to ignite at that moment as a great aura was surging, an aura that was remarkable even among high-level demons, and they should already know who it was from the heat and intensity. I'm here, Riser. Riser's group started to set off fireworks, and his fans also, because of his family's fame and also because he is a star in a sense for the rating games. It's time to see my Kuhai's entrance, Akino. Issei did not enter as Riser, who wanted to attract attention. He only appeared after a circle of fire was projected to teleport, and he was dressed in a black kimono with long manas and with certain accessories to help him in battle. He came in more focused, laughs. I think you must be so focused when you carry out your contracts, K-Iba. Then we have a chance, Asia. The Gremory group was excited to see 100% from this boy who rarely fought seriously, as his assassination missions involved his stealth skills more than battle skills, and he rarely engaged in direct fights. Seems you didn't chicken out like I thought you would, Riser. I don't need to run away from a fight I can win, Issei. The young master of the Phoenix House was very angry when he thought about where this boy had gotten the idea that he could defeat him, a high-class devil who had the incredible fire and regeneration powers of a legendary monster. Let's get started now, Riser. The blonde didn't even get into a battle stance while the brown-haired boy was in a combat pose. The fact could already show that one of the sides was being underestimated to the extreme. Riser will regret underestimating Senpai, Kaneko. I don't doubt it, laughs. The signal for the battle had begun, and the arena floor had cracked on both sides to signify that both of them moved at a very high speed at this moment and clashed. The first move was Riser's, who used his incredible physical abilities to deliver a powerful punch to the face of the man who would be his enemy and who clearly didn't take it seriously. What an idiot, Issei. Hyoudou was looking at his enemy who hadn't put his all into that punch and wasn't taking it seriously. His standard move for this was to quickly grab his arm and break it in a few moves. Worm Riser. Phoenix's arm was regenerating, but he couldn't ignore the pain he felt at that moment and decided he would take his opponent more seriously when he realized his mastery of martial arts. The blonde's left fist was aimed at his enemy's face, and this time it wasn't like the last. The punch seemed more like a flash when it was barely dodged by the brown-haired boy. It's a good thing I can dodge a high-class devil's punches, or this fight would be meaningless. Issei. Seems like your reflexes are really great, Riser. A rain of fiery punches began at that moment, where each fist was energized with the power of its lineage to apply blows that could be much greater than the speed of sound. These blows were at the speed of lightning. The young man was nervous when he saw that rain of fire coming towards him and decided that he could not dodge it using his own blows or reflex. He should use another method to do so. Didn't I get it right, Riser? The boy was behind him with his knees on the ground while spitting blood, as 5 of the punches had hit him before he teleported behind his opponent and managed to escape. Issei Riaz Asia. That blow was unbelievably dangerous, Akino. Would be able to dodge such a technique. Kiba. It seems that Senpai has his tricks, K. Wonko. The Gremory group was worried about their comrade, while Ona had a new appreciation for Ria's pawn for surviving such a blow. Riser was just smiling at seeing his rival kneeling at that moment. I think the fight Riser. A demonic skeleton type quickly jumped from the ground and from the skis as well to grab him, and this angered him. The thing that angered him the most was when he was thrown to the other side of the arena by a powerful fist on his back. I think the pain is gone now, Issei. Looks like you have your tricks, Riser. I wouldn't come to a battle with no chance of winning, Issei. Then you must be a suitable rival, Riser. The two were getting into a fighting stance this time as they faced each other. The fight would now be taken seriously by both sides and not just one of them. The fight is going according to my plan, but I feel like there might be some unexpected things. I didn't expect a punch to be so powerful. Issei was a little fearful when he remembered the damage the punches did to his body, fracturing some of his bones and almost leaving him incapacitated. This guy isn't on the same level as me, but his mind and skills are diverse enough to be able to surround a high-class devil. Riser. Aaziel was preparing to attack while thinking that each blow should be minimally planned to defeat his opponent. Both sides were too thoughtful when they began to move again as if they were a fiery figure. The first to move was the brown-haired boy who teleported behind his opponent. It won't work again, Riser. The punch behind him was quickly grabbed and used his flaming energy to propel his hand, and thus throw his opponent to the ground, opening a huge crater. A long stomp came next to set fire to all the holes and cracks created by the crater. The young man was no longer there as he had teleported to avoid being crushed by the high-level demon's flaming foot. Where's the next blow going to come from, Riser? The Phoenix was paying attention from everywhere as his opponent quickly appeared and disappeared at the same time, but not before sending a few throwing knives towards himself with hellfire imbued in it. What a clever fellow, Riser. Riser only avoided the throwing knives that were aimed at vital points as he headed towards his opponent, who continued to teleport. The two sides were in a cat and mouse stalemate at that moment. Issei's body was at its limit as he had been thrown to the ground with an extremely impressive force, as many of his ribs had been injured and almost all of his internal organs had been injured as well. The knives tore through his opponent's body, but he was regenerating as he was being cut, and it seemed like it was of no use while this was happening in that space of a second. Issei is planning something, Kaiba. This may seem like despair from someone normally, but our senpai has fought death many times and wouldn't be afraid just because he's someone stronger. Kaneko. I'm curious to know what's going on in that head, Aaziel. I just know that he needs medical treatment soon. Asia. Everyone was worried about the companion who was fighting at that moment. They wanted to know what was going on in that head while he fought almost equally with his opponent. Riser went out of control when he had grown tired of the cat and mouse fight, and his body entered a state where he could take out more than his 100%. His speed had surpassed the teleportation, taking his rival by surprise. Damn it, Issei. His hands quickly went into defense mode to mitigate the damage he received from being thrown too far away and the force he received. The low-class demon was sent flying into the arena wall. My arms are tingling and several of my ribs are broken now, Issei. Hyoudou spat blood from his mouth at that moment, but he didn't stop getting up to face his opponent and continue the fight in which the two would fight until one of them was killed or reached the limit. Can I ask you a question, Riser? Which one, Issei? The hell are you fighting right now? I know you don't want to test your strength or hatred against me or my arrogance. The reason is another. Riser. I fight so that my master can marry someone she wants. I fight so that she is happy and not so that she marries until she dies with someone just to be an incubator of pure-blooded demons. Issei. Good answer, Aaziel. The two quickly raised their auras to the limit as they smiled out of respect for each other. Riser was putting aside his distaste for low-class devils as he began to see the person in front of him as a worthy rival. Both sides seem to respect each other now, Kiba. Seems like an effect of his charisma, Kaneko. Ara Akino. Akina was looking amusedly at Riaz, who seemed to be blushing at her pawn's response, while Asia was a little jealous. The other two were more focused on the battle than on their master. The two sides left the arena in more rubble than before as they moved at high speed to meet in an exchange of blows that appeared to be of the highest level. Riser's powerful fists seemed to want to tear his opponent apart with every blow he landed, and his rival's high-level martial techniques did their best to minimize the damage and dodge while counterattacking. 10 hits in a row resulted in 3 kicks landed by Issei on Aaziel, 4 different punches landed on his opponent, and 1 punch from the blonde that hit him and almost made him faint. The low-class devil was landing more hits, but his opponent's regeneration was something that irritated him as it made the damage null. 20 consecutive blows resulted in 6 kicks landed on his opponent in different areas, 6 punches to his opponent's face, and other techniques that ended in a stalemate, but he ended up taking a knee to his stomach that almost gave him a blackout. The time has come, Issei Hyoudou saw his opponent panting in exhaustion and realized that now was the moment to release everything he had kept inside, the moment to decide victory in this fight. His hand reached forward and a flaming chain extended towards his opponent's chest to try and pull him towards himself. Won't work, Riser. The chain was quickly dodged and his enemy advanced towards the low-class demon to deliver the final blow that would surely erase him, but it didn't work as he used teleportation once more behind him. That stuff again, Riser. The demonic servants were quickly summoned, skeletal creatures bathed in hellish fire that had to be quickly destroyed by the phoenix so that they could not restrain their movements. His chain grabbed me, Riser. The chain had dug into his chest to grab him by force and be taken to an even more troublesome blow from his rival, who was waiting for him with a palm strike. The palm hit his chest in a non-vital area, but it would stun him, and soon after he noticed a weakening in his body and also a cut in that area. That's a cut made by something blessed with sacred energy, Riser. Now your level has dropped a bit after being tired and being affected by a wound inflicted by a sacred object. Issei's hidden blades were bathed in a type of sacred liquid temporarily to try to slow down the phoenix's regeneration and powers. We're smart, Riser. I have to be smart to overcome the threshold between the two of us, Issei. The two quickly approached at that moment at high speed, but now it was much slower due to their injuries and because they were already worn out from the fight they were having. Riser was actively dodging the kunai and shuriken that were thrown towards him with infernal power. He couldn't differentiate between weapons that had a sacred effect and those that didn't. Issei was actively approaching his opponent for a direct confrontation to try to open an opening in a frantic fight using the last of his strength that remained in his body. The clash between the two happened when the skilled assassin materialized a katana sword to try to cut his opponent, who dodged it and kicked him in the stomach. The movement he chose to dodge was a teleport between the flames directed behind the blonde, with the chain already being thrown towards Phoenix. The high-level demon dodged and touched the chains to pull his opponent closer to him with his strength that was several times above his opponent. The sword was thrown like a projectile as the boy was pulled closer. It even managed to cut some of the flesh on Razor's shoulder and weakened him with the cut and holy damage. Now it ends here, Riser. The high-class blonde-haired man's fist quickly sunk his opponent into the ground at that moment. The arena entered a state of destruction even greater than before. The battle site had been enveloped in a great smoke at that moment of destruction, where it was almost certain that the low-class demon's defeat would come. The sound of gunshots being fired at high speed was what filled the sensitive hearing of all the demons who were following the battle. Issei was standing and swaying as he was about to fall, while Riser was riddled with holes in non-vital areas of his body and on his knees. Congratulations, you deserved it, Riser. Phoenix quickly fell to the ground at that moment when the victory belonged to the brown-haired young man, who soon after also fell to the ground, unable to remain conscious. Are too strong, Issei. Main Mission 6 has been successfully completed. The user will earn the Gacha Gamer Point and will also earn 100 X points. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 11. X 10 150. Strength 28. Vitality 26. Magic 15. Speed 30. Luck 33. Agility 31. Dexterity 29. Skills: firearms proficiency, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee weapon mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye, hellfire manipulation, teleportation, shinobi weapon mastery, summoning infernal beings. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditor, Assassin's Creed, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat. Roles: the user has 1 point to spend. Sans the skeleton. The brown-haired boy had woken up after a long time. His vision was weakened, and he seemed unable to see things properly until several hours had passed with his head in a fog. I can't even think straight, Issei. His vision was improving as time passed, and it seemed like someone had arrived at that moment. The truth is that two people had arrived. One had blonde hair and the other was crimson. Issei Ria/Asia. Hello, Issei. The two soon spoke to the young man, and he seems to have spent several hours sleeping since the fight. Asia's healing abilities were essential for him to heal, and he did not spend several days sleeping. Looks like I won, Issei. Was a very good battle even if you're not very good at it, Riaz. Riaz knew that Issei was holding back because he was an assassin and could not kill in this clash. So his techniques had to be reused in ways that could not be lethal to his opponent, and also because it was a direct confrontation, he was not a person who was good at direct combat. Issei-san was quite imposing on that battlefield, Asia. I did what was possible to survive and win, Issei. Gremory was blushing when she thought that that fight was made so that she could have the freedom to marry whoever she wanted. Riser had completely reneged on the engagement after that fight and fulfilled his part. How are my parents, Issei? I said that you and Asia were staying at a friend's house. I asked Asia to do it so as not to seem suspicious. Riaz. San and Okasama are fine, Asia. Hyoudou no longer worried about his parents when he learned that they weren't worried sick about his day-long nap until he could walk and fight again. I'm going to live in your house, Riaz. What, Asia? I don't understand, Issei. Riaz was looking straight into his eyes while caressing his chin and cheek. The action was making him feel embarrassed, and the blonde was dying of jealousy at that moment. I started to like you, and I want to increase my chances of doing well in love, Riaz. But you, Asia. Issei didn't quite understand how he became so famous with women at that time, but he understood that polygamy was something that the underworld accepted, and he still had his dream of being the king of the harem. I think my dream of having a harem will come true, Issei. The boy was smiling when he thought that his dreams as a man were about to come true, and he was thinking about how to increase his level without having to chase after people to kill, because at some point it would go wrong when he killed someone he couldn't. I think it's good for us to go home, Issei. Yes, Riaz, Asia. The two were looking at each other with an incredible rivalry, as they would have to compete for the attention of the same man from now on, and who would probably also give them attention as well, but equally. I won't lose to you, Riaz. I say the same, our eyes one sama, Asia. The way back home was smooth except for the fact that the two of them were constantly trying to see who he preferred to spend more time with, who he preferred, and other things. His mind was extremely focused, and that's why he had no problem sharing his attention with several women, but he engraved one thing in his head: to study to know how to deal with such mysterious beings. I need to do a thorough study on women to understand them, Issei. The night was peaceful except that now there were two people to share the bed, both of whom were trying to fight for the heart of a person who would try to get them both at the same time. He's going to be mine, Riaz, Asia. I'll have my harem, Issei. Each of their dreams were good until Issei thought it would be a good idea to try to get another character. The roulette was spun after confirmation, and a blue-eyed skeleton appeared. The user acquired the powers of Sans, the skeleton, Undertale, and a series of powers were granted to him. Gravity manipulation has been granted to the user, system. Bone manipulation has been granted to the user, system. The teleport skill has been improved, system. The telekinesis skill has been granted to the user, system. Limited time manipulation ability has been granted, System. The ability to summon Gasper cannons has been granted to the user. System. The clairvoyance ability has been granted to the user. System. User's mind is COLLAPPING because it cannot process Sans clairvoyance ability. User's mind is COLLAPPING. User will die in 5 seconds. System. Issei went into shock when he realized he was going to die at that moment. He was thinking about something that could help him survive this crisis, and he couldn't think about anything in those 5 seconds. I'm going to die like this because of an ability to see the future. Issei. He tried to use clairvoyance to try to avoid his end, and his mind went blank while he thought it was the end. He thought he was doing so well and that he didn't want to die now even though he was like that. I was so close to my dream. Issei Hyoudou hoped he would never wake up again, but it seemed he was in an isolated place with another person, a guy with red hair and wearing scientist clothes. This person had a short beard and golden eyes. Lucky for you that I intervened now to help you. There won't be a next time, kid. So I won't die. Issei will die if you return to the normal world once the activity is activated. The hell is this skill so dangerous? Issei. The red-haired scientist was thoughtful as he thought about why Sans' abilities were so dangerous to the boy in front of him. The answer was already in his head, and he soon began to speak. Your brain is not able to process Sans' abilities. The clairvoyance ability mixed with his super genius gave him the ability to see several minutes ahead into the future. The problem was in which future? 0. What future? Issei ability ended up seeing several minutes ahead of several different futures of several different timelines, and his brain was not able to process this because it was limited. The red-haired man was thinking how this person in front of him could be a variant of him, a person who shared the same name but different universes. You didn't save me just for that, Issei. I'll give you a hand this time because we're very similar and also because I created this flaw in the system. I think the system wasn't as perfect as I thought. The young man was surprised when he heard about the creator of the system, and quickly his mind sank into the real world again. We'll wake up with a blindfold on your face. This blindfold is very important to be able to control your powers and will limit your clairvoyance and certain psychic powers so that you do not die. Only remove this blindfold when you are going to fight seriously, and it should be for a few hours or 1 day at most. Issei decided that he would accept the system creator's proposal to use the blindfold, as it was much better than dying because of his limited mind. I think you were too nice to him. A silver-haired man with a blindfold on his eyes stood beside the redhead, who was just smiling as he saw the place where his variant was previously. Be so grumpy with our other variant, Kin-chan. Have already helped a lot when you created the 8 systems to give to this world and defend it from the evils that are coming. Chin Urshi. Now they are on their own. Issei Tesla. The two quickly disappeared as they smiled to their respective universes and find their wives after having fought too much in their own adventures when they still had the name Issei. He wasn't lying when I woke up with a blindfold on. Issei Hyoudou quickly looked around and couldn't see anything, and he was fine with that, as it was better to see nothing than to be dead. Clairvoyance is still working, but I can only see a few seconds ahead. Issei. The boy tried to activate his eagle eyes once more to see if he could see through them and was successful in doing so. He would have to train very hard now to be able to walk with that blindfold. You doing any cosplay, Riaz? Is it some character we know, Asia? Issei realized that Riaz and Asia had already woken up, and he would have to tell them why he was wearing this blindfold from now on, something that could not be taken away from him under any circumstances. This blindfold is actually to keep me alive and limit part of my new powers. The increase I received after evolving my sacred gear to the next stage was very large, and I need to use only a part of my new powers that I have so that my human brain does not fry with the information received from them. Issei. The two women quickly became worried about him, and the red-haired woman already knew what she would have to do. She would have to create a medical report so that her beloved could wear a blindfold to school. There was no way he would take off the blindfold and end up killing himself if he lost control. Asia was thinking about helping with her healing abilities, but she understood that she couldn't soothe his nerves all the time and could end up hurting him if an unexpected overload occurred due to not wearing the blindfold for as long as she needed to. Better train so you can get used to walking and living with a blindfold, Riaz. Yes, your battle performance should drop because of this, Asia. The boy understood that his skills could have increased a lot due to his versatility and also some that were even too useful, but he couldn't control his new condition and ended up becoming weaker as well. Lucky for me, the creator of the system intervened, or they would have woken up with a corpse next to them both. Issei Hyoudou decided not to talk about the creator of the system because of a fear that just his name being mentioned could attract his attention again or that of his enemies. He was not prepared for that. Can I ask Kiba to help me with my rehabilitation? Issei. He'll be happy to help you, Riaz. Riaz thought that Hyoudou was also the best person to help her pawn who was now in such a situation, as he was patient and was also a person who had fighting skills similar to the assassin's style. Kiba had arrived at Issei's house after several minutes, after almost 1 hour after being called, and was surprised by the condition his companion and friend was in at that moment. The training would take place in an isolated place in Kyoto, which was a mansion that the Gremory had, and everyone in the group went to improve their skills as well and not fall behind. Disgrace, Issei. The boy was angry after having fallen to the ground a few times because he was not used to walking without using his vision. He could be an extremely trained assassin, but he had no training in going blind. Senpai seems to be in a very delicate situation, Kaneko. It's not every day that you have to deprive yourself of your vision so you don't die because of your own powers, Akino. I don't think this has ever happened in history, Kiba. He must not be happy to be the first in history, Asia. At all, Riaz. Everyone's training consisted of having sparring partners and controlling their own demonic power, while Issei's was to be able to live a normal life without being able to use his vision. Sans and Snake's brilliant minds were helping him a lot. Ezio and Scorpion's sharp senses were also making him evolve after 2 days of training to live as if he still had his eyes. Your intelligence seems to have increased, Akino. My reasoning ability has increased, Issei. Lightning struck when he made a mistake in sparring against Akino in order to recover his fighting skills to normal and also raise them to an even higher level than before. Kiba and Akino were the most difficult opponents to fight without their vision because of their frightening attack speeds. Kaneko was giving him a beating when her punch seemed to be a hurricane that could not be distinguished from where it came from because of the great force it exerted on the wind. He was taking beating after beating for several days in a row until he managed to be on the same level as Akino, who could fight on equal terms with a high-class devil and defeat several others. Seems like your powers have really increased, Akino. I still have a lot to show about my new powers, Issei. Hyoudou was smiling when he thought that now he could live normally even if he had to deprive his vision, and could only remove the blindfold to access that sense at the moment he had to fight with all his power. Removing the blindfold takes a lot of my energy to keep Sans's ability and intelligence in check. This variation capable of seeing the future of multiple timelines at the same time is extremely annoying. Issei also noticed that his demonic and psychic power became more powerful when he removed the blindfold, and it was as if he could use not only 100% of his strength, it was as if he could use 150% of his full strength. Looks like we have to celebrate my full recovery of strength, Issei. Let's toast Asia. Let's go all. The people in the room were happy when they saw that he had fully recovered from his loss of vision, as everyone in that place was friends, and it had left them a little upset when they found out about the fact that he would now have to wear the blindfold for the rest of his life. The return to the classroom was lively, but there seemed to be an announcement from the teacher before a certain person entered. Mr. Hyoudou Issei recovered from the accident he had and ended up going blind because of it, but he did the necessary treatment to be able to return to classes in this short period of time. Teacher. The students were clapping for the brown-haired man who was entering with a blindfold on his eyes and smiling because of the gesture his classmates made to welcome him. Thank you, Issei. Issei sat near Matsuda and Madohama at that moment, who were a little sad because of their friend's situation. It's a shame that I can't see women's bodies in your condition, Matsuda. He will still be able to feel their bodies even in this condition, Madohama. Hyoudou thought that his friends were really the ones he should have for the rest of his life when they tried to support him during this difficult time he was going through due to the sale. The poor guy who makes me take off this blindfold is really screwed. Issei. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 11. Exp 10 160. Strength 28. Vitality 26. Magic 34. Speed 30. Luck 33. Agility 31. Dexterity 29. Skills: firearms expertise, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee weapon mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye, hellfire manipulation, teleportation, shinobi weapon mastery, summoning hell beings, gravity manipulation, time manipulation, limited, bone manipulation, summoning Gasper's cannons, clairvoyance, super intelligence, telekinesis. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditore, Assassin's Creed, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat, Sans, Undertale. Roles: user has no points to spend. These two versions of Issei are from fics of mine that are completed. Do you want me to translate the story? Renegade Demon and Exorcist. The boy with brown hair and a black eye patch was sitting on a small rock while he was thoughtful. He was around a flaming landscape where there were several souls writhing in pain, and he watched everything with an empty expression. This is the hell that Scorpion can travel to with his abilities, and also where he takes out the tormented souls and hellfire. Issei Hyoudou had come to this place for the first time while trying to come up with some ideas about what he could do with his abilities, whether he could merge them to create a new combination that would generate something new. The tests are going well so far. I think I'll get even stronger. Issei. The young brown-haired demon had two ideas of skills that he was trying to put into practice at that moment while training. His mind was trying to create a hypothesis of how to make this possible while writing everything down in a notebook and blackboard to make sure that his theories and ideas were being recorded, as he could reuse a small part or a large part of them. Sans's abilities have more benefits than harms. Even if I'm deprived of my vision, I think it was even a light price. Issei was dividing his time between studying at school, spending 2 hours in this place to be isolated and test his ideas, and he was also dividing his time to spend with Riaz and Asia. Looks like it's time for a contract, Issei. The magic seal that indicated he was being called began to shine, and his body complied with the request after his approval. The type of demonic contract seemed not to be murder like some others, and would be a more casual one like he did with Miltan and Morisawa. Hyoudou insisted that a reddish vortex open in his client's room for him to pass through while emanating a negative energy that showed his authenticity as a demon. What is your order, Issei? The person looking at him was a black-haired man with a small blonde streak on his head. This person was smiling as he watched his triumphant entrance as if he was watching a fun movie or show. I just wanted a partner to talk to, Aaziel. Then maybe I'm the perfect partner, Issei. The boy teleported 2 bottles of alcohol to his hand. The 2 bottles were in this house and had been served as if they were ghosts and automatically. Have you ever tried drinking without using your hands, Issei? Interesting, Aaziel. Aaziel and Issei's night was quite fun before the contract was completed, and they exchanged numbers so they could have fun again as friends and not just as a human and devil contract. I should try to hide the smell of beer, I said. Hyoudou thought he would get scolded by his parents if they knew he was drinking adult beverages now. They might not be strict with erotic content, but they were still strict when it came to drinking and other things. He teleported to his own bed at that moment to be grabbed by 2 women at the same time. He was trying to close his eyes without saying anything so that the alcohol would not be detected. How was your training today, Riaz? It good, Asia. Aren't you responding, Asia? You ignoring us, Riaz. The boy thought it would be better to talk to them than to his parents, as they would probably just scold him for drinking and nothing serious would happen. I went on a contract to have fun with the client, Issei. The fun involve women, Asia. No, Issei. The two let out a happy sigh when they heard that it didn't involve women, but they soon smelled an aroma of alcohol, one that was quite irritating when their lover opened his mouth. You drink, Asia. Issei. Asia had no idea how bad the drink could be. She just knew it was very wrong and didn't think much about it afterwards other than asking Mickey and Goru's opinion about the problem her son got into. Don't drink alcohol yet because you are underage and you shouldn't use such things just to have fun. Life is much more than alcohol, cigarettes, or drugs. It's not because you kill people or become a demon that you can completely disregard everything and certain rules. Riaz gave her boyfriend a little scolding before showering him with kisses again. She made him swear that he would only drink in casual moments when he was of age to enjoy with family and friends. I won't complain about this because this woman I love wants to prevent me from becoming addicted to certain drinks that have the potential to make me too dependent and affect my mind too much. Issei. The two hid the fact that he had drunk from his parents and said that it would be just this once and that he couldn't do such a thing again. He didn't think it was bad at all to be forbidden or to stop drinking alcohol because he was a minor, and also because it could harm his mind in missions or certain things. The dream he had was separated in a place where space-time did not work correctly, and he trained with all the characters he had acquired so far. He trained with Sans, Scorpion, Snake, and Ezio. The morning was very productive as he was woken up by beautiful voices in his ear and also by the body of a woman, 2 women to be exact, hugging him on both sides in his bed. The only thing he had to complain about was that the bed was single and could barely accommodate the 3 of them. Let's wake up, Asia. Just wait a little longer, Riaz. Issei had already woken up at that moment and teleported, leaving a void between Riaz and Asia's arms at the moment. The clothes were being removed with telekinesis and also being put on with that ability. I love this skill, Issei. 2 people in white robes were in a certain place that had been burned for more than 30 days. This place was an old abandoned church, and the fact that it was burned made both of them angry. These damn demons dared to burn down your house. Seems that they no longer fear our God and sovereign. The 2 were thinking that the demons were on an evil journey to corrupt people after seeing the church burn down, and also because of their mission to deal with a fallen angel who might be in cahoots with such demons. Better be prepared for anything. Cannot underestimate the ability of such beings. The 2 quickly left the place as they planned to continue their investigation. They intended to scout the entire city and then they could go to the demon territory to find out the current situation of things. Issei was talking to his perverted friends while he arrived in the classroom. He was finding it all quite amusing even though he was blind to his abilities. I pray every day when I think you'll never see a tit again, Madohama. He will still be able to feel a tit, he will still be able to smell a tit, and he will also be able to hear their thoughts, Matsuda. Madohame. These guys are the height of human idiocy, Issei. He was smiling when he thought that his friends continued to treat him the same way even though he was blindfolded, and continued to beat him the same way even though they tried to take advantage of him while he was blind. Would be a good ninja if they still existed, Madohama. Maybe I'll try to become Japan's first blind soldier, Issei. The blind police officer from Japan would be cool too, Matsuda. Eika and Asia seemed to arrive at that moment as they greeted everyone very politely. The 2 were blushing at the sight of the blonde while being disgusted at the sight of the 4 eyes called Eika Kuryu. This attitude of yours offends me, Eika. A very fun conversation had started at that moment until the break ended and everyone returned to their desks to study. The class had been like it was every day. It was fun with the help of cool friends and companions. The occult club was together again after classes ended. Hyoudou and Asia were sitting together on one of the sofas while Kiba and Kaneko were on another with Akino standing next to Riaz, who was sitting in her chair that looked more like an executive desk. How is it going being blind, Akino? It's kind of sad I can't appreciate a woman's body beyond touch and smell, Issei. Can touch me if you want, Akino. Really, Issei? Or just slash Riaz. The two quickly vetoed the boy, who just gave a hidden wink to the black-haired woman, who was trying to get him into trouble to satisfy her sadistic desires to see others suffer. Seems that going blind won't change your womanizing ways, Kaneko. I know you love me like that, Issei. I don't love you, Kaneko. Of course you love me, Issei. Irritate me, Kaneko. Hyoudou was having fun teasing Kaneko while he stayed at the occult club to satisfy some of his boredom, and also because he felt intimate with her. The state of being blind only allowed him to enjoy few things, and teasing someone with a short fuse was something that gave him the feeling of being alive again. Kiba Hyoudou was flying, and his mind was focused on other things while not looking at nothing. The people in the room found it strange when he had not given any comment or a gentle smile, which was his mark of a gentleman. Today we will have a mission to accomplish, Lias. Issei was happy to hear about a mission, a chance to stretch his bones after so long he had been isolated from the normal world due to his current state of having to deprive his vision. I hope it's something peaceful, Asia. I hope I can cause a lot of pain, Akino/Issei. Gremory quickly stood up to make a gesture and get everyone's attention, as one person was lost in their own thoughts and wasn't listening to anything she said. Mission, which will be carried out in a few minutes at dusk, is to exorcise a renegade demon that escaped from its lord and has been feeding on humans and anything else that approaches a territory it calls its own. Lias. Rias presented the type of demon this person was and also some other information about the victims, the state of the bodies, and also what the fight would be like when they got there. Kaneko and Kiba would be the front line while Issei would be the middle line, Rias and Akino would be the penultimate in the group, and Ezio would be the last as a healer. The team was decided to follow a formation in which they positioned the enemies like this. Hyoudou and Hyoudou went for close combat and were the first to enter because of their melee combat, Hyoudou because of his versatility, and the others because they were ranged attackers or not effective fighters. The place they had gone to was an abandoned factory where the demon was hiding to feed and sleep. The formation began and the battle also at the same instant. The Gremory melee attackers quickly attacked with fists and sword strikes at that moment, but the renegade demon, which had the appearance of a woman on top and a spider on the bottom, had completely dodged it by jumping and sticking to the walls. This thing looks like it's from a horror movie, Kaneko. The president and vice president quickly attacked with their destructive power abilities and lightning magic at the moment. The humanoid spider quickly dodged by jumping to another wall again. It won't air, Issei. The spider quickly descended as its body became heavier and was crushed into the ground because of the psychic abilities of the brown-haired boy who was currently blindfolded. Now Lias. Rias gestured for both Kaneko and Kiba to attack. She did not gesture for Issei to do so because of his condition of being deprived of his vision, and probably would not pick up any signal if it were not by voice, touch, or smell. The little white-haired girl stepped forward to deliver a powerful punch to the monster with her small fists, but the swordsman seemed to be trapped in the clouds and this created an imbalance in the battle. Hyoudou-senpai Kaneko. The demonic arachne had recovered faster than expected and not completely knocked out due to Hyoudou's absence, who quickly realized that he had made a mistake. I'm flying too much, Kiba. Her sword quickly moved at speeds beyond sound and slid to cut the claw-like legs of the woman who disowned her own master, but not in time to prevent an acid from heading towards the surprised Kaneko. Issei just watched that with his heightened senses and pulled his kuhai back a little with his telekinesis to avoid being hurt by that harmful substance, which melted much of the ground and rocks. Thank you, Kaneko. Akino didn't like it when she saw that her companion was going to be severely injured, and that's why she used a large-scale lightning magic that wouldn't reach any one of the Gremory type to finish off that monster. He's all yours, Akino. Rias quickly finished the creature with a few words that the nobles spoke before focusing on Hyoudou, and seeing him who was flying again, his mind seemed to be in the heavens and slapped his face to make him wake up. Hyoudou, did you wake up now, Rias? Yes, Kiba. The blonde felt ashamed when he realized that he had almost hurt Kaneko because his mind was very confused. His mind seemed to be flying to certain sensitive topics, but no one would know about it if he didn't have the courage to tell them, and they couldn't help. Condition isn't normal, but we can't do anything if he doesn't want to talk. Issei. Yes, we can't just force him to tell us what's happening to him. Aquino. Issei felt that he was very tired, and that was why it was time for him to relax in a place that would serve no purpose to relax. It was a place of eternal torment, but that helped him a lot to create his techniques and also to develop new ideas for combos and improve his current powers. Hell didn't seem like a normal place to relax when you looked closer, but a blind man couldn't tell that and could only see the heat and the sound of people regretting their choices in life. I feel like a crisis might be near, so I better hone my skills. Issei. The boy was smiling as he thought about his skills that he was crafting. Sans's genius intellect was something that was helping him a lot in creating such techniques that would save him a lot of effort. He had also requested some weapons with better speed and that could adequately injure a high-class devil or an angel, and there seems to be almost no projectile weapons that can do that. These weapons are not for sale, or it would cause huge chaos in the demon world and everywhere else, to tell the truth. Issei. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 11. X 7160. Strength 28. Vitality 26. Magic 34. Speed 30. Luck 33. Agility 31. Dexterity 29. Skills: firearms expertise, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee weapon mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye, hellfire manipulation, teleportation, shinobi weapon mastery, summoning hell beings, gravity manipulation, time manipulation, limited, bone manipulation, summoning Gasper's cannons, clairvoyance, super intelligence, telekinesis. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditore, Assassin's Creed, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat, Sans, Undertale. Roles: user has no points to spend. New and old enemies in QO. The brown-haired boy was in a deserted place in some Middle Eastern country. The job he had now was to end a terrorist group that had already given him information, and that was selling people to obtain funds and wage war. The boy was disgusted, even though it wasn't the first time he had dealt with terrorists or people who sold people. The feeling of disgust always lingered in his throat when he dealt with these types of people. I think I have to stop with these contracts, they're not doing my head any good. Issei. The low-class devil was sitting on a chair as he watched everything catch fire around him. There was nothing alive, and those who were used as goods had already been released and teleported with his telekinesis. It was his turn to teleport now that there was nothing else to do and there was no survivor left in this hellish place. The place he chose to teleport was his house, his room specifically. The occult club group was there and were surprised to see him coming back from a mission, and he was also surprised to find everyone in his room after a fervent killing spree. Something happened for everyone to be in my room. Issei. Club is undergoing pest control, so we can't use our meeting room today. Riaz. I understand, Issei. The brown-haired boy changed his clothes with a snap of his fingers and sat down near everyone else to find out what today's meeting was about. Let's talk about how many contracts you made this month, Riaz. Everyone was paying attention to President Riaz's speech as she was notifying them about the success they had this month as devils. Person who has the most contracts is Issei if we count the ones that are assassination requests, but without that it's Aquino who has the most. Riaz. Aquino was happy to know that she was leading if assassination contracts didn't count, which her Kuhai really liked to do to increase his exp and become even more powerful than he was. Kaneko and Kiba remain regular with 5 contracts each. The growth potential is shown in Asia with 3 contracts. Riaz. Issei was getting very happy when he heard that Asia had done well, and the others also congratulated the blonde. Seems like our group is promising, Kiba. Are my dear subordinates, Riaz. I'm happy to be part of the group, Asia. I am too, Aquino. The entire group was smiling, and Issei felt that his clairvoyance was irritating him at that moment. The reason was his mother, who had arrived with some cookies and also a photo album. Issei-senpai seemed to be innocent before, Kaneko. He looks so cute, Asia. It Arias. The blonde and the redhead were really enjoying watching the shameful story of that brown-haired man who was just putting on a mask and pretending that everything was going well. This is a holy sword, Kiba. Kiba was fixated on a photo where little Hyoudou and an orange-haired boy were holding portable consoles in their hands. The image in the background was a sword that could clearly be recognized as sacred. Issei noticed his friend's strangeness, but he couldn't identify anything because of his current state where he was wearing a blindfold, and so he couldn't see the photo he was looking at. Kiba is acting strange, Issei. The meeting ended after a few minutes and everyone went to their own homes while only those who lived in the Hyoudou residence remained. Riaz, can you take the album that Kiba was looking at and see if there's anything strange in it? Issei. Riaz. Gremory was in doubt as to why her boyfriend was making such a request, and even Asia was also in doubt, but they soon thought about his strangeness and could soon have a clue. He was acting a little strange. He wasn't as absent-minded as before, but he was having some negative feelings. Issei. Riaz quickly searched through the photo album that Kiba had taken and was looking at each photo in detail. The redhead sometimes got lost because she found her boyfriend very cute, but she also paid attention in the next second and soon realized the reason why he was acting strange. That's it, Riaz. I point to a sword that was in the photo where Shidu and Issei were. That photo had something that had captured her eyes and also those of a swordsman like Kiba. A sword, Asia. I don't understand, Issei. It's a sacred sword and it seems that Kiba is thinking about his painful past to be in this state. Riaz. The woman didn't think she could do more. She had already sent him to a psychologist and psychiatrist several times so he could return to normal, but now it seemed like an old trauma had been reopened. Seems Kiba had a hard life, Issei. Better keep an eye on him before he does something stupid, Riaz. I didn't think there was anything that would disturb the calm and reliable Kiba-san, Asia. The three of them were of the same opinion and slept on it as well, as it seemed that Q would be plunged into chaos again, and this time it might be much worse than when they fought a high-level demon. The night was peaceful for the two girls, but not so peaceful for the one who had a system and had to train even in his dreams to become even stronger than he was before. He woke up after having a bad feeling and woke Riaz up too before he left in the middle of the night, as San's mind wouldn't let him sleep at that moment. I'm going to investigate the city and some other things. Go to school later when it's time with Asia. I think there's something bad happening in Issei. I see. I would tell you not to go normally, but things seem strange after I received a report from 2 exorcists in this city. Riaz. I don't think those exorcists are the source of my confusion, Issei. They must not be strong enough to be a threat that makes you angry. It must be something else that is making your powers stay on guard. Lias. Riaz understood that her boyfriend had a strong sensor for danger and that dangerous or powerful things could not enter Q without him knowing. It would have to be done very well in this case, and not even the exorcists escaped the moment they set foot there. His figure quickly disappeared as he teleported, and his clothes were a black kimono that he usually wore in his assassination work. A hood was also covering his hair because of the rain, and in order to not be recognized, a mask that covered his mouth was also added. The point he was going to was the highest in the city, an abandoned tower that had nothing but spiders and the building falling apart, but that was nothing for someone who could fly with demon wings or telekinesis. The power to teleport also helped. It's time to see the extent of my abilities, Issei. The eagle eyes were activated at maximum power at that moment as he tried to sense the energy of everyone who could represent a danger. He was seeing all the energies and their possible colors. The exorcists were marked as red because they were clearly hostile to demons, so it didn't surprise him to see such a color emanating from them, but he didn't mind that there was a huge difference between the two in terms of strength. A green light seemed to be weakening, and this caught the attention of the brown-haired assassin, who began to pay more attention to it and saw a red light very close to that location. I found it. The teleport was quickly activated at that moment, and his body appeared in front of a blonde man who was bleeding while wielding a sword, and a silver-haired man who fit the characteristics of a certain person he had been told about before. but had never met. Must be the crazy priest, Issei. You're another fucking demon, freed. The former exorcist quickly attacked towards the low-class demon who was serious at that moment. The sword was causing his instincts to scream and shouting that it was certain death if he received a blow from it. The holy blade headed towards his neck, a horizontal cut that intended to tear his neck completely and would also, if possible, tear off his head. A jump upwards was made to dodge the sword's strike, and the renegade swordsman of the church followed the same steps. He tried to cut the blindfolded boy still in the air into several pieces. Can't escape me, you fucking demon, freed. Fall Issei. Gravity was increased and telekinesis began to act together. Freed was thrown to the ground as if he were a meteor and created a huge crater that hurt his body a lot at that moment. Seems like you're a pretty strong fucker, not a weakling like the golden-haired princess. Freed. The fake priest was bleeding heavily due to the impact his human body had had when he fell to the ground and quickly tried to retreat, which was not allowed by the demon of the Gremory clan as he shot a flaming chain from his hands to pierce his enemy's chest. Should stay here, Issei. I appreciate the invitation, but I don't like people like you. I find them repulsive and they stink of shit. Freed. The foul-mouthed man quickly escaped after a bolt of lightning came from the heavens to attack both Kiba and Issei. Clairvoyance acted quickly, and his action was to quickly teleport the two to a distant location. The place hit by the rays of light were turned to dust and made his skin tremble at the thought of being hit by something so powerful. Someone powerful was in the city and seemed to not be coming because of diplomacy. Should rest, Issei. I cannot rest until my revenge is done, Kiba. The blonde just walked away bumping into him while the brown-haired one didn't even care about it anymore. As he was going to report to Riaz and decide the course of action, there was no way he could insist on helping his friend at this moment when he was very mentally unstable and lost in his hatred. Let's see if I can find any clues before we go to the occult club room, Issei. He quickly appeared in the abandoned tower again while teleporting juice and snacks stolen from a store, which no one would miss because there were much more than 2 or 3 of them. Eagle Eye tired his mind when used for too long, so he decided to use it for 1 full minute and rest for 9 minutes. The same cycle was repeated over and over for 4 hours straight. The result of such a search was some suspected cultists who were alongside Rainier and the others in the past. The boy quickly used some methods to place tracking devices on them. I can't just go around slaughtering them or I'll alert the boss. I need to have an idea of the situation I'm getting into to know if our group will need reinforcements. Issei called Riaz and said that he would be a little late as the cultists were having a meeting at the church, and he was monitoring everything through listening devices that he placed on their devices and also on their bodies, shoes, and clothes. The technology was developed thanks to the genius minds of the characters he had managed to get, such as Ezio, Sans, and Snake. The cultists' meeting seemed to have the presence of several fallen angels from what it indicated. The boy didn't know exactly because he couldn't see the place and could only hear everything through certain devices he had placed on his spies. A new war is coming. The demons, angels, and fallen will fight again to see who is the sovereign. Excalibur is the hero's sword. Excalibur is the sword of God and also the first sword that is being made. This city will be the sacrifice to complete it without the missing parts. You feel the thrill of fighting in a war where different races fight for supremacy, the thrill that runs through our veins of drowning the world in blood. Issei was completely frightened by the things that were being said at that moment. A sacred sword the size of Excalibur would be created in this city with the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of lives. A madman was trying to reignite the war again. I can exclude angels from this. Devils have war fanatics, but they don't get along with fallen angels and they seem to be from the same group as Rainier. Issei. His eyebrows were furrowed as he listened to everything that was happening in that meeting. The crazy ideas that these extremists terrorists had for the world and a powerful figure who gave space to such illusions. I think those exorcists might have a clue about that powerful figure. I don't know the fallen angels well enough to have an idea. Issei. The boy tried to feel the energy of the exorcists and they were in a place he knew very well. He was in the occult club and this made his plans much easier. Who are you? The people who sensed Issei's presence quickly pointed their swords at him the moment he arrived, while the others were just laughing. Kiba's presence was hidden in a place outside this room. I'm Hyoudou Issei, a devil belonging to this group. I was doing some things around here and couldn't get to school in time. Issei. The orange-haired woman quickly reacted to that name while the other remained cold at that moment. Riaz was reassured when she saw her pawn. Information from your side, Riaz. I wanted to say no, but these guys are some pretty hardcore lunatics. Issei. Hyoudou sat at the meeting table when he saw that there was no room on the chairs for him, and he also didn't want to stand after having spent so much time hidden and focused on spying on terrorists. First thing I can say is that the shitty priest is back and there is a very powerful figure behind him. This being almost killed me and Kiba with a long-range attack, and I couldn't see his figure. I can only assume that the figure we are dealing with is someone who is close to the ultimate class of power or someone who is actually in it. Issei. The people in the room were getting nervous when they received such information from that brown-haired man. The Gremory trusted him while the exorcises had doubts. How can we trust you, Zenobia? I don't care if you trust me or not, I'm just reporting the facts I witnessed last night. Issei. You sure about that statement, Lias? There's no way someone who sent that attack wasn't someone of that power class or very close. I have experience in this according to several people in that power class who have tried to kill me in my various jobs. Issei. The assassin could remember very well that an attack like that which hit him once by someone of the same class almost killed him and left him in a coma for several days. Luckily, he had the strength to escape before he even passed out. Various jobs, Irina. I'm a professional assassin, Issei. A card appeared in his hands, and he gave it to the two exorcists in case they wanted to hire him for some service that required help from someone powerful. A chill ran down both of their spines at that moment when they realized that they were not dealing with just anyone, and the exorcist who seemed to recognize that man seemed to no longer recognize him. This is my work card, Issei. Let's accept it for now, Zenobia. The two quickly saved that card in case they ever got into trouble and needed to call this strange assassin to get them out of trouble. It wasn't wise to refuse that kind of offer. You have any more information, Riaz? Shouldn't have stayed there just to find out about this, right, Aquino? I feel a bomb coming, Kaneko. Well, those guys need to die soon, but first we need to bring their boss into direct battle to reduce the number of casualties. Those idiots intend to sacrifice the hundreds of thousands of people in Kyoto and the surrounding area to create a sword as powerful as Excalibur, and they also intend to kill Riaz and Sona to place the blame on the exorcists and thus reignite the flames of war. Issei. Riaz, Aquino, Kaneko, Zenobia, Irina, and even Kiba, who was outside, were left with their mouths open when they heard about what had been discovered in that meeting between the group of war extremists. You hear it from their mouths, Aquino. Yes, I heard that very well, Issei. The exorcists have any idea who the mind behind it is, or at least one of them? Lias. Cadri Cockabeel seems to be one of the minds, Zenobia. So this must be the figure that attacked both Kiba and Issei that night, Riaz. The room was in a cold mood at this point when they realized that things were getting dangerous. The brown-haired boy was still calm even though this had happened. Main Mission 7. Rewards 4 levels Gacha Gamer Roulette Points. Description: Stop Cadri Cockabeel's plans to wage a new holy war. The methods don't matter. Penalty: death. I'll meet with Sona and we'll discuss a strategy to deal with the situation alongside the exorcists. Riaz. Riaz quickly left the place to reunite with her best friend and also a person who was a high-class devil and had a powerful group of helpers. I think you two shouldn't sleep on the street or in abandoned places, Issei. The two exorcists had their attention drawn at that moment when the killer called out to them. He had a gentle smile. How do you know, Zenobia? You keep an eye on us, Irina. Of course I did. You guys are a rival faction and you may not pose a threat to me, but you pose a threat to my friends if they want to hunt demons. Issei. Zenobia felt insulted when she thought about retort that she wasn't a threat to that brown-haired man. Her pride seemed to have been trampled on at that moment. We not threats to you, Zenobia. No, you two are strong, but there is a big difference between our powers, Issei. Kaneko felt that the exorcist wasn't very happy with her senpai's answer, but there wasn't much she could do, as the naked truth was being told at that moment. I would defy him here and now, but he's offering me a house and a bed to lie down in, so I won't do it because of mere foolish pride. Pride is also a sin. Zenovia. How did he change so much from that little pervert to this man? Irina. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 12. Exp 35 170. Strength 30. Vitality 28. Magic 37. Speed 33. Luck 34. Agility 33. Dexterity 31. Skills: firearms expertise, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee weapon mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye, hellfire manipulation, teleportation, shinobi weapon mastery, summoning hell beings, gravity manipulation, time manipulation, limited, bone manipulation, summoning Gasper's cannons, clairvoyance, super intelligence, telekinesis. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditore, Assassin's Creed, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat, Sans, Undertale. Roles: user has no points to spend. Preparations to kill Cockabeel. Irina and Zenovia were welcomed into Hyoudou's house because of Shidu, who surprised the brown-haired young man when he learned that she was a childhood friend who had lost contact, and was also the same one who had reactivated Kiba's sacred sword trauma. Is she pretty? Issei. Is very beautiful, Asia. Pretty as you, Issei. Yes, Asia. The brown-haired boy was very tempted to take her into his harem, but dating a woman wasn't the same as catching a Pokémon or getting an object. A woman had feelings, and it was difficult to make her attracted to a person like him who had several women. I hope you keep your lewd thoughts away from me, Issei-kun, Irina. Expected of a demon, Zenovia. Issei was just laughing as he went to his room to sleep. Riaz had arrived shortly after, and the three slept together while the exorcist stayed in Asia's room, which was unoccupied. She had talked a lot with Sona Citri, who decided that her best friend would use a barrier to isolate the collateral damage they would have in the battle, but they put in place a plan B to warn Serafal and Surzech in case it went wrong and they couldn't resolve it on their own. We'll call our brothers if you don't have confidence in beating him, Riaz. Riaz knew how dangerous a Cadri was, and that was why she wouldn't try to deal with it alone if her most powerful subordinate couldn't handle it. I can win, Issei. You confident, Riaz? I will train so I can win, Issei. I'll set aside some training time for everyone until we can get Cockabeel's attention, Riaz. Gremory knew that his pawn trained differently, and it wouldn't help much if he stayed with them to train. His power would grow as he trained alone to raise his own powers. I feel a little sad when I think that he'll sink into a bloodbath again, Riaz. Asia also understood Riaz's looks at her boyfriend. They both felt sad when he would kill people to improve his powers and wondered if one day he would sink, if one day he would get lost in his own bloodlust. Zenovia and Irina were in Asia's room as they were relaxed because they had a bed and at least a roof so they could rest. The place was not infested with bugs. Would have thought that your childhood friend is a demon, Zenovia. A demon with high-level power, Irina. The two were a little uncomfortable with this when they accepted the demon's invitation for being almost fanatical faithful, but they soon forgot about it, thinking about the good parts of it all. Least we won't die in vain, Zenovia. We would die like ants if we were to face Cockabeel, Irina. The exorcists thought they were idiots for thinking they could defeat Cockabeel. They could only defeat a high-class demon based on strategy and using their weaknesses like sacred things, but the chances of them losing were very high. Better sleep, Zenovia. Yes, Irina. Everyone in Hyoudou's house was asleep after a very short time had passed. Hey. Hyoudou had the same dream again of being trained by his four characters and felt that his powers were rising to an even greater level. He was almost ready to fight Cockabeel. I will train in hell, Issei. Issei decided that he would train in Scorpion's hell, as there were some opponents that could be useful in raising his powers to the next level, but he would have to be prepared to die if he went there. His black kimono was on his body, and he left a letter saying that he was going to train with some people in a strange place. The same could be called by a magic circle that he left. Hell remained as it was. The lower realm had souls screaming everywhere. There were different races in this place that were dealing with these souls, and there were also other things that did not attract the killer's attention. The assassin was interested in the soul of a person who was chained deep within this place, a soul that could overthrow the ruler of this realm should he fail to defeat him. A large humanoid being with black wings and dragon horns was in front of him. This person had a sinister look and his skin was gray, a gray that looked more like some dragon scales. Anaga, Issei. Must be the current king of this hell, Anaga. He nodded as the dragon got an idea of what that person was doing as he released him with just a snap of his fingers, and they were teleported to a free field. Know that I will destroy everything if I beat you, right, Anaga? Yes, but I won't lose, Issei. I will show you the consequences of your foolishness, Anaga. The two quickly moved like shadows in the wind and collided, both of their bodies taking 3 steps back before their palms moved again for a devastating clash of palms. Side Mission 4. Rewards 1 level and status increase. Description: defeat the Dragon King from another world with your life at stake in a deadly duel according to the laws of Mortal Kombat. Penalty: death. Issei felt his powers falling to assimilate with Anaga's and he didn't feel bad. The two were evenly matched at that moment when the rules of Mortal Kombat were activated. You already regretting it, Anaga. The claws of that humanoid dragon passed close to his face, but he quickly dodged and grabbed part of his hand to throw it upwards. No, Issei. He quickly teleported with his sword in hand bathed in hellish fire towards the dragon, who dodged it by flapping his wings to the side and thus effectively dodging that 2-part combo. Demon and dragon clashed their fists once more and a mind-boggling exchange of blows took place at that moment. The brown-haired assassin's fist quickly moved at high speed towards his enemy's face, which he intercepted with a part of his arm and then turned so that his powerful tail hit his enemy's spine. What a strong guy, Issei. He spat blood on the ground after taking a few steps back after being hit by his opponent's powerful tail. The Dragon King inflated his lungs with air and quickly unleashed a high-speed fire breath, which was seen coming by his enemy and effectively dodged by teleporting behind his opponent. Come here, Issei. The chain in his hand extended to penetrate the back of the powerful king of another world who was pulled towards him and tried to react by flapping his wings, but he couldn't and ended up taking a hook bathed in the flames of hell in his mouth to fall to the ground. I'll enjoy finishing you off and sitting on your throne, Anaga. Stop being delusional, Issei. Riaz was with her entire group and even with Kiba who were developing the strategy alongside Sona. The group would act while the strongest would try to strengthen themselves to deal with the strongest of them. Then we need to call everyone to a direct duel where everything will be decided. The problem is how to do it, Sona. Yes, they have the advantage in strength and the element of surprise, Riaz. The most annoying part was the element of surprise that came with calling Cockabeel and the others into direct combat, something that would be very bad. Don't we give a war to the damn war fanatic, Aquino. Everyone was paying attention to Aquino at that moment as she seemed to have an idea that could end up starting the battle between both sides. Us spread the message of a deadly battle in which we challenge him in such a place and written with demonic characters which no one other than those who participate in the supernatural will understand. Aquino. You really think he'll participate in a battle according to our rules, Riaz? Of his goals is to kill both Riaz and Sona-san, so he'll have to play by those rules to achieve his plans in addition to sacrificing the entire city. Aquino. I think it could work, but what should be the date and place, Sona? The person who came up with the idea for the place was the red-haired Gremory after thinking of many things when she had moved in, and also one that Cockabeel would accept as per the planned terms. Battlefield will be near the Gremory and Citri mansion of Kyo, the training ground we have, Riaz. Place is isolated and there is nothing that would alarm others other than the name of the place, Sona. He should accept if it's that place, Kaneko. We'll be able to let loose if we go there and everyone will fight if a barrier is well placed, Kiba. The day was the only thing left, and the one who made the decision about the day and had the final say was Issei Hyoudou. I think the best day for us to fight is today, because there could be a setback with that guy wanting to suspect us despite being crazy about fighting, and something unfavorable could happen to us. Irina. It's a very reasonable hypothesis, Kaneko. Let's do it after the strongest on our side comes back from his training, Riaz. The entire group in this room knew that they would need Hyoudou to win the battle against Cadri. The fight could only be equal when both were facing each other head-on, or it would be a massacre if either of them were missing. Signal has already been activated and should arrive as soon as possible, Riaz. The plan had already been made and the material to start the final battle between those who wanted peace and those who wanted war would begin. Hey, things seem to be moving. A man with black hair and golden highlights was talking to a guy who was actually quite well dressed. This person had silver hair and was smiling. I'm excited to see what the outcome of this beautiful show will be, Voli. You're just excited to fight that other guy, Aaziel. I get excited when I fight strong people, Voli. The silver-haired man was smiling as he thought that all the battle that might happen in the next few days would just be a warm-up for his and a certain someone's fight. Don't let that idiot kill the heiresses of the Gremory and Citri clans in case of defeat, Aaziel. Leave it to me, Voli. Voli might be a fighting fanatic, but he was not a war fanatic and understood how the two things were different and that something like war could not happen again for the sake of his interests. A man with black hair, red sclera, and reddish pupils was smiling while his teeth and face seemed to be that of a vampire. His hair was long and his clothing was extremely luxurious. Will the sword project work, Cadri? Yes, everything is ready to work and we can activate it at any time. The person was a fat man with round glasses like a bottle. This person was wearing priest's robes, but his aura was not at all sacred. It was quite evil, so to speak, and his name was Valper. We'll activate this at the time of our fight. It will give a sense of crisis to our enemies, Cadri. You wish, Valper. The two were smiling as they saw their goals being completed of a new holy war and a wielder for a perfect sword, which would also be made in this battle that could be said to be legendary. The fucking demon will pay, Freed. Freed was mumbling as he thought about the brown-haired demon who used telekinesis to throw him to the ground like he was nothing and broke several of his bones. Crashing sounds could be heard as heavy and powerful things collided at high speed. These things were the punches and kicks of two powerful warriors who were fighting to the death. The brown-haired assassin's arm was broken as he faced his opponent. He was wielding his sword bathed in hellish fire while breathing heavily from his injuries and the blood falling to the ground. The Dragon King from another world was also injured and might have both hands and legs, but his body was much more injured. One of his eyes was gouged out, and there was also the fact that his right wing was cut off. The two fighters in this deadly duel were looking at each other seriously, and there was nothing like respect. There was only hostility and the will to survive in order to become stronger. The fight that the two were having was to decide who was the strongest and most fit to survive in this food chain that was the underworld. The combatants quickly approached each other again to decide everything in just one short but infinitely deadly and powerful exchange of blows. The mighty Dragon King's hands came together and conjured a powerful fireball, which was launched at high speed as he continued to advance right behind. Issei teleported behind his opponent with his sword ready to pierce him once and for all, and it wasn't as easy as he thought when the earth shook due to the dragon's stomp, and he lost the ideal position to kill him. The monster's hand was ready to finish him off, but a rope appeared in the broken hand, and the other hand that was working pulled him so that he fell to the ground. It's the end, Issei. The dragon was spitting fire from its mouth and burning its opponent at incredible temperatures, and it only ended when the chain appeared in its free hand and used that sharp tip of it to stab him. I won, Issei. He fell to the ground on the other side as he lost consciousness after killing his enemy. The only thing that calmed him was the sound of the system saying that the rewards were granted. The Gremory group and Citri were prepared and ready for battle, but the most important person had not arrived and was worrying everyone because of his absence. Still can't spread our message if the most important element isn't here. Lias. I think he messes with a guy who has a heavyweight on his side. Kaneko. Then it should only appear in a few days. Akino. Akino and Kaneko knew that when he didn't show up after several hours, it was either because of an extremely difficult mission or he was fighting someone very powerful and couldn't divert his own attention from the battle. Job of an assassin is dangerous anyway. Rias. We just not do it alone. Issei-kun can help, but maybe we can if we join forces. Kiba. Kiba was trying to find a way to vent his hatred. The desire to fight made him impulsive, something he normally wasn't. Can you defeat Riser? Rias. No, but we can if we join forces. Kiba. Yes, together we can do it, but they will also go with others, and it's not just a one-on-one battle. There's no way just Sona and I can hold off one Cadri while leaving the rest to you and the others. There's also the fact that someone has to maintain this barrier. These terrorists don't care about the material world, but we do, and we're going to lose some people because of it. Rias. Rias was frustrated when she saw that the blonde was putting his feelings above reason and wanted to go straight to battle. Revenge could be important, but she couldn't let it blind her. Issei wasn't supposed to come back on the same day anyway, because there's no way his training would only last a few hours and he'd come back even stronger. Rias. Gremory was very worried because of the bomb she had, and her name was Kiba Hyoudou. She wanted him to have his rationality back. But it was impossible to think straight when he was fighting against the people who had killed the only family he had in his life. I wanted to know why they called me after only a few hours. I think it must be important. Issei Hyoudou appeared with wounds all over his body. One of his arms was broken, and he was also limping as he walked towards them. The guy wasn't feeling distressed because of his condition. Have you completed your training? Rias. No, I only completed one of the parts of it, but it seems like there will be a delay in the plans for them to call me. Issei. Yes, Rias. Asia didn't say anything and focused on healing her boyfriend completely, and the others were scared with the exception of Team Gremory, because they were already used to this sight. The hell did this to you? Where the hell did you get to? Irina. A dragon. I went to kill a dragon and get something that would help me increase my powers. Issei. Now I understand why she wants that monster to come back before fighting Cathedral. Zenobia. Zenobia placed even more value on the contract card of this assassin who had killed a dragon and who must have been quite strong to leave it in the state it was in. Now we can start our plan. Sona. The Student Council and the Occult Club of Q began to act at that moment as they put up posters all over the city. They were making sure that everyone would know about this and that it would probably reach the ears of the Cadri. The time they were scheduled to appear was 7 p.m. The current time was 6:30 p.m. with everyone ready for battle on site. You feel any animosity towards fighting a fallen man after everything that happened? Akino. Akino was talking about not only that a fallen angel was trying to plunge the world into war, but that others were killing humans to steal their sacred weapons given by God, and also that he and Asia were almost victims of these people. I don't feel any animosity towards their race. I've met good and bad fallen on the battlefield. I've been hired by several of them, and I've also killed several. Issei. So you don't think being a fallen angel makes you disgusting? Akino. I think that what makes a person disgusting is their spirit. It's not because a person is ugly in body that they will be ugly in soul too. Issei. Your words are kind, Akino. It's the hypocrisy of a murderer. Issei. He felt that he was almost completely recovered, but the damage that the Dragon King did to him was something that was frightening, and he only woke up because of his willpower due to the seal's alarm asking for help. Seems that the stage for the beginning of the war has already been set. A ray of light appeared with hundreds of fallen angels and cultists at the same time. Several monsters also appeared, such as giant three-headed dogs and some monstrous chimeras. Cathedral. Rias. Himself, Cathedral. Both sides were already prepared to fight at that moment and were facing each other. The fallen angel was giving a mischievous smile while the others were completely serious. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 13. Exp 35 180. Strength 35. Vitality 33. Magic 41. Speed 37. Luck 38. Agility 37. Dexterity 36. Skills: firearms expertise, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee weapon mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye, hellfire manipulation, teleportation, shinobi weapon mastery, summoning hell beings, gravity manipulation, time manipulation, limited, bone manipulation, summoning Gasper's cannons, clairvoyance, super intelligence, telekinesis. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditor, Assassin's Creed, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat, Sans, Undertale. Roles: user has no points to spend. The duel against Cockabeel and a new system user. Guys, take care of the rest and I'll fight that idiot. Issei. Are you calling an idiot, Cockabeel? The black-haired man was irritated when that low-class demon insulted him and even thought about attacking, but he was surprised by the demon already teleporting in front of him and an exchange of blows began. Seems like it's not just talk, Cockabeel. The Cadri held his enemy's fist while with his other hand he delivered a powerful punch. The assassin did not disappoint when he defended the blow with his free hand. I have many cards up my sleeve, Cadri. Issei. The red-eyed enemy quickly let go of his opponent's arm as it began to catch fire from the hellfire, and this only left a smile on his face as he bathed his fist in the power of the fallen angel's light. The fist of fire and lightning collided at that moment, illuminating the battlefield and thus making both armies move to fight in the name of peace and also in the name of a new war. The exorcists quickly moved at high speed to head towards the group of demonic beasts. The demons went to meet the fallen angels who were on the battlefield, and Kiba went to kill a certain silver-haired swordsman. You think you can beat me without the help of your little friend, Freed? I'm sure I can, Kiba. The two disappeared while only the sound of swords clashing could be heard on the battlefield if one were to pay attention to them. Speed was something they both possessed and an enviable swordsmanship technique as well. He's good, but I'm faster and more skilled, Kiba. Looks like this little shit got better, but my gun got better too, Freed. Hyoudou thought about defending a blow from that powerful sword when he was cornered and was surprised when his blade was quickly broken and it almost went through his chest. Luckily, it was a superficial cut. Bad luck was that this sword was sacred and of the highest levels. It's time for the final blow, Freed. The Gremory Knight closed his eyes when he thought that his end was so ridiculous. His hand was full of his own blood, and he couldn't even move because of the holy element that was causing almost his entire body to burn. Hyoudou Rias. Keiba/Senpai, Akino/Kaneko. Freed's sword was getting closer and closer to him. Those closest were screaming while Rias and Akino were preparing their own magic to try to help him. But it wouldn't be in time until a huge blue blade appeared. The holy aura was much greater than that horrendous sword and its power stopped his enemy. Shouldn't give in to an opponent of that caliber, demon, Zenobia. Issei looked down and saw the whole scene, but he couldn't do anything as he focused on Cockabeel until he had a fun idea to manifest his blade at that moment. Kiba, Issei. The blonde was surprised when the brown-haired assassin's sword had appeared in front of him. It was stuck in the ground and seemed to emanate an enormous power just waiting for him to pull it. Thank you for helping me, Issei, Kiba. He touched the sword and was horrified by the visions of the past appearing in his head. His friends were on the ground and said nothing as he just stared at each of them in their corpse forms. I understand you are not lending me the sword or its power. You are trying to make me surpass my limits and thus conclude my battle with my own powers, Kiba. The bodies were burned by the flames of a certain specter, and he now understood the kind of power that was in his mind to be released, a power that would use his demonic power to the extreme and discard his humanity. This will be the sword of revenge, Kiba. The flames that burned those corpses gathered in his hand to form something from their ashes. His mind was personifying everything he felt at that exact moment he met Freed, and also that figure that was hiding like a rat, Valper Galilei. This will be the sword of revenge, Kiba. The sword that didn't look pretty and seemed to be just ash-shaped like a blade was in his hand, but no one could underestimate that powerful blade if they felt how much demonic energy was concentrated in it. What a terrifying power, but it really does seem like something only a demon would have. Zenobia. The blue-haired woman was smiling when she saw that the man's power was greater and that they now had a better chance of winning this battle. This event seems to be the balance breaker, Riaz. A great addition to the group, Aquino. A great addition, Kaneko. Cockabeel was irritated when he saw that the other group had become stronger and his now seemed to be at a disadvantage, but he soon realized that this was part of the war and now it was time for him to turn it around. Don't you think about taking off that blindfold to fight, Cockabeel? I won't need to take this off, Issei. The boy was serious as he looked at his enemy who he felt was being underestimated. A sword of light materialized in his hands and quickly attacked with a swift thrust towards his heart. Issei just stayed calm when he saw this and quickly dodged to the side while materializing a kunai in his hand to try and stab the angel quickly in the back after dodging. The Cadri flapped his beautiful black wings and took off upwards as he dodged and held his sword with one hand while the other materialized projectiles that appeared to be throwing knives made of light towards his opponent. Time to test my new power, Issei. Hyoudou was smiling when he thought about mixing a power that he had already tested before to see if it was possible, but that would now be tested in a real battle and could help him a lot at this time. Gates of Hell, Issei. Several magic circles appeared at that moment and several flaming bones were thrown at high speed towards Cockabeel's projectiles, who was also surprised by this. The skis of the battlefield were filled with infernal bones and knives of light clashing and exploding. Both sides were using ranged techniques at that moment as they saw who was superior. I'll kill him at the first opportunity, Issei/Cockabeel. Both intended to kill the other at the first opportunity they were given. The slip would not be allowed in a place where their lives would be at stake on a deadly battlefield to which they were already accustomed. The mad priest's head had flown upwards with a strike from the sword made of demonic ash. The rest of his body began to burn and seemed to be consumed by something evil. Seems that this sword wasn't all that, Kiba. His gaze turned to a certain fat priest who was hiding and a smile opened while the other retreated in great fear. The attempt to run was useless when he disappeared along with trails of flames. I would even say that I feel sorry, but after I remember everything he did in that person's life. Zenobia. Zenobia had discovered that Kiba was one of the survivors of the Holy Sword Project and that he had a great trauma related to that priest who was screaming in pain before dying now. I don't think you'll have mercy on him, Irina. Irina only prayed for Valper's soul as a Christian gesture so that he could redeem himself in hell, but she was not at all interested in sparing this man's life. Issei and Cockabeel stopped exchanging blows from a distance and were now clashing with the swords they had in their hands. A blow from the infernal katana was aimed to open the belly of the fallen angel who intercepted it with his own blade while taking a few steps back. Don't you think that a war would make your name more famous? It would make your tailies even more legendary and could further prove this absurd strength that you have, Cockabeel. I guess I could, but that's not worth the price of millions or billions of lives that would be caught in the crossfire. Issei. The Cadri quickly struck his sword with great force into his enemy's blade with one hand putting pressure on him, while the other hand materialized a dagger that delivered a lethal cut towards his rival. The teleport was activated so that his position was behind the fallen man who was sensing his presence and responded with his weapon at an unbelievable speed. The supernatural bladed weapons collided at an unbelievable speed, and the clash between them caused the wind in the place to become even heavier and more deadly. The environment itself was heavy because of this. I can't kill him, Cockabeel. The black-haired war maniac was too focused on his enemy in front, who was also doing the same. The two were thinking of several strategies at that moment to see who would stand out. The clashes between the light and infernal weapons were being counted in the hundreds or even thousands since the battle began. The bodies of the two were not injured, and this showed an equality between both sides. Let's try this, Cockabeel. Cockabeel jumped back as he dematerialized the sword of light and used both hands to materialize thousands of smaller spears of light, which were instantly thrown towards his enemy. Time to further test the combinations that Sans and Scorpion's powers can give me, Issei. 10 Gaster cannons were summoned at that moment. They were in special positions as they seemed to be burning with the flames of hell as they were boosted with the powers of the mortal Combat Spectre. The lasers were combined into one at the moment they were launched and thus combined to fight against the spears of light that were heading towards it. He may have temporarily stopped my weapons, but I still have more cockabeel. The Cadri was startled when he felt a huge pain in his back at that moment. He looked back and there was a Gaster cannon behind him. The carelessness meant that the spears no longer had an advantage and the strongest laser hit him. How I love the ability of clairvoyance and also super intelligence. These two abilities were a key point in being able to ambush the fallen angel who had no idea of the extent of his oddities and also the immensity of his powers. Riaz, Aquino, and Sona were more than enough to sweep the battlefield with their powers at that moment. The three beauties were monsters on the battlefield, and their servants were very powerful as well. Gremory only needed to launch one attack to cause every enemy to be disintegrated by its powerful destructive power that could erase almost anything from the map. Heimjima was very skilled with lightning and magic, which allowed her to take out several enemies en masse from a distance, while only a few posed any difficulty for her. Citri materialized a huge serpent of water several meters long that slid across the battlefield, annihilating the enemies. She also made several smaller animals out of water such as monkeys, spiders, and tigers. The others also did their part as Irina and Zenovia showed their mastery of the sword, especially the blue-haired woman who had a very powerful blue sword. Kaneko was protecting Asia, and any enemy that was approaching them was turned into bran with just one punch from the powerful and invincible white-haired Loli. I would say that this was too easy, but looking at Cockabeel and Issei's battle, I can say that we would have been massacred if we didn't have our own monster, Sona. I think he would be a little offended if he heard that's Aquino. He must have heard too much while he was killing people all over the world. Riaz. The three were making some jokes to cheer up the mood while the defeated fallen angel with serious injuries on his body was very furious to see that a large part of his body was burned and also that he was barely standing. You want to know something funny, Cockabeel? Issei had his sword in hand and was ready to take the life of that fallen angel in front of him and collect the exp that would be given, one that he would really like to become even more powerful. No, people have great faith in God, but what if they discovered a small fact about this great being, Cockabeel? Hyoudou knew that it was to buy time and thought that he couldn't let this person continue talking, as he knew very well what had happened to God after achieving various things in assassinations related to fallen angels and demons. Shut up, Issei. So you know about the secret of the angels and the factions, Cockabeel. Cockabeel was laughing while the others were becoming incredulous upon seeing that calm man being nervous for the first time in their visions and wanted to know the reason for such a thing. What kind of secret is that, Issei? Riaz. The sword swung at that moment to try to cut Cockabeel's throat and thus stop him from talking, something that should not be discovered by low-level church people or the young aristocracy. The fallen angel gathered strength to materialize a sword and thus avoid being executed while smiling at his opponent's desperation as he tried to silence him so that he would not reveal the faction's greatest secret. Is dead. He died in the ancient sacred war between the three factions, and it is an undisclosed fact. Cockabeel. Bastard Issei. Hyoudou was trying to kill him in every way as he had lost control for the first time at that moment. His sword strikes that had been made previously had not managed to kill his enemy before, but these were grazing him and soon his resistance would run out. Zenovia fell to her knees at that moment when she thought that all her faith had been for nothing, because God was dead and nothing was worth it if the Lord of everything was dead. Can't be Irina. Irina simply fell to the ground as if she had received a powerful punch and could no longer get up. She no longer had the strength for anything. Her head and her spirit were processing everything. Asia simply fainted after hearing this news while the others were in disbelief at such a thing. God, the almighty Christian God, was dead. How can this be, Riaz? This is hard to process even for me. Sona is dead, Aquino. The three of them were paralyzed as Issei was filled with fury at that moment. His sword was flaming as he waited to end everything with the next blow. His opponent was just laughing at the shock and anger caused in them and their companions. Seems my allies have arrived, Cadri. The barrier was broken at that moment and a man with short silver hair arrived. This person was staring at the Cadri who was filled with fear at that moment. I came to collect the trash, Voli. Sorry, but he's going to be killed by my sword, Issei was staring at this new silver-haired person until he was startled when he saw his eyes, as he recognized very well those red pupils with a certain strange shape and that he had lost the fight at that moment. Sharingan Issei. These were Issei's last words before he passed out due to a certain ocular power that placed him in an ability known as Genjutsu. Sorry for doing this, but I don't have much time and I need to pick up the trash, Voli. Team Gremory was frightened by that person who put the monster to sleep with just a look while the other monster was extremely scared and ran for its life. Be braver, Cadri, Voli. His eyes changed appearance, the red pupils were taking on an even stranger shape, and a blue warrior extended his giant hand to grab the Cadri who was trembling in fear. That's all for today, Voli. He quickly disappeared after that and left with Cadri almost crushed in the hands of that powerful giant humanoid. Riaz and the others were ready to fight at any moment, but they only knew one thing: in case they were to fight that white-haired man with or without Issei, they knew that only death awaited them, and they had never felt anything like that. Name: Issei Hyoudou. Level 17. XP. Strength 46. Vitality 44. Magic 52. Speed 48. Luck 49. Agility 48. Dexterity 47. Skills: firearms expertise, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee weapon mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye, hellfire manipulation, teleportation, shinobi weapon mastery, summoning hell beings, gravity manipulation, time manipulation, limited, bone manipulation, summoning Gasper's cannons, clairvoyance, super intelligence, telekinesis. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditore, Assassin's Creed, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat, Sans, Undertale. Roles: the user has 1 point to spend. The Warrior of Ashes, the Ashen One. Hyoudou remained unconscious after suffering because of the other system user's ocular technique. He had been caught by surprise when he activated the eagle eye and ended up seeing the scarlet eyes because of that. The shock was great at the moment this happened, and he didn't even have time to fight back or get out of it. His consciousness had faded at the moment and thus activated the rewards. The character's roulette was spinning. What could be happening for him to be sleeping so much? Riaz. Riaz was very worried about her boyfriend, who was sleeping too much and didn't seem to have any signs of waking up. The concern was shared by everyone. I have no idea, but I feel like it wasn't just that guy who did it. Aquino. Aquino felt that it wasn't just something the silver-haired man did, it was something strange that was happening, as she could feel her Kuhai's power increasing. He will wake up being an even more powerful person than before, Kiba. He was a monster before, so he'll come back as a super monster, Kaneko. People were laughing when they thought that he could become even stronger than he was in a short time, his growth surpassing the limits of what was possible in everyone's eyes. Let's get ready to welcome you when you come back, Asia. Asia was trying to make some foods that her boyfriend really liked and that everyone else liked, and the others were excited to see him waking up too. Little did Issei's friends know what was going on in his mind, something the system had created while he had passed out, and it seemed like the perfect time to activate. Congratulations, user has acquired the character Ashen One from the Dark Souls game series. The Ashen One is too powerful for the user to handle, so the system will create 5 seals to release some of the power. The seals will be released after meeting the requirements to begin a test and passing. The first seal will be activated once the user completes the first test. Starting the first test. The brown-haired boy was in a dark place and was looking at a figure in front of him, who was using a very large long sword that dragged along the ground. He was wearing leather clothes that seemed to be old and gave a sense of danger to him, and also a metal hat that seemed to be a cone. I've played Dark Souls 1 and 2, but I haven't played 3 yet, Issei. The boy quickly materialized his flaming katana as he prepared to fight the opponent in front of him. The two were facing each other until the deadly battle began. The man in hunter's clothing had moved at a very fast speed. His movement was strange and could not be predicted properly as the sword moved extremely quickly as well to crush him into the ground. "This guy is weird," Issei Hyoudou quickly teleported behind his enemy and applied a cut towards his back to stab his heart in one go, but he didn't expect that he would strangely jump with the sword in a very strange and weird way to be able to apply a cut towards his torso. Too insane fighting style, Issei. The low-class devil was quickly split in half by that blow and could only watch his body fall to the ground as his opponent approached him with that heavy sword once more. "I'm gonna die as Issei." The Ash Lord's sword quickly moved and stabbed into her head to interrupt her thoughts, which shocked her to think that she would die in a strange way like this. The biggest shock came when it had appeared intact again after a few seconds and the battle had resumed. The insane fighting style, superior attributes, and stronger weaponry than Issei's made the Lord of Ashes have the advantage in all the fights and sparrings they were having, and he had no forgiveness. The boy's second death was having his enemy's sword thrust into his throat. The third was when his guts fell to the ground after a quick blow he didn't notice. The fourth was when his head was cut off. The fifth was split in half vertically this time, and the sixth had his heart pierced. The boy was dying more and more often as he fought his opponent, but he was learning to deal with such a being and was managing to maintain a balanced fight for longer before being cornered and killed. 10 deaths were enough to keep the fight going for 1 minute, 15 deaths were enough to keep it going for 2 minutes, 20 were enough to keep it going for 3 minutes, and so the rhythm continued until it stopped counting how many had died. The brown-haired demon was only able to fight on equal terms with his opponent after 100 deaths, and it took him 200 to defeat him in mortal combat until he discovered something mysterious. "You've got to be kidding, Issei had only passed the first phase of his opponent. The real part would begin now that he had used the powers of the first flame on his blade and would also fight against other members of the Abyss Watchers Legion. The deaths were becoming more and more insane. Hyoudou had only matched the first phase of that Ash Lord's power, and now he had to deal with his full power and the power of the Abyss Watcher Legion. Some deaths he was burned alive by the powers of the first flame, sometimes he was turned into pieces, and other times he was hit in vital points to die or just weakened as time passed. The sanity of the demon called Issei Hyoudou was losing more and more, and was fighting as insanely as the Abyss Watchers did in their battles in the beginning, and was adapting in order to survive. He forgot who he was, forgot everything as he continued to fight his opponents in front of him, and only allowed himself to think about how he would kill his enemies who seemed to be superior in everything. It took 500 deaths for him to be able to fight on equal terms, 750 deaths for him to gain the upper hand, and 1,000 for him to triumph over his enemies who had tormented him for a cycle of 1,000 lives. I did it, I killed those bastards, Issei was dancing as he watched the corpses of the Abyss Watchers disintegrate. He had managed to overcome his enemies after 1,000 deaths, after finally suffering so much and almost going crazy. The user has gained the immortality of the Ashen One. He can return from the dead as long as he loses 5 levels and several status points. The user gained the ability to use part of the powers of the first flame in their attacks. User has gained mastery over multiple melee weapons. Mastery has been improved. User has had their stats improved. The Abyss Watcher set has been granted to the user. User gained the Greatsword, a weapon nearly 2 meters tall. User gained the swords of the Abyss Watcher. The next test will be available at level 25. The opponent will be the Devourer of Gods. Issei had woken up after several hours in the real world, which had been several days and even months in his mind after fighting the Abyss Watcher, and didn't think that everything was as normal as it would be. Issei-san woke up. Asia quickly screamed when she saw the brown-haired boy awake and in good health. He was happy to see his girlfriend in that place and gave her a kiss while vaguely remembering some things. Issei-san, Asia. The others arrived quickly, and a woman with red hair became very jealous, which was noticed, and that's why she received his kiss too, so she could feel his love for her. Seems like you came back very romantic, Akino. I came back stronger than ever, Issei. How strong, Kiba? Kiba was excited to know how strong his friend was now that he had returned from his dream, and the others were also excited to know how strong he could be. I think I'm at least 3 to 5 times stronger than before, Issei. Issei was confident that he had entered the supreme class of strength with the power of the Ashen One, a power that did not have many abilities, but each of them was significant and made him stand out from everyone else. Let's enjoy the food we made for our victory, Riaz. Food, Issei. Hyoudou was very hungry and wanted to eat because he had overcome his traumas in the fight against the Lord of Ashes, the one who had killed him more than 1,000 times, and he just wanted to drown in pleasure now. Seems like he dreamed of something bad to be like this, Lias. Maybe he's just starving, Asia. Senpai is a bit uncivilized, Kaneko. He's just like that, Akino. Can't change the best part of him, Kiba. The 5 were laughing as they followed right behind the brown-haired boy who just wanted to sink into his food and completely forget about the moment he had spent with his tormentors. He was very surprised to see that a blue-haired woman was there, but that Irina was not there, and that she was also emanating a stronger but more malicious aura than the one he had. The blindfold did not allow him to see his beautiful body, but it allowed him to feel the energy of several people around him and also capture presences with his own senses. Where's Irina, Issei? Returned Zenovia. You, Issei. I won't return, Zenovia. The boy understood that the woman had probably become a demon or done something related to them, which made him stronger than when he was in the church and was a simple human. Seems you found the new knight of the Gremory, Riaz. She'll be a good addition to our group, Issei. I'm sure it will, Riaz. Zenovia was looking at the brown-haired man with the blindfold with some interest, an interest that went unnoticed by Riaz and Asia, but not by Akino, who found it all very amusing and good for her entertainment. You going to attend our school too, Issei? I will, Zenovia. She'll be in your and Asia's room, Lias. Looks like the boys are going to be drooling over a new girl, Issei. You don't, Zenovia. Issei was laughing as he understood the blue-haired woman's blatant flirting and had to give a pleasant response so that he wouldn't end her hopes and also so that the others wouldn't get so jealous. Need something more than looks to win me over. I'll live with this blindfold for the rest of my life, and there's no way I'll fixate on something I'll rarely see, Issei. The former exorcist basically understood what the one who was a candidate for her fiancé had said when he talked about the blindfold, as he rarely used his powers to see through the blindfold and could not see very well even using those abilities. The dinner between the Gremory was going very well as everyone was laughing a lot. Everyone was feeling calm as they thought that everything they were going through at this moment was something very sweet, something that was relaxing. A silver-haired man was smiling as he looked at a man with black hair and blonde highlights. The two were calm as they stared at each other. Successfully captured Cockabeel, congratulations, Aaziel. I have no merit in this, the other guy had already defeated him after using his skills. Voli. Issei, Aaziel. Voli was surprised when he heard the name of that brown-haired person, whose name he also didn't know, but he soon saw a picture that the perverted fallen angel had shown. That's the one, Voli. The Grigori leader was laughing when he felt an idea emerging from his adopted son's mind, an idea that could likely end up putting the alliance at risk. What idea are you having, Aaziel? I'm making a selection to choose my rival, the person who can evolve at the same level as me and can entertain me in combat. Voli. I feel sorry for him, Aaziel. Issei was sleeping in his bed, but not as peacefully as he thought when he had to face the ghost of the Ashen One who defeated the Abyss Watcher and ended up reopening the wounds that the Lord of Ashes left. I need to strengthen my mind. I need to stop my mind from breaking in difficult times. Issei. Hyoudou continued to fight with his characters while improving his own skills and testing many melee weapons to improve his mastery, while in his free time he would try to play Dark Souls 3. The same agreement surrounded by Asia and Riaz, who had occupied his room as they fought to spend more time with him. Now it's time to get ready, Issei. The boy had already teleported to get ready, while the other two were also waking up at that moment to go to school. It's time to go to school already, Riaz. It's too early, Asia. The women were sleepy as they reluctantly put on their clothes and decided to drink coffee to see if they could wake up any further from the sleep that was causing their eyes to constantly close. Kwunko had met them halfway while Akino came right after, and then Kiba. Zenovia was the last to meet with the group near Q Academy while they spotted a person far away before. Hyoudou couldn't see that figure or feel its energy, but his senses were alerting him to someone who was approaching at a speed that shouldn't be human, while the others had the vision to identify him. It's that strange man with white hair, Riaz. Issei gave up on using his eagle eyes to see through the blindfold for fear that the red eyes would activate again and he would be knocked out with just one look, and so he relied on his senses to face him. Your name is Hyoudou Issei, correct, Voli? Yes, but what do you want with me, Issei? Team Gremory was ready to fight. A small disagreement could end up in a small war between the two sides to the death while having a crossfire in the middle of the civilians. I wanted us to fight in 1 week. I want to see how strong you are, and the prize will be Achabil's head, Voli. Issei knew that killing a Grigori Cadri like Achabil should give a lot of EXP. He could end up evolving a level or two if he managed to land the final blow on that valuable enemy who was close to the ultimate class. Hyoudou's friends didn't understand Value's fixation on Achabil's head with the exception of Riaz and Akino, as the two knew about the 8 systems and suspected that Hyoudou had won. Where will we fight, Issei? We'll fight on an island far from where we are, one that is uninhabited, and we will be able to let loose at will in that place. Voli. Voli gave a map to the one who could be his future rival so that he could look at the point marked on the map at that moment. Aren't you after my exp, Issei? I would have already killed you that time I knocked you out because of your grotesque mistake of looking into my eyes, if that was it. Voli. The low-class devil laughed at that moment and extended his hand to set the date for the confrontation to take place in 1 week's time on a remote island far from Q. In 1 week we will fight with our 100%, Voli. In 1 week, Issei. The two were confident that they could win this fight with their own powers. They were looking forward to this battle, and the most anxious was the brown-haired boy. I feel like I can use everything in this battle, and this guy might make me take off my blindfold, Issei. I think I'll be able to use that character I've never used against anyone other than Tobio and Aaziel, Voli. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 17. XP. Strength 56. Vitality 54. Magic 62. Speed 60. Luck 59. Agility 61. Dexterity 63. Skills: firearms prowess, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee weapon mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye, hellfire manipulation, teleportation, shinobi weapon mastery, summoning hell beings, gravity manipulation, time manipulation limited, bone manipulation, summoning Gasper's cannons, clairvoyance, superintelligence, telekinesis, immortality, Ashen One's arsenal, partial manipulation of the first flame. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditore, Assassin's Creed, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat, Sans, Undertale, Ashen One, Dark Souls. Roles: the user has no points to spend. An alliance between factions. The class was going as usual, but the boys were giving death glares to Issei, who didn't even care or feel sorry for not being able to see anything because of the blindfold. He couldn't waste effort on futile things. Another beauty is in your house, Motohama. How envious I am, Matsuda. The two just felt that it was a shame that their friend was blind so he couldn't see how beautiful Zenovia was and also other things. The blue-haired woman had caused some trouble for him. It's a shame that I'm blind and can't see such beauty, Issei. Hyoudou gave that intentional flirtation to the blue-haired swordswoman, who was very happy to be praised, while Asia just smiled because of it. Zenovia-san is indeed a very beautiful person. Asia. Looks like someone is going to steal your boyfriend, Aka. Asia was very blushing and embarrassed when she thought about admitting to everyone that she was Issei's girlfriend, and also a little angry and jealous when she thought that someone else would steal her boyfriend. Seems like you're still quite innocent, Aka. You'll soon become corrupt if you stay near a well of naughtiness like you, Issei. Look who's talking, Aka. The two laughed a lot when they thought it was a meaningless conversation at that moment, and more people got involved in the conversation until the break ended and they returned to their seats. The class had ended after boring Asia, Zenobia, and Issei a lot, who were focused on it and went together to the occult club while feeling tired because of the content that was being taught. The former church members were trying to understand the math and physics content properly because they had never been to a normal school, while the young man was bored because he already knew this and had to see the same subject again with nothing better to do in his day-to-day life. Everyone was gathered in the club room while resting at that moment, and the first one to try to talk something was Ria's Gremory, the president. I was thinking it was time to release the bishop, Ria's. Time to release Gasper Kaneko. I don't know if he'll want to leave, Aquino. He's in a situation that he can't quite understand, Kiba. Ria's thought a lot about whether she should release Gasper or not, but she came to the conclusion that they needed his power and that she couldn't spend all her time locked in a room sleeping like a hikikomori. Is Gasper Issei? He is my bishop who is sealed because of his shy personality and his overwhelming power, Ria's. Gasper-san must be quite strong, Asia. Issei and Asia were feeling excited to meet the member who seemed to be super powerful and had something to be sealed. Zenobia was also another who was too excited. A few seconds passed and they arrived in front of a wooden door locked with several padlocks and protective magic circles that appeared after a snap of Gremory's fingers and then broke. The room was very beautiful and had a gothic decor. One thing that could be said about this Gremory team member's room was that it had no light and was very dark. Where is he, Issei? Kailia. A small blonde figure with pink eyes had appeared in front of everyone and then disappeared. This person was very scared of new figures. Is it a woman, Asia/Zenobia? I'm sure the voice is a man's, Issei. The three were confused while the two girls thought it was a woman because of her appearance. The boy thought it was a man because of his voice and also because of his other senses. Gasper is a boy who likes to dress like a woman, Kaneko. So he's a cross-dressing man, Issei. He's also afraid of going out into the world, Ria's. There are scary things out there, there are monsters, there are bad people, and there are many other things, Gasper. The little vampire was hiding in his cardboard box while he thought of a way to return to his solitude and thus not be in the presence of others. Gasper, you can't keep living like this, it's not good for your life, Ria's. The world out there is scary, Gasper. Issei snapped his fingers. The vampire was already in front of him. A scream was given at that moment and the vampire returned again in front of him at that moment. It's useless to try to escape, I can teleport you at will with my powers, Issei. Just to let you know that Senpai is a highly trained assassin, so escaping from him is almost impossible, Kaneko. The blonde was very scared at that moment and was teleported in front of him. His phobia was at its peak, but he tried to maintain control because of his survival instinct. He doesn't look that impressive, Zenobia. Zenobia thought the technique he used to escape was impressive, but it wasn't that impressive when he was caught repeatedly by the telekinetic power of the Gremory pawn. Let me train this brat here to overcome his limits and fears, Issei. The rest of the group was looking at Gasper with pity when they thought that he would be trained by someone as rough as Hyoudou, someone who sometimes even seemed heartless. You're going to need luck, Gasper-kun, Kaneko. I hope you don't die, Kiba. I'll be rooting for your return, Aquino. Just don't kill him, okay, Ria's. The vampire who wanted to wear women's clothes was crying a lot and tried to escape in every way, but he couldn't when he was tracked and teleported again to the same place and then disappeared like a figure of flames. The two were quickly teleported to the hell of Mortal Kombat, a place full of tormented souls, scary races, and other types of monsters that had been placed in this strange place. Where are we? Are you going to kill me here? Am I going to die? I am going to die, Gasper. This is hell and my domain. We will train here in this place that has a different flow of time so that you can improve yourself as a person and a demon. Issei quickly disappeared as hordes of monsters appeared to try to capture Gasper. He became very nervous and quickly ran away as long as he could for an entire day. Senpai Gasper. Hyoudou would only intervene when his kuhai was in a life-threatening situation or when he was at a mental breaking point. He would not intervene when he was being beaten or crying. He would intervene only when necessary. The vampire spent 7 days in the Netherrealm, which was equivalent to 2.5 days in the normal world. The transformation he underwent in that place was immense, and he was no longer afraid of people outside. He seems to have completely changed. Lias. Didn't you turn him into a fighting machine? Akano. No, I made sure to just make him go through the trials and not break him any further. Issei. The little vampire felt grateful when he thought about the times his senpai was there for him, in the times when he most needed physical or emotional help for advice. Thank you, Gasper. You're welcome, Issei. Hyoudou was now looking at the redhead who seemed to have something to talk to him about, a request that seemed to bother her a little. Does my brother want to see you, Riaz? Mao Issei. Yes, Riaz. The professional assassin quickly snapped his fingers and his clothes changed into more elegant ones. His dirty body was quickly washed by the flames and also by magical water. I'm ready, Issei. I'm surprised at how quickly you can get ready, Riaz. Everyone is surprised by this, Akino. The Gremmaries didn't go to the Mao because the Mao had already arrived a few seconds after he had gotten ready, and the low-class demon almost had a heart attack when he felt so much demonic energy. Grafia was next to the crimson-haired man who had a gentle smile. His face was very beautiful and you could see the similarities he had with Riaz. The two were siblings and very similar. Nice to meet you, Lucifer-sama, Issei. You can just call me Sirzech. Okay, Issei. The two quickly sat down in seats while looking at each other with a friendly smile. The boy had no idea what the man in front of him looked like and only knew that he was absolutely strong. The energy that leaked from him was something that gave him chills. Seemed to me to be someone quite powerful for your age and time, Sirzech. You seem like someone I would absolutely die if I faced, Issei. Difference between us is still very big, but maybe it will get shorter if we continue at this pace, Sirzech. The gentle Mao was smiling as he thought that the person in front of him was a great candidate in power and personality to sit beside him and even replace him if he wanted to step down as one of the four. I came here to tell you that there will be a treaty between the three factions. The meeting will be secret and will take place in Qo. There will be no one there other than the leaders, but two of them wanted to meet with you before this. Sirzech. Sirzech also didn't want to get in the way of the training Issei was doing to face a certain silver-haired man he had heard about, a fight he would watch with great pleasure. Just give me their address and I'll come right away, Issei. I have to praise your practicality and speed, Sirzech. The two talked about a few more topics like how Riaz was very pretty, which caused the smaller Gremmary to get rosy cheeks and look very embarrassed before they said their goodbyes at the same time. Bakes laughs. Sirzech would go to Issei's house while being guided by Riaz and the others, while he himself would meet the other leaders before isolating himself again to be able to face Voli. Akino was his only company. First one we're going to meet is Ikel, right, Issei? Yes, let's find the leader of the angels first, Akino. I'm anxious. I've never seen him even though I've seen angels on my missions, Issei. Akino felt a little strange when she thought about seeing Aaziel because a certain person would be there and she didn't want to see that person, her father. What do you think of fallen angels, Akino? I think they are like demons and angels. They are just beings that can be good or evil, and it doesn't depend on the race to say what they are like in themselves. Of course, one opinion I have of them is that they are weak from what I've seen so far. Issei. Don't you think that the angels who fell from God's grace are evil, Akino? No, it's not because he became corrupted that someone is evil. I would definitely be one if I were an angel because of my bad personality, Issei. The woman was speechless as the two talked about a few more things until they arrived at a temple where she lived alone and which was very similar to a place from her childhood. It took several minutes until a golden light entered the room and everything was illuminated. A gentle figure with long blonde hair arrived. His eyes were blue like a river. Then you must be the one who replaced God, Issei. I can't replace my father, I can only maintain the order of things while he is gone forever. Michael. Michael didn't think he was up to God's standards. He was only able to keep things going because God had arranged for everything to work even without him. I'm glad things stayed this way because it would be a huge chaos if everything went down the drain because of his absence. Issei. I think so too, Michael. The two were smiling as they continued to chat about some more irrelevant topics to get to know each other better, a strategy to get closer. What do you think of the alliance between the three factions, Michael? Truth is that it's high time they did that already, Issei. Past Michael. Angels are weakened by the absence of God while the demons manage to overcome this thanks to two super demons like the current Lucifer and Beelzebub. The fallen are also evolving and a war will break out if they continue to grow and the Cold War climate continues. Issei. Michael understood his words very well. Heaven was still fragile due to the absence of God while the other two were becoming even stronger due to remarkable members or evolution created by their minds. So it seems you have the same opinion as me, Michael. The blonde archangel was giving a small smile because the conversation was going in a pleasant atmosphere and there was no hostility between the two sides. Thank you for talking to me, Michael. The blonde angel said goodbye as a light appeared at the same moment, and a person that Issei knew very well was in that place. Issei Aaziel. Aaziel Issei. The two touched hands as they materialized some things. Hyoudou materialized barbecue meat while the fallen angel materialized some drinks. Can't drink, Aquino. Don't stop being a party pooper, Issei. You want to be electrocuted now or later, Aquino. Okay, Issei. Hyoudou refused the alcoholic drink but ended up accepting the soft drinks and other beverages that the fallen angel offered him while they talked. I didn't think you could be the leader of the fallen, Issei. I hid very well, Aziel. I don't know how Cadri and Renegade can be the same race as someone as cool as you, Issei. They are two idiots who are good for nothing but causing trouble and fighting, Aziel. The two men of different races seemed to be best friends and had none of the same warmth he had with Michael and Serzech. What do you think of this alliance, my boy, Aziel? I think it should happen soon. There's no point in letting a crazy person like Cadri or Renegade screw everything up and start another war. I think the demons must have crazy people for that like those two. Issei. There are shitty people in every race, Aziel. They both laughed at that moment as they thought that it was a universal truth that there were a lot of shitty people. Imejima just looked at both of them strangely at the thought that her kuhai was so close to the leader of the fallen. Since when do you know each other, Aquino? I asked for contracts with demons to get some entertainment and he ended up being one of the best people I've ever met, a great friend, Aziel. It took several hours until each one had said what they wanted and thus they could satisfy their longing for each other. The alliance seemed to be almost formed from what they saw. Issei Aquino. You have anything against your part that is a fallen angel, Issei. How did you know, Aquino? I detected the aura that only a fallen one has in you, Issei. Issei's spiritual senses became more attuned after obtaining sands and also after becoming blind, so few things could hide from his vision. I do have something against that blood, Aquino. The brown-haired boy just smiled when he thought that everything was just another nonsense of fate again. There are good and bad people in this world. Someone's blood or lineage does not make them bad. What makes them bad is what is hidden in their heart, and I do not see that in you, Issei. Those were the last words of the demon who was the Grimoire's pawn before disappearing like the wind to teleport to a place where he would train to improve himself, because the duel was too close and he had wasted 3 days of it. There was no way I could evolve in 1 week even in my current state, but I could think of some strategies to evolve. 1 level or 2 wouldn't make much difference either. Issei. The boy was smiling as he thought about all this before he began to meditate in a secluded place, and the powers that Voli could have and the powers he had to use in a combination. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 17. X 6220. Strength 56. Vitality 54. Magic 62. Speed 60. Luck 59. Agility 61. Dexterity 63. Skills: firearms prowess, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee weapon mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye, hellfire manipulation, teleportation, shinobi weapon mastery, summoning hell beings, gravity manipulation, time manipulation limited, bone manipulation, summoning Gasper's cannons, clairvoyance, superintelligence, telekinesis, immortality, Ashen One's arsenal, partial manipulation of the first flame. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditore, Assassin's Creed, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat, Sans, Undertale, Ashen One, Dark Souls. Roles: the user has no points to spend. Games vs. Animes, Voli vs. Issei. A certain island was covered in clouds and thunder. The sea around it was strangely agitated, while the air itself in that place seemed to be turbulent. It seemed agitated as if there were two monsters prepared to kill each other. The truth is that there were two humanoid monsters facing each other in that place. There was a man with short brown hair and another with silver hair. Both were wearing kimonos and ready to fight at that moment. I'm excited to fight an equal for the first time, Voli. I hope you make me take off the blindfold, Issei. Aren't you blind, Voli? This blindfold is just to control my powers, Issei. Good to know, Voli. The silver white-haired demon was excited by this and threw a punch into the air at that moment. The punch with his right fist created a bullet of air that traveled at an impressive speed, but was easy to dodge. It's not enough, Issei. Voli was already in front of his opponent at that moment with his two fists prepared to deliver many punches, multiple punches at high speed that could be equal to or greater than light. Hyoudou didn't just choose to dodge, he also chose to try to counterattack with his own martial arts while engaging in combat with the person in front of him. Lucifer's descendant quickly kicked with his left leg, a high kick towards his enemy's head, who stopped with one hand and prepared his other hand to stab him with the assassin's hidden blade. The blade made a shallow cut in his chest and almost managed to penetrate his heart as he retreated backwards with a small jump, and the other leg kicked his opponent in the chest to launch him a little away. Over here, Issei. The chains came out of his right hand as he was thrown back and stuck into his opponent's leg to pull him towards him, who was prepared with a powerful punch energized with Scorpion's infernal flames. The upper part of the silver-haired man's clothes quickly tore, and Issei had the illusion of seeing a demon on his opponent's back, a thing that startled him but didn't stop him from completing his punch and sinking his face into the ground. Voli had his face sunk into the ground with the punch, and a huge crater opened up in the place where they were fighting. The ground had several cracks and a part of the island shook with that tremendous blow. Are really strong, Voli. Seems like he started using Yujiro's powers fully now, Issei. He was my first character, Voli. The white-haired martial artist quickly wiped the blood from his mouth from the powerful blow he took and went in front of his opponent with great speed and dexterity. Isn't he a little faster? He's a lot faster, Issei. Hyoudou had trouble dodging the punch that was headed towards his face, he had trouble dodging the kick that was headed towards his ribs, and he had even more trouble when he took a knee to his stomach, and then another to the face before being thrown in the opposite direction from where he was. He was thrown towards several trees and rocks that were broken by the force of the throw in which he had been thrown, and his body had been considerably injured by the blows he had received. What an absurd technique, Issei. I'm still just getting started, Voli. Then come, Issei. The katana materialized in his hand and began to be bathed in the flames of hell. The martial artist was smiling like the demon on his back as he advanced towards his opponent. The punch and the sword met at that moment. A part of the island trembled with that blow, and an even larger crater appeared because of the clash that the blade and fist had at that moment. Issei teleported behind his enemy, and his katana quickly swung to cut towards his back, which he quickly used his instincts to dodge that dangerous cut that traveled several meters away, destroying and burning trees and large rocks. How excited I am, Voli. He threw himself in front of his opponent to hit his entire body in a fast and dangerous frontal attack, which was quickly stopped the moment he teleported. Burn Issei. He burned the ground his rival was stepping on and managed to make him suffer some burns all over his body. The flames of hell did not disappoint him. The next blow was a fireball manifested by his hands, which was quickly thrown towards his opponent who was lying on the ground due to the fire and also due to the attack that had failed. This is a failure, Voli. The fire didn't manage to arrive in time as an ice barrier appeared to interpose against the fire. The silver-haired man was now surrounded by fire and ice at that moment. I think this must be Todoroki, Issei. Seems like you're actually watching anime and doing your homework, Voli. Issei quickly ran towards his rival who was manifesting ice to try to chop him into pieces. He was manifesting sharp ice to try to chop him into pieces at high speed. The Gremory Devil quickly teleported behind his opponent to dodge and used his sword to try to deliver a powerful slash towards his opponent, but was too surprised when an ice dagger had pierced part of his belly. Really are sinister, Issei. Don't let your guard down, Voli. You're the one who downloaded it, Issei. A Gasper blaster had thrown his opponent far away because of his carelessness after stabbing him. The burn injuries had worsened even more because of that, and both of them were panting at that moment. This is really a beautiful fight. We haven't even used 50% of our strength and our state is like this, Voli. I wanted to say this is boring, but I'm having so much fun, Issei. The two were smiling as Gasper blasts manifested behind Issei to greatly hurt his opponent, and Buddha palms appeared behind Voli to finish off his rival. The entire island began to tremble as the monster's weapon and Buddha's palms began to war for hegemony. The lasers or Buddha's giant golden hands were fighting every second with more than 10 exchanges per second. The speed only increased, and each second was equal to more than 100 exchanges where neither side was being hurt. What was really being hurt was the island that suffered great damage every time the Buddha or the Gasper blasters energized by the infernal fire acted. Those two are monsters, Aaziel. They are the next generation and they are system users letting loose completely, Michael. System users sometimes feel lonely because they have so much power, but I think this time they're having fun, Surzech. The three faction leaders were smiling as they watched that fight unfold, a fight between talented monsters who had been wanting to use their 100% for a long time and couldn't do it. I think I'll win, Issei. Voli was very injured after the Gaspers had energized themselves with the power of the infernal flames, and Sans telekinesis helped a lot too. The power of the bones was a very big problem too. Zero-hand Voli. Issei was unable to teleport when he was grabbed by the golden Buddha, which teleported along with him. He was extremely nervous at the moment this happened, and that statue opening its mouth while concentrating an enormous force was something that scared him even more. He himself used one hand to command a telekinetic barrier around him with his enormous psychic power. He used his mental power and also trees, earth, rocks, and anything else that could protect him. The other hand was commanding his power over bones to try to add even more strength to his barrier. The bones were enhanced by the power of the infernal flames, and so he felt confident. I want to see if I can withstand the power of this zero hand now, Issei. Voli's zero hand was enhanced with the powers of Yujiro, Todoroki, and also Netero, which made him sweat even more coldly when he saw an energy vortex with a demonic aura, with an aura of fire and ice and also the powers of Kai. The explosion happened at that instant with the white-haired martial artist smiling because of it. A part of the island was vaporized with the deadly technique that was unleashed at that moment. Almost killed me, Issei. Issei was extremely injured and his clothes were almost completely torn. He seemed to be completely finished after receiving the blow, and the only whole part of him was the blindfold that would not be damaged. Game is over, Issei. That's what I thought, Voli. The white-haired demon's eyes turned red as a black blindfold fell from Hyoudu's eyes. The two of them were going to use their ocular powers to the fullest at that moment without holding back. The white-haired boy quickly made several hand seals, and several fireballs spat from his mouth transformed into dragon heads that traveled at high speed towards his opponent, who quickly summoned several bones to finish off each approaching head. The duel continued as more hand seals were made and fire spat out that could engulf an entire city. The brown-haired demon did not cower when he saw this and teleported behind his enemy with a Gasper cannon aimed at his back. His hand reached out to pull his opponent with a telekinetic force, who did the same, and an even larger explosion swept away much of the place they were fighting as their psychic powers clashed and exploded. A halberd appeared in the boy's hands, and he quickly threw it as if it were a shuriken, propelling it with his telekinetic powers and also with the flames of hell. Lucifer's descendant was smiling at that moment and quickly summoned Susanoo to defend him, which was a complete success, but not before being removed from its protection because of his opponent's telekinesis after concentrating on forming that defense. This is not good at all, Voli. Voli was looking at his opponent, who was holding a staff while manifesting blue-colored magic that was coming at a very high speed towards him, which also seemed to have enormous power. The blue orbs were coming from above and below, meeting each other as if they were meteors towards their target, who was unable to defend himself due to the speed and surprise he had. Crystal Hail Issei. The impact of magic on the silver-haired demon's body was something that made him spit out a lot of blood after all, and he soon realized that even with more powerful characters, those eyes made a huge difference. I think you need to surrender, Issei. Voli. What's so funny, Issei? Issei was afraid of the question he was going to ask until his enemy pointed upwards. A huge shadow had appeared above him at that moment, and it was a meteor that could wipe out almost everything in this place. Fucking way, Issei. The Gasper cannons were quickly positioned at that moment to attack the meteor together. They were being energized by the infernal fire until he noticed something strange. A paper stuck to his back. A huge explosion happened the moment after the paper bomb was stuck to his back, and he suffered many injuries at that moment. Voli just smiled before creating a wooden barrier to withstand the meteor that was going to come, and his opponent would have to find a way to deal with everything even if he was injured. Damn you, Issei. The cannons quickly attacked at high speed and in a sequential wave to end the meteors at a speed beyond normal. 100 cannons fired their lasers at that moment and synchronized their energies to achieve the feat. The lasers were energized with Scorpion's powers with the infernal flames, and also had the help of magic cast by Issei himself to be able to undo that laborious meteor. The descendant of Lucifer was just smiling when he saw that the meteor had been destroyed with some effort made by him, an effort that was truly something encouraging to him. Well, did you manage to destroy the first and second, Voli? A second meteor appeared to Hyoudu's despair, who gritted his teeth and put on the Abyss Walker armor. The power of the first flame was entering his body, and he was using 100% now. The two swords that appeared in his hand were energized by the enormous power that the first flame gave. He was using everything he could handle, and now it was a power far superior to what he had before. The blade quickly swung with full power and pierced through the meteor in a horizontal slash. The meteor turned into ash the moment the sword bathed in the power of the first flame touched it. Hyoudou stuck his sword into the ground at that moment, tired from having to use his full power. The fatigue was consuming his body, but he was very happy when he thought that this fight was fun. You know what time it is, Issei, Voli? I have no idea, Issei. Issei felt nervous for some reason when he looked at the sun and saw the debris on the ground, and also saw Voli's height growing at that moment. He saw him being bathed in the power of the sun. It's time to win in the name of Lord Voli. Voli. It's noon now, Issei. The brown-haired demon became very nervous when he thought that it was now noon and that Eskener's powers had now risen to a level much higher than normal, the base form he usually used. I'll win if I can fight him for 1 minute, Issei. The boy quickly moved towards his silver-haired enemy, who was serious and didn't show a smile on his face like he did before. The aforementioned just held his golden axe. Lord Voli will be lenient in showing his full power before defeating you, Voli. The axe rose fully when Hyoudou was already close. The Gremory demon's swords were about to pierce his opponent until he just turned around to be cut in exchange for giving a powerful kick to his chest and throwing him up. A filthy being shouldn't stand in front of the sun or be in the heavens. The only one who can be in that place is me, Voli. Voli's finger had materialized a small sun in his hands that had been thrown at high speed towards the demon who had part of his armor destroyed, part of his ribs crushed, and was spitting out a lot of blood. The small sun collided with Issei, materializing a shield to defend himself with his telekinetic power with his full strength and the power of the first flame as well. His power was concentrated only on surviving that blow. The small sun exploded after colliding with the boy and ended up vaporizing a good part of the island, while Voli's extremely muscular appearance, measuring over 2 meters tall, had been worn away after that. I won, Voli. He was looking at his opponent, who was lying on the ground at that moment, with a large part of his body burned and serious injuries. A gesture of respect he gave to his opponent was to put the blindfold back on his face. That was the best battle I've ever had, Voli. Mine too, Issei. The defeat and the date. Hyoudou slept a lot after he was defeated by his silver-haired opponent. He was happy when he experienced defeat for the first time and realized that in this world he was not invincible as he thought, that he could experience defeat by someone the same age as him and there were more talented people. His body might be fainted, but his mind was always training because of the system with his characters. His spirit was being strengthened many times while a smile was stuck on his face. He happy to be defeated, Riaz. Our eyes saw Issei's face, which had a huge smile. He didn't take that smile off for several days while he slept without waking up, and it seemed strange to see someone unconscious and smiling at the same time. I think it was because he found someone who could be considered an equal, Kiba. He should wipe the smile off his face because the two of them caused a lot of damage by destroying an entire island in the fight. Kaniko. At least the island was empty, Asia. The fact that the island was empty didn't change the truth in their hearts that the brown-haired youth and the silver-haired youth were absolute monsters when it came down to it. I think he'll be happy to know that he got a promotion to middle-class devil, Riaz. Shouldn't I take a test first, Aquino? Underworld and the authorities in it decided that Issei could not stay as a low-class devil because of his fame and strength as an assassin, as it would affect the credibility of the devils. Riaz knew that her boyfriend was sometimes used as a threat letter, as some were trying to get the murder letters that he made available to people who were interested in him. Assassination cards are magical symbols that allow the summoning of the current user of the system anywhere in the world, but first the person needed to be evaluated and also the target for such a thing to be given anonymously. What are we going to do on our vacation, Asia? I was curious about that too, Zenobia. What we usually do, Kaniko. What do we do, Asia? Riaz was excited when she thought that it was time for vacation and that she could return home. She could spend time with her parents and the others in the underworld, something she rarely did. Let's go to the underworld for a while in my house, the Gremory territory, Riaz. It's been a long time since we went there, Kiba. It'll be nice to go with new people this time, Aquino. Asia and Zenobia were excited at the mention of visiting the underworld for the first time. The two thought it wouldn't be a macabre place like the tailies said, and would be a rather interesting place to visit. I've been there a few times and it really is a really cool place, Issei. All the people in the room quickly screamed when they saw Issei awake and smiling. He had his blindfold on and was wearing the black clothes he normally wore. You're awake, Riaz. Asia. The two gave a big hug to the young man with brown hair, who remained calm and with a serene expression of confidence at that moment, while his mind seemed to be unknown. When will the trip to the underworld be, Issei? Will be in 1 week, Riaz. Will be enough time to spend with all of you before going to train there, Issei. Riaz was actually thinking that everyone should train in the underworld to expand their own powers, and there was a special trainer who was arriving in a few minutes to guide them. I've already thought of someone to help us with our training, Riaz. Issei. A black-haired man with a blonde streak had appeared. This person was smiling while the boy quickly smiled upon seeing him. The two quickly greeted each other. Welcome Aaziel, Issei. Thank you Aaziel. Gremory still wanted to understand the closeness these two had while the others looked at that with a somewhat strange smile, as they thought that Aaziel could be a bad influence on the system user. I can only say that there will be no more slacking for you, and I will ensure that each of you becomes much stronger than before. Aaziel. Don't expect you to give us an easy time, Riaz. I will make you know the meaning of Spartan training. Aaziel. A chill ran down all of their spines as Issei continued to just smile at the thought that it would be a really good thing to train with an absurdly intelligent and practical person like Aaziel. I will select teachers that suit your powers and talents, so I hope you will show your hidden powers, and I need a few things. Aaziel. Aaziel pointed at the brown-haired man who was confused. He felt that something was directed at him and activated the power of the eagle eyes to see if it was really pointing. I need you to have a meeting with Zenobia and Aquino first. Aaziel. What Issei? What Aaziel? The fallen angel was laughing while Riaz and Asia were against this idea of wanting to share their boyfriend. The two were already trying to put up with each other, and now they have to put up with 4 more women. Zenobia and Aquino will show their true potential when they meet you, as there are problems that must be resolved before then. Aaziel. The 2 women were blushing while the others were a little envious of this. Kaneko was the only one of them who didn't care about such a thing because she didn't have feelings for her partner. So maybe, but who's going to have the first date? Issei. Me Zenobia/Aquino. The 2 looked at each other at that moment as they could feel sparks coming out of their eyes because of the competitiveness and also because of the hostility they had towards competing for the date. Should give your senpai a chance, Aquino. Better leave that to the younger ones, senpai, Zenobia. The dispute was quickly resolved with a jokenpo in which the winner was Zenobia. She celebrated a lot and left that place holding hands with her future boyfriend, or that was what her head thought. The man and woman had to get ready before they left, as it wouldn't be good if they went out in their school clothes. Not for her, as the young man was already in the normal clothes he wore, a type of black Chinese clothing that was nice to look at and was also good for fighting. The outfit the blue-haired woman was wearing for the date was a white shirt with black short shorts. The outfit was simple, but its beauty made up for its simplicity. Aren't you going to say I'm pretty, Zenobia? I can't see anything with this blindfold, haha, Issei. I had forgotten about that, Zenobia. There was a bit of an awkward atmosphere at that moment when they had forgotten the fact that one of them was wearing a blindfold, but then they both burst out laughing over that little slip-up. Where are we going, Zenobia? Let's play a little, Issei. The boy quickly took the woman to a play center where the 2 could play several fun games and smile at the memories they would make from these moments. The first toy was a classic machine where you had to take the hammer and hit the mole. The result of this was Zenobia getting frustrated to hit the mole. It's evil, Zenobia. Simple, Issei. Hyoudou hit the mole on the first try and won several tickets when he did it several times in a row. The woman was impressed by this. Your senses must be very sharp for that, Zenobia. Many things lose their charm when you have heightened senses. Issei. The second toy was a competition with laser pistols. Issei and Zenobia made a team while using their abnormally great senses to be able to win the contest against the others. The 2 were playing spy roles to make it seem funnier when they were playing with other people, and so they ended up winning and laughing a lot. I'm the James Bond of Japan, Issei. A participant was eliminated with this phrase, and he was very sad and even a little angry at the moment he was eliminated. A person was coming up behind Hyoudou, but can't touch James Bond's back, he's mine only, Zenobia. The woman who had come from behind was eliminated before she could pull the trigger, and so she also left angry. The other participants were eliminated when one of the 2 said something. The 2 left the ride feeling extremely happy and went to eat something because of the feeling they were feeling at that moment. The boy ordered fries while the girl ordered a hamburger. Their faces were priceless, Zenobia. I already know that just by feeling their heartbeats. I think they almost shit themselves when you pointed a gun right behind them. Is. I think I could be mistaken for a thief asking for my wallet and cell phone at that moment. Zenobia. The man and woman were having a lot of fun as they told several stories. Their smiles soon turned into closeness and they started kissing at that moment. That meeting was wonderful, Is. Yes, he was, Zenobia. The two did a few more things like taking pictures and also riding the roller coaster before saying goodbye to start Akino Haimejima's turn, who was wearing a very pretty purple dress with black rose details. Am I pretty's Akino? Issei. Sorry, hahaha, Akino. Haimejima was very embarrassed when she remembered that the man was wearing a blindfold over her eyes and she couldn't take it off just to see if she looked pretty, as it was very tiring and using his ability to see through things could end up hurting her. Where are we going, Akino? Let's watch a movie, Issei. The boy quickly took the woman's hand as he thought about watching a film that was showing, a film that was romantic to create a certain atmosphere, but that was also entertaining, and he found one that mixed these two, mixed action and romance in this film. The movie was disappointing when they saw it. The movie was crap that didn't even focus on action or romance, and everything they were doing was mediocre, something that made them both mad with rage. Movie was shit, Issei. Shit is better than that, Issei, Akino. Yes, Issei. The next stop for both of them was decided by Akino, who wanted to take him to a clothing store and decided that she could use her abilities just to glimpse for a moment and thus tell if it was good or not. The woman was very happy when she received his affirmation. He did this just to not make the meeting boring and to open up several possibilities about the things they could both do in that place. Am I pretty's Akino? Very much, Issei. She was wearing an outfit that mixed white and black, a more gothic-style outfit that matched very well with the attractive beauty of Wonsan that Haimejima had. I think it's time for you to try something too, Akino. Pick something for me then, Is. Okay, Akino. The woman was very happy when she chose some sets of clothes and made the boy dress in them, and it didn't take long for him to come out with the first one he had chosen, a black long-sleeved shirt with no details and black pants that matched very well. He looks like a hunk, Akino. Then I'm matching with you, Is. The two tried out more and more outfits as they thought that everything they put on was something that actually made them even more beautiful. One thing they also did was in a secluded place they changed their hair colors. Issei changed his hair to black to match Akino while she changed it to brown to match her boyfriend. The two exchanged their hair colors. I really suit black, Is. And me with brown, Akino. It didn't take long for the two to be making out at that moment with a soft kiss and thus getting closer. Aaziel and Hyoudou had a lot of chemistry and you could see that in their first meeting. I guess this marks the end of our meeting, Is. I'm very happy to be with you, Akino. The two were walking home holding each other's hands. The middle-class devil dropped the woman off at her house and insisted on accompanying her, and she accepted with great insistence. The ride home was enough time for the two to exchange more caresses and kisses as they returned with some laughter and giggles that they enjoyed sharing. Thank you, Akino. You're welcome, Issei. The boy returned with a teleport the moment he separated from the beautiful black-haired lady and was greeted with a kiss from the blonde and red-haired women together. Won't lose to them even if they are now your girlfriends too, Asia. It's our turn to spend time with you, Riaz. How I like this feeling of being loved, Is. Hyoudou spent the whole night with the two of them and they went to several snack stalls and ended the day watching some movie they found on the internet so they could laugh and create beautiful moments. The days were passing and the day of the trip had finally arrived, the day when everyone would go to the underworld and also where many things would happen. Two better call us, Mickey. Make some calls, Goro. Goro and Mickey were waving to Issei and Asia as the two headed to Ria's house. They said that they were going to pay a visit to Ria's country to meet her parents and also settle their relationship. Boy is growing up so much, Mickey. Yes, now he doesn't need to be pampered or scolded anymore, Goro. Name Issei Hyoudou. Level 17. X6220. Strength 56. Vitality 54. Magic 62. Speed 60. Luck 59. Agility 61. Dexterity 63. Skills: firearms prowess, vehicles, espionage, martial arts, melee weapon mastery, assassination mastery, parkour mastery, eagle eye, hellfire manipulation, teleportation, shinobi weapon mastery, summoning hell beings, gravity manipulation, time manipulation limited, bone manipulation, summoning Gasper's cannons, clairvoyance, superintelligence, telekinesis, immortality, Ashen One's arsenal, partial manipulation of the first flame. Characters: Naked Snake, Metal Gear, Ezio, Auditor, Assassin's Creed, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat, Sans, Undertale, Ashen One, Dark Souls. Roles: the user has no points to spend.